Okay. I think we're good. Make a couple quick changes here. No, stop. Please, bro. Okay. Minimize that. I gotta have a chat window somewhere else, I think. Well, no matter where I put that, it's gonna be seen. I throw it in the corner, maybe. Minimize it in the corner. Just for now. I mean, it'll definitely be seen. Okay. Checking on the live stream. How's that sound? Hello, Jean-Frank. Hello, Danny come dragon. Hello. Is the chat? Okay, just wanted to make sure. You know what? If I have my second screen moved over here, I can watch the chat as it goes across the abdominal. Perfect. I'm gonna move this screen over here so I can catch up with both chats. All right. Minimize that. Can you guys still hear the? Oh, perfect. Okay. All right, cool. Oh, you know what? The one thing I need to probably make that screen a wee bit bigger. Come on, just a little bit. Move it over a little tiny bit. Trying to. There we go. I should be good. Okay. Just finished your last video. I'm on a roll. Yeah, I know. Dude, it went from they weren't giving us any crumbs of anything to all of a sudden they're like, here's a teaser, behind the scenes. Like, I can't keep up with it. Like, as I was recording one of the videos that I ended up putting out today, like, I mean, I'm sure you saw it in the video. I was like, okay, as of recording this it was uploaded like 3 hours ago. Like, I can't keep up. I simply can't keep up. But hello, welcome on in. They said it starts in 1 week. Here you go. Yeah, I suppose there is the risk and the concern that, like, oh, well, they're not going to show, you know. Some people have been worried they're showing too much, but I think it's mostly book fans that are worried about that. Like, I think they're doing what any marketing kind of pipeline would do, which is to kind of show the oh, what am I thinking of? As you get closer to the date, you start showing more and more, but I still don't think, I mean, I don't know what happens. I have a gist of what to expect for the season, but I have no clue. I couldn't tell you what, like, I know whispers of Lestat's story. Hello from PA. Love your video. Thank you so much. Yeah, hello. Welcome on in. Come on in. As Papa Meat would say, come on in, sit on down. Whoops. Another clips of Sam and Jacob you didn't recognize in the lyric video. There was a magazine thing they did. It was a whole little clip you could have. Oh, well, I mean, now's the time, right? Like, this stream is going to be super casual, but it's going to be for a variety of things, right? Like, it's going to be a recap of. I did the same thing for Severance back in the day, but it's like a recap of seasons 1 and 2, which is going to devolve into me either reading comments, talking about the show, or comments still coming through. Uh-oh, hang on a second. I want to make sure they're coming through on... It's connected? Okay, good, it is. I was worried. I got spoiled so much. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid any of that. But, yeah, it's going to be just me reading comments or... Well, no, sorry. It's going to be me reading comments on the YouTube videos. A lot of out-of-context things that people are worried about being spoilery. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I know that they piss blood. Does that ruin the show for me? You tell me. But yeah, I'll be reading YouTube comments. I'll be it's almost kind of like these are also low-key like AMAs, Q&As. Like, you can ask me, you know, within reason if you get any if you get any questions. I'm dodging spoilers, but it's getting hard. I'll do what I always do whenever something new comes out that I haven't seen, but I want to retain Like, I'm not going to watch any other reaction content. And then I guess when it comes to comments on YouTube, people on Patreon have been warning me that YouTube is not to be trusted. It's like people I think I was like, oh, what's Devil's Minion? Nobody tell me what it is, but I'm excited to find out. And immediately I was told, I didn't read the comments, but people are like, oh, well, you know, don't worry about it. Devil's Minion is da 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 da. And I was like, what? Like, I just said, it doesn't matter though. So happy I can catch this. It's late as hell for me, so I'm stopping by to show some love. I appreciate that. Yeah. For anybody who's concerned, by the way, that they're not going to be able to watch the whole thing, like, I will 100% make this this will be a VOD. It'll be on the live section on YouTube, but I'll also most likely, if I need to make any edits or anything, I'll repost this to YouTube. Just checking, making sure everything is still good to go. Cool. I read that comment, I was so annoyed. Wait, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Here, I do need to share this on on socials real quick. Just a little thing. If anybody wants to say hi in a moment, this is all right. Here we go. So the time is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Everything you're about to see is real. You're gonna watch this live stream, and I'll love you for it. Isn't that right, everybody? I think the comments. Wait, there they are. The comments. Yeah, the comments. Everybody. Yeah, people are slowly trickling on in. So we're gonna talk about the first 2 seasons, and then we're going to prep for Vampire Lestat. So here goes nothing. Cool. That's definitely perfect and not at all awkward or cringe. Don't even worry about it. Oh my! Don't play it again. All right. Yeah, we'll keep Devil's Minion secret. I just got a weird joy from hearing you mention it with no context. Yeah, people are very excited for it. I have vague inclinations about what it's in reference to. How are you feeling about the complete vibe shift of season 3? I think it's fitting. I think it's appropriate. Now, granted, this is coming from a guy, I love Gothic, I love Art Deco. It's an aesthetic, and we got 2 seasons of that. As somebody who has no frame of reference, like never seen the movie, never read the books, I think the fact that we've been so steeped in Louis de Pointe-de-Lac, like telling his whole story, right? And that makes sense, like thematically, tonally, all the aesthetics of that. And now that we're changing to a different character and a different book, from what I understand, I think it makes a ton of sense that it's like, it's going to be a vibe shift. Not to mention, like, it's supposed to be so striking because, as Daniel even said in the newest trailer, when he kind of was trying to like read Lestat for filth, right? He's saying like, oh, this is a weird, ironic response to the book that I put out. Like, we know he's playing up the rock star persona, but I think it just makes sense. Like the visual, the flair, the style, he's going, you know, full Brett Prince Summer. Like, is it jarring? Yes, but I believe it's supposed to be jarring. Did I miss the yeah, everybody told me I missed the last second of the extended look. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it or not because people have been oh, I should probably we have started. I don't know why I still have that up. Can I get rid of the starting? Which one is that? There we go. I lost my train of thought. Although I was going live on Patreon. Oh, no. I wanted to make sure it was more... I wanted this to be... I thought about doing it on Patreon, then I was like, it would only be fair if I made this much more accessible for, like, the general audience. I'll still have plenty of Patreon exclusive in the future, for sure. Let me... Sorry, I have to share this thing on my Instagram real quick. Twitch.tv. I mean, Twitch or YouTube. I'll do one for YouTube as well in a moment. And the link disappeared. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's gonna be fun. People are just very excited for Devil's Minion. Oh, appreciate it. This was literally, I bought this shirt a few years back for my Joe Exotic cosplay. And no, I'm not joking. I think I dressed up as Joe Exotic for Halloween one year. I couldn't resist. By the way, do I read this chat? I'm reading both chats. I've got, so I use an extension called Caster Labs plugged in through OBS. It's just nerd speak for saying I have the combined chats of Twitch and YouTube running through into one. So I'm trying to, so what you're seeing on the stream right now, like the chat that's right here. Oh, well, yeah, there it is. This chat right here it's a combination of both Twitch and YouTube. So that way everybody kind of feels like they're all in on the same conversation. Let me share the, here, let me make sure I'm sharing the right link here. I feel like more people are going to show up on YouTube than they are on Twitch. And if I miss any comments, feel free to like spam or tag me or anything like that. Love the soundscape. Another one is Lestat, the Immortal Mr. Ambient. Yeah, so fun fact, I found this and it's by Alien Worlds right here on YouTube. And I believe I've secured a license. If you want to support them, you can find them on Ko-Fi right here. It's so you can support. So I paid for a membership and the fee and all that. So I'm just using their work right now. But yeah, it's nice. They do soundscapes for. I just now discovered them, but it's very just fitting, apropos background music right now. It's true. The fit is very fitting for Lestat. That's what I was thinking. Was just the. You might say it's the exotic fit for our boy. All right, can I finally share this to the gram? I'll just do the YouTube thing. Well, I don't have a sticker in here yet. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do that. Boom. Throw in the link, the tag. There we go. Okay, perfect. That should be good. And share that. Cool. Sorry, dumb question. So was the goal to rewatch the first two seasons? Oh no, heavens no! I already did that. So this is more. I don't know if maybe I need to redo the here. Let me change the episode description real quick. This is just kind of I call it a recap, but we're just kind of like talking about the first two seasons. I'm gonna read through some comments if anybody has any questions or anything like that. It's just a super casual affair, but you were just kind of like recapping. I did the same thing for Severance back in the day. Give me 2 seconds while I kind of copy and paste some. Copy, paste into the description. I think I already have the tags in the appropriate places. And boom, there we go. Also put too many A's in Lestat, so. I was good on time, and then I kept on adding more shit to the stream, and then I ended up being in a bit of a hurry, and I rushed myself. And then I was like, oh, it's already 7 o'clock. I'm like, oops. Thank you to everybody, by the way, the last 2 days who has been watching my 2 latest Vampire Lestat videos. Really appreciate the support. Lestat would probably kill Joe Exotic right away. I would. Oh, for sure. His treatment of animals alone. Are you kidding me? Like immediate, like that. So no, if he killed a tenor for being a little bit off key, like eat Joe and free the tigers. Yeah, exactly. Lestat would be in there. Lestat would become one of those. What do you call them? Like a cat mom or whatever, or like he'd go like chimp crazy, whatever that HBO doc was. He wouldn't go crazy, but he would just be there like on his throne with his lions, his pride, as it were. I'm sorry, I'm catching up on comments right now. Do you know the anime Sailor Moon? Yeah, sure. Originally Japanese, but been dubbed in English. I know of Sailor Moon. I have a couple of friends that are really into it. I've never really taken the time to watch it, though. A Joe Exotic cameo in the Vampire Lestat when. I honestly, dude, if Lestat brought up Joey Chestnut, I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Exotic makes it into the meta vernacular of his world. If anything, he might be like, I must kill this exotic man, find him in prison, take care of him. Oh, thank you. Congrats on 9K. Yeah, we made it to 9K. How crazy is that, by the way? 9,000. Who would have thought, little me, like almost 15 years ago, trying to making amateur YouTube videos. Like, who would have thought? Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. Agree that book reader being one will pick up on a lot more in the videos. But I don't agree the new behind the scenes isn't that spoiler in my opinion. He'd be Joe Exotic, but less problematic, which is crazy to say. No, honestly, yeah. For all the faults that Lestat has, I do think that, like, I mean, if we're talking about the way Joe Exotic conducted his business and treated like animals in captivity and all that, and like I would say Lestat is less problematic in that regard, which I agree is a to put Lestat and the term less problematic. I mean, well, to be fair, I think Lestat might be a hot take. I think Lestat is less problematic than Armand. I don't don't cru- don't crucify me, but I don't know. I have my gripes with a little gremlin. I'm not saying like I'm not. I'm already gonna regret. I'm already gonna get flamed. But like I don't know. I just like I feel like Armand has caught. I don't know. I uh, now I'm thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Lestat's problematic, but sometimes in a fun way. I guess if that makes any sense. Keep in mind he killed thousands of people technically, but fuck Joe. You're right, Elmeo. Say it with your chest. All right, down with the gremlin, dude. I couldn't. I love that moment in the after dark bit when bro shows up like just comes up. He's like, hello everyone, and then he's just like, well, Armand didn't do anything wrong. Armand always told the truth. Sizzling take. Joe wins on a kill count, but that's about it. I love Armand, but he's definitely done horrendous things. That's what I'm saying. I feel Armand is not honest about his evil. I think Lestat is upfront about it, but they both have very. That is true. I don't know. I feel like Lestat sometimes lies by omission. Like clearly Louis wants more information, and then after he gets turned, right, Lestat is then training, but he like doles out the training when it suits him, and as each situation comes up, we don't even learn about the cloud gift or like truly learn. I mean, he doesn't like shed light on a lot of, or the mind control, right? Like him with all the soldier boys and their little home in New Orleans. Like there's a lot of stuff he withholds, so it's like I view it as lying by omission, but that's just me. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Say wait, I don't know if they can see if you want to. Darkwave is also in the office. Can you be seen? Are you seen? You're seen. If you wanna, it's Darkwave. We if you haven't seen her watch Interview with a Vampire during my rewatch, you can catch that. You can catch that.
Less talking and more face reactions. I got you.
Yeah, very very reactive.
Also.
Everybody's saying hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're right. He did show Louis the mind control immediately.
It's just a little inside bit of my life, inside scoop. But I've been wearing bleach shirts all week, and no one has noticed. And
Well, someone was just talking about Sailor Moon, so they'd probably notice bleach.
Also,
perhaps.
Bleach tickets for 1,000 Year Blood Work, not sponsored, but they're out today. So go get your ticket, Regal. Let's go, baby. And also food. Wait, was it just like, oh my god, just DoorDash or like?
Oh no, I think it's through the app. We can figure it out in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you, appreciate it. She's brought me some libations. This is definitely not a mistake right here.
Enjoy the show, people.
Definitely not a mistake.
Not at all.
The hell's that? There is D. Is it the Blair Witch symbol right there, Wendy Lou? What is it? What is that? A there is D. Yeah, her reactions were great. Yeah, indeed. Oh, it's the little symbol right there, I think. Oh, hi. I see. It sucks having Armand and Claudia be your favorite characters, specifically show versions. The books are a whole level of bad shit. Oh, you said... I thought you were implying they were my favorite characters. You're saying it sucks if they're your favorite characters, so they're your favorites, but given the perspective of not having the books, then it seems a little bit different. Still love them all. Armand is bad shit, but so baby girl. That's the thing. Isn't that kind of all of them? Like, especially rewatching it, like, I'm not gonna lie, Lestat makes me, I think he's genuinely hilarious. I think Lestat has made me laugh perhaps more than any other character. Well, he's up there with Daniel, right? Which is why I'm so excited for their interactions. But Lestat is, I mean, yeah, he's the brat prince. I know all that. And he's definitely not great, but I think he's genuinely very funny and quick-witted and entertaining. And in terms of if you want to approach all of the series with like an aggressively pragmatic view, then I mean, yeah, he's very pragmatic. Like he is. I mean, you gotta, if I put myself in his shoes in the perspective of a being that's been alive for as long as he has and seen the worst of humanity, then I wouldn't have a whole lot of sympathy or empathy either. I mean, outside of the race of creatures, right? I think that Darkwave might join on a rewatch. I got to think about, like, especially certain shows, watching them solo for the first time, just because I'm going to be going a mile a minute, and I'm a bit particular, but it'll give me an opportunity to do a rewatch, then be able to bring her in on the action as well. Damn, I hate them all, but feel so bad for them sometimes. Well, that's the mark of good writing, right? Where they're not great people, but it's like Succession. Succession is a perfect example. I love that series, and somebody online they borrowed the quote, but it was, Succession is a cast of characters that by all accounts you should not have any sympathy or empathy for, and yet we do. Like, and yet you like can't help but feel for this family that's literally based off the Murdochs, I believe. Louis in the book Hierarchy, so no comment. Armand pretending to be Rashid is so funny looking back. It really is. It really is, going back through with the whole fake Rashid, real Rashid. I like Daniel leaning into that once the jig is up, and he's just like, yeah, that drink was all right, but I did better when he made them. Just the little jabs like that, which kind of feed into like Armand's thing about like subservience and all that. It'd be fun to see both you reacting to it at the same time. Yeah, no, and I get that, but I think a majority of I think I'm gonna lean towards the solo first watch for sure. Plus, our schedules can kind of differ sometimes. Good God, book Louis doesn't really exist to me. Lestat is so funny sometimes. Louis is so cool and relatable. I just feel bad for the gremlin, but mostly for Claudia. Yeah, that was the thing. I got flamed on my first watch through because I felt bad for Claudia very often. I often felt bad for Claudia, and people in the comments would be like, oh, you're going to rake Lestat over the coals, but you're not gonna, like, what about all the shit that Claudia's doing? She's committing mass genocide for the fun of it. She's inking her victims' last words in blood. She's taking joy out of it. It's like, yeah, she eventually kind of is like, she's becoming this monster to like doing monstrous things to, like, I don't know what you want to call it, survive, or to embrace the creature that she now is. But does that mean I can't feel bad for her? I don't know. It was just this weird dynamic. For me, Louis and Armand give me maternal feelings. I remember someone else said Louis makes you want to protect him, which I agree. And Armand's backstory, you got to admit, no one deserves all that. No, exactly, yeah. That's the kicker, right? Like, I'm going to learn a lot about Lestat as any other fans of just the show like myself are. Like, season 3, I'm sure I'm gonna get more context and more sympathy, perhaps even more empathy. But like I always talk about, the tricky part is it will while it'll explain why he does what he does and why he is how he is, it still won't excuse it. Like, you either, repeat this cycle, you become you're a victim of trauma for sure, but do you repeat that trauma? Do you kind of exert that on people around you in your life, or do you try to evolve and become better from it? Can a vampire even do that? Man, I miss Succession. Oh, for sure. Armand doing servant role play. Yeah. Armand playing Minecraft on his iPad. Iconic. Lestat my favorite vamp because he's so charismatic, but I definitely agree he's not a good person, does horrible things, but so do I. Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what everybody will come in and talk about, is like, oh, well, they're all bad people. And it's like, just like varying degrees of bad, I suppose. I feel bad like I did for Roman in Succession for Armand. Exactly, yeah. Everybody in Succession has done shitty things, but you can't help but see the humanity in what they're doing or trying to accomplish and these struggles they're all going through. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, these out of touch struggles in a different stratosphere of economic background, and it's all like, it still doesn't excuse their behavior, but you understand why these kids are all fucked up once you gather more context for what their childhood and what their upbringing was like. I'm definitely, as Supple says, I'm definitely in the minority for not being a huge Claudia fan. I understand her, but couldn't root for her either. It's easier to have empathy for these characters as they are removed from the real world. I find it harder to like the characters in something more like real life, like Succession. I see what you mean. She's mostly scary in the books. Claudia does a lot of the same stuff Lestat does, sure, but she's trapped in a difficult position. I think it's part of why I sympathized with it. It's why I sympathized with Louis, because Louis was turned in a moment of weakness and despair, and I feel like it wasn't a decision made of. I feel like it was a decision not made of complete sound mind and body. I think there's definitely emotion and maybe infatuation in there, or attraction of some type, but I still think it was a moment of weakness after being courted in a predatory nature. And with Claudia, yeah, she had no say. The dominoes had fallen. The table was set. she was already going to perish in that fire, and Louis, through his own guilt, found her, took her, and then forced Lestat, like convinced him, manipulated him into turning Claudia, and then she's forced in this situation. Now, does that excuse the mass murder and the other fucked up things that she does? I wouldn't say it excuses it, but I'm willing to have more understanding and leniency towards somebody who is forced into a life where they kind of have to feed and be a creature of the night. Like, she didn't choose that. I mean, I guess if you're really pragmatic, you could say she could just throw herself in the fire, but I mean, that's my perspective on the whole thing. Book Claudia being 5 years old. Oh my god. Lestat is chaotic evil. Louis is neutral evil. Armand is lawful evil. Oh yeah, Armand being an eternal 17-year-old and Claudia being... Oh, Armand's 17 in the books? Jesus. Claudia's POV would just be such a tragedy. She just got so little time. Yeah, and that's why it hits so hard. You get to a point where I find myself... That's why I love Daniel so much. I find myself in Daniel's shoes because as I'm watching the show, I don't know what's going to happen. But back in my head, I'm like, Claudia's not around. Where is she? She means a lot to you. Did she just run off? What's she doing? We have not talked to her or seen her, and something in the back of my head is telling me probably doesn't end well for her. But even knowing that inevitably her fate was going to go down that path, most likely, it still hits like a truck. It's the tragedy of it, you know? Especially with the whole Madeline situation. Like, oh my god, like the whole... And then it's like the 1-2 punch, and then you get like another episode goes by, and then it's like when she looked at me there like a child to the father, and I'm over here like, oh god. Oh jeez. I love Claudia, but I do feel people give so much bias, so much bias to her and act as though she's done nothing wrong and unable to do anything wrong. Well, I can acknowledge the faults, right? I can acknowledge like that she's definitely not an angel, right? More of an angel of darkness over here. I'm just saying, on a scale of sympathy, I have more sympathy, and I'm willing to grant a tad bit more leniency towards her. Claudia's demise is the canon event of the universe in every iteration of this telling. She always goes out the same. She has to go out the same. Oh god. Talk about a Spider-Verse canon event. Alright, well, that's a good intro. We got a good like 40 plus people in here. I feel like we have maybe some people on Twitch. A series of interviews with the vampire. Oh yeah, I didn't know. Got a few people on Twitch, so welcome on in too. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. So what I want to do to kind of get the ball rolling here, and I'm going to regret this, but ooh, boy, am I going to regret this. But I thought it'd be fun to go through some of the comments. Now, I haven't really gone through these comments in full since I first posted the video and then read them. And so I had no context as I went. It just, if I go back through the analytics, what's very nice about you find ladies and gentlemen and theys, etc., he, she's, theys, etc., is that like if I go down the analytics, 96 to 98% positive overall, the like to dislikes, right? So it's a majority positive. But my first video for Interview with the Vampire back in the day, with me having I was not forewarned, and I was certainly not forearmed. So yeah, I'm very curious to see, gird your loins. Man, good luck on these comments. I'm pretty sure I'm also in there somewhere. So anyway, I'm just gonna read it. I'm just gonna see how this goes. But I have not seen these since only a year ago. This feels so much longer. Are you kidding me? Dude, the old setup too. I just had Ash from Evil Dead chilling in the background. That's crazy. Yeah, see, the like to dislike ratio. So the dislike thing, this isn't accurate, by the way. This is an extension on Chrome, but it's not entirely accurate. I'll tell you that. But okay, so yeah, this is one of the first videos I ever had. Like, Succession had some traction, but Interview with the Vampire, like, popped off. This was crazy. Yunin Wu? Oh, well, welcome on it. Oh, I see. I recognize your username. Yeah, you pop up every now and then. Okay, so starting from the top down, please do not spoil anything for this good man. Let him experience this amazingness for himself. Yeah, see, they always start off nice, and the more you scroll through... I love the confessional scene, for sure. A couple of seconds prior, they show from behind Lestat wiping his mouth. That's kind of a... Oh, so I thought there was an inconsistency in the episode, and somebody clarified it, because he actually does wipe his mouth a little bit. But it's mostly like positive. You're the perfect watcher for the show. Appreciate that. The show's incredible. Gets even better in season 2. Season 3 teaser has me in a chokehold. No, you're not looking too much into everything. You have a keen eye, and writers are so good. Paul was mentally ill. He wasn't just religious. I feel like that was pretty obvious. Oh, see, here. So here's a good one right here. So Paul was mentally ill. True. He wasn't just religious. True. I feel like that was pretty obvious. A little passive, but all right. Louis wasn't reeled in. He walked forward on his own. Sure. I mean, like, he wasn't held down and tied down and forcibly turned, but wasn't reeled in. No. Come to me. Literally, cast the line. Come to me. Like, no, wasn't reeled in, huh? I was just checking. Seeing myself, LMAO. Oh, immediately? Yeah, for real. I know I've commented on a few, nothing bad. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the bad comments. Remember, we don't know who said come to me. See, you say shit like that. I already... I'm not upset, by the way. I already... It's so hard for me to find solid footing in this show to like figure out, okay, so what do I use as a barometer, right? As a baseline. It's so hard to find a baseline in this show. Everybody in the comments was like, Odyssey of Recollection. Was it raining that night, MovieMan? Like, I'm operating based off what I know. If it wasn't, and then like in the theater, like we don't know how much I think the moment of Lestat apologizing to Louis was pretty accurate, right? And I think a lot of what they were telling on stage was accurate, but I think Lestat was embellishing sometimes, was he not? When he's like, how do you know it wasn't you who was screaming at me, I mean, sure, maybe, but we don't know for sure. I don't know. It's just, like, I guess we don't know. So I guess we're gonna get Lestat's take in season 3. Is he gonna retell the entire story? I don't know. It was Armand. What, Armand was there? Wait, what do you... What? I was about to say, to be fair, we don't know either. Someone said it was Armand. That's funny. It's a 50-50. Yes, Louis had a choice, but also Lestat chose when Louis was the most unstable and inebriated. That's what I'm saying. I acknowledge the fact that he was like, do you want me to turn you? And Louis there on the floor, traumatized, like leans in for it. But I mean, come on. Like, that, it's like... I believed him in that moment. Lestat generally sees to tell the truth, except about Antoinette. Yeah. Too bad none of them are liars or anything sometimes. It's also best to watch without trying to assign vampire lore from other shows and movies. Yeah, I learned that eventually. I said, appreciate the clarification. While I still have my reservations about the nature of the Lestat Louis courting, for some reason I didn't catch on to Paul's mental illness. Yeah, I guess I didn't catch on to the mental illness either, like early on. Maybe. The series is full of deliberate nods to other popular vamp. Yeah, so people were coming in to back me up a little bit. That was appreciated. His smile when Lestat said non-existent God, all the atheists cheered. Hey, I can't help what I am, you know? I gave myself away. I said, that's my atheist kind, and I'm proud. Lestat, our atheist icon, for real. Yeah, it's true. That's just my particular philosophy. I don't begrudge anybody for... Like, I always, if anybody's curious, and I'll make it brief, but the way that I approach it every time is I always say, I'm open to the possibility of anything being possible, right? I know what I believe, but I also know that, like, I don't believe that what I know is like the fact, the end all be all, right? It's a belief, it's an opinion. I have mine. I personally don't think anybody knows the truth. Just me. I don't really trust anybody who says, I know the truth about what happens, and then, like, boom, boilerplate it. Like, I don't know about that. But we all have our beliefs. So I just have mine based on my observations and experience. And, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll tear up my ticket like at the track where it's like, shit, I had the wrong. Well, so be it. Free Armand of all charges. He did all that, but he looked pretty. Yeah. Your Honor, my client Armand, he's just a little guy. Look at him. How can you be mad at that? Armand killed my grandma. I blame Armand. It's always Armand. The birds do speak for Paul, yes. Well, let's satisfy the birds rattling around in your cage. They both wanted to come. Real Rosie gets it. Lestat isn't necessarily atheist like Anne. He struggles with his beliefs. He says in episode 1, there's an ocean between me and Christ. I think that is an anger more than anything. I've had some friends that are like that. I've had some friends that literally went through like a deconstruction period, and maybe they're. I have one friend who she's still Christian, but she's become disillusioned to the notion of like organized religion, like seeing how people like it's kind of like in Midnight Mass, how the real horror of that series is how people that are embedded in religion in the church, how they're able to pervert the word, like the word of God, what's like written, what's been written and what is told, and use it for their own purposes, whether they're self-fulfilling or nefarious. And so she still believes and has her faith and her doctrine and all that, but in terms excuse me, in terms of like church and organization and the people that purport themselves to be like authentic real Christians, she's just become disillusioned from that notion. And then I've had some friends that have just been completely disillusioned from it and just went down this spiral of deconstruction and now just kind of living their lives. Welcome to Louis' narration. It is mesmerizing. I got so lost in Jacob's voice watching this show. Yeah, Jacob Anderson is a fantastic narrator. Armand told the truth. About what? Who knows? Ain't that the truth? Armand told the truth. About what? Who's to say? But there's some truth in there somewhere. I mean, he eventually tells the truth. I don't know. Love Midnight Mass. Honestly, I'm a big Flaniverse fan. I love Mike Flanagan's works. Midnight Mass is hands down my favorite. I just rewatched Hill House, and I'm rewatching, well, because I'm showing a friend, I'm rewatching Haunting of Bly Manor. I've seen Midnight Club, or Midnight Society, whatever it was called, and I've seen Fall of the House of Usher, but Midnight Mass is hands down, so far, my favorite Flanagan work. I adore Midnight Mass. I cry every time that show gets to me. Dude, the one innocuous one, that the moment that got to me, like my first watch so deeply, was that bit where it's like, it's the guy with the beard next to the kid, and he's like, he realizes what he's done and what he's committed, and he's just like, man, and like turns to this kid and is like, when he asks this kid, he says, will you forgive me? And it cuts so close because he was at a point where it's like he didn't need a deity, he didn't need a pastor or a priest or some like fatherly fate. Like he, in that moment, he didn't like forgiveness didn't need to be obtained from the church, the perverted church that was there on the island. Instead, it was like obtained just from like this fucking kid, dude. And that moment, I don't know why, but that broke me when I first watched him. And he's like, "Will you forgive me?" And he's like, "Yeah." And just simple as that. I don't know. It just really got to me. Hamish Linklater is insane. Oh yeah, I think no, Joe Colley was the one who he bashes his head on the table, unfortunately. Spoilers, by the way. But although that monologue got me too. You reached through time, Joe Colley. Oh God, this man just standing there as this. Well, it's a different scene though, because the girl that got shot in the spine, when the miracle happens and all that, she goes there and she forgives him, and that just decimates him. That was also, dude, Flanagan and his powerful monologues, man. Anyway, I'm getting off topic, but yeah. Sturge, yeah, Sturge. That's exactly who I'm talking about. You're correct. It is Sturge. Anne Rice's relationship to gender, religion, sexuality is fascinating. Such a wild ride. I want to go down a rabbit hole of Anne Rice interviews, honestly. I would love to. Anyway, keep on going. One of the best of recent years. We need more people to watch it. Yeah, because when I got into Interview with the Vampire, it was still something that I'd only heard tell about. And I think especially in the wake of season 2 and with season 3 coming out, more of my friends have now watched it and are excited for it. And I think it's gaining more and more steam, and I think it's probably more popular now than it ever has. Well, I want to put the books aside, but the show, or the resurgence of I don't know, acclaim and love, but the new fans, especially the TV show fans. He's an investigative journalist. Me, you're an investigative journalist. LOL. The show is perfect for theory crafting, especially season 2. I can't begin to describe how much I love this show. Just started this show 2 weeks ago. Oh, there's I just saw you in chat somewhere, didn't I? Anais? Just started the show too. So we started the show around the same time too. Finished it in 1 week. It's so good. The acting is good too. Anne Rice represents all the women who are fighting for their lives, trying to understand their place in a misogynistic society. She ran for Modern Buhos? Is that what that is? Her YouTube channel is fun to go through. I bet. Supple says I agree. And this season has marketing. I'm expecting the show to explode this year. Hopefully, it gets the credit it deserves, and it finally gets the Emmys. Yeah, at least some nominations. Hopefully, the fact that like the robbery of lack of nominations is crazy. So weird, but in a great way. She seems like it. I think you have to be a little bit odd to write something like this, but I mean that in the best way I can possibly mean it. If you're finally watching this, just want to say I appreciate the fact that you pause to speak, take the time to explain it. Yeah, glad somebody does. Glad some people do. Dude, I love the comments that are like, oh my god, just watch the episode, dude. Stop it. And I'm just like, why are we here? It's a reaction video. Though there are people out there that legitimately want just like the XQC style and format of reaction video. Okay, so here's one right here. Vampirism is an allegory for homosexuality. He wasn't being groomed, he was being courted against his judgment that's wrapped up in Catholic guilt and internalized homophobia. The greatest twist here is that you come in thinking it's a horror story, but it is actually a love story. Whereas season 2 is the opposite. Can't wait to see the rest of your reactions, though. 42 replies. Holy shit. Dare I? See, here's a comment right here. I hate when they commented earlier. I hate when people think Lestat wasn't head over heels for Louis. I guess maybe in my first watch through I might have alluded to that. Like I had my doubts maybe. Maybe I didn't directly acknowledge the romance, right? Lestat is a layered character that unfolds more in season 3, which we have yet to see, but him being an insecure person who carried over his childhood trauma and the trauma of his turning into this desperate need to be loved to the point of abuse does not negate the fact he does love Louis. They're all monsters. We're exploring their interiority. Did he mean to say inferiority? Is that a word I don't know about yet? Speaking of marketing, I've seen a lot of people complain the first 2 didn't get the same marketing. I get it, but also this interview with the vampire are so different. They did not have the same opportunities then. Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah, to clarify, I mean weird in the best way. Oh, you don't know what fuho means? I don't think I do. This is the show of unreliable narrators after all. But yeah, vampirism is always used as an allegory for any number of things, often sexuality, whether hetero or homo. And the TV series definitely does very much lean into the homosexuality angle of it specifically. I think Louis was both courted and groomed, though. I think both things were simultaneously true rather than only just one or the other, because he wasn't being courted by a human, even though the inhuman predator that was courting him does also have definite kernels of humanity inside too. So both interpretations are equally valid, I think, and I think that sort of is the point. Like, at what point does the bad negate the good, or to what extent does the good redeem the bad? An eternal question. And somebody responded, agree to disagree. What? And as much as Louis never shield away from the preternatural abilities of his best friend of a year or so, when at the gambling table and while they were having sex, he was a smart man. He made the appropriate deductions and arrived at the right conclusions about who was causing the disease in town. That's why there was a show of killing the priests in front of him that was not glamorizing his monstrosity and showing Louis what Lestat truly was. I choose to give Louis his agency. Quote, I got into that coffin by my own free will, he says as a 100-year-old vampire. To be fair, Louis said a lot of shit in the Dubai penthouse. I'll leave it at that. Whether that was, his whether there's like truth or opinion or rehearsal, who's to say? But no, I get what he's saying. I'm just being a little bit like anal, like particular. Not to get ahead in season 2, but given a century of retrospection and losing the most important people in his life, Louis said he would still be at the altar kissing Lestat, given the choice to do it all again. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like I never want to imply that he never made the choice against his will. I think what I meant to articulate when I first watched the episode was to say that it was definitely a moment of weakness. Like there's a foundation in there of genuine emotion and want and desire, but it was still quite a charged evening. That's why I was emphasizing the romance and the gothicness of it all without acknowledging the bind that ties them as love. You'll be reducing the narrative a lot. Interesting. I'm going back and forth between comments, which is crazy. Agency doesn't cancel out manipulation. Yeah. I'm just here to brag that I got to see the first episode today. What? How? What you talking about? What you talking about, huh? How? I'm so jealous the screening with Roland. Wait, screening with Roland? Was it like a press screening or something? Or, well, lucky you. Lucky. I'm not jealous at all. Actually, let me plug my laptop in real quick. I just like shut the stream off. I'm just like salty. All right. I remember meeting and talking with her assistant, who she let live with her at times. She really took care of the loved ones, and her son is awesome as hell. Oh, at the Austin TV Festival, surprise screen with Roland. Oh man, yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, good for you. Yeah, good for you. Honestly, Nashville does not get nearly as many opportunities. That's why at some point in the future, I think I might want to. I think we might want to move to like New York, or I don't know about LA or something, but like New York or shit. Hang on. Just if this can actually take off for me, or take off, but be a sustainable career, then I sure would like to be in a situation where I would be able to have more access to a lot more premieres and special events. A little stuff too. I remember like what last year? What's the Long Walk came out last year, and there was this thing to promote the movie on social, like on the socials, but it was a screening of the movie where you had to walk on a treadmill for the duration of the entire movie, and if you like stopped walking, you were kicked out, and it was like coming down to the bottom. And I was like, oh, I'd love to do that, but it was only in like LA or something. So is what it is. So happy for you. Yeah, no, I'm really happy for you, man. That's amazing. Good for you. Did you watch the TV Insider clips today? She was an absolute treasure, and I was broken up when she passed because of the reason I stated above. Right. Just talking about how kind Anne Rice was. Yeah, because you got to be pen pals with her. You remember you talking about that. The Lawn Walk mention. Lawn Walk was an excellent. I did not think Lionsgate has been struggling in years of late. But that being said, Long Walk, I was not excited by the trailer, but I was like, I'll go watch it. And my God, that ended up being fantastic. Loved Long Walk. Even after realizing you've been groomed, it can happen that you still love your groomer, and sometimes groomers are aware, half aware, or not aware of what they are doing. It's still grooming, though. Well, yeah, wouldn't that be kind of like Stockholm syndrome a little bit? Oh, you liked Project Hail Mary. I enjoyed Project Hail Mary. For me, it was like Interstellar. If Interstellar was more comedically leaning and family friendly. Anyway, um, there's more conversation about that though. I had one paragraph that got a more run on. I was at first, figured. I just think it reduces the narrative. Whoa. There's 42 comments. I don't know if we need to really get into here too much into that. Why do you feel the need to force your own opinions on other people? Just because Lestat actually likes Louis, it doesn't take out the fact he did groom him and he is abusive. My God, you psychopathic Lestat fans are so annoying. Always going out of your way to ruin YouTuber reactions. Congrats. You're always sharing your objectively incorrect opinion options and combining their actual factual truths. The writer of the books created a good story around a toxic relationship. Yeah, they do also admit it's toxic. Like, literally, like the showrunners and the actors themselves. Just because you feel the need to justify unjustifiable characters doesn't mean others should do the same. We can enjoy a character like Lestat without justifying his actions like normal people. Oh, bro said touch grass. Oh, see, this is what starts to get a little bit. Now they're like going back and forth over here. Oh boy. See, we don't need to get mean in the comments, but at the same time, engagement, I guess. But I hate it when it gets like people start attacking people like that. Crazy work. That's a full essay? Yeah, for real. Interstellar was superior, but Project Hail Mary was special entertainment value. Oh no, for sure. I still enjoyed it. It was a spectacle in IMAX. The essays are hilarious to me. I'm sorry. This fandom is the best. Crying. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The person sounds pretty forceful about their opinion too. Don't get me started, Armand fans. Yeah, for real. Everyone's so normal about this show. Yeah, for real. All right, keep on going. I mean, I had 42 replies. Just people. It's funny to me. I mean, it's cool to have the conversation, right? I don't mind the conversation and people having different opinions. And if someone has a different opinion than me, a different take, I will have that conversation back and forth, and we can discuss the intricacies of it all day long. What is funny, what gets a little bit ridiculous is when people start like fighting about it, and then you're at a point where you're fighting over what is quite literally your interpretation of the artist's like material. Like it's a work of art meant to be experienced and ideally enjoyed, but like art, it can be interpreted in many different ways, and people will literally like, yeah, there are canon elements of the story, and there's like widely shared opinions and beliefs around the narrative. But what's funny to me is when people like latch on to what they believe to be the core messaging or the crux of it all, and then they will say, well, this was the artist's intent, and the whole reason this story was created was for X, Y, and Z. And it's like you're fighting for a take. You're fighting for an interpretation of the material that like clearly is just one of different interpretations. Like, I don't know. Vampirism is an allegory for homosexuality. Where'd you get this information? The original literature had no such mention about vampires. Vampires are supposed to be living corpses. Oh, see, now we're getting into like the give it a little reductive. When Louis first met Lestat talking to Lily, he told her Lestat said only the impossible can do the impossible. That is something Lestat's first love, Nicholas, told him because they were both labeled impossible by their parents. I suppose I'll learn more about that. Unfortunately, this show is slowly getting popular, but it hasn't blown up in audience yet, so I don't think your reaction of it will blow up. Well, it did, more or less, but appreciate it. Low-key if Sam Reed came at me with the same proposition. Dude, honestly. No spoilers, but I need you to read books one. I need you to read books... Oops, sorry, I lost the comment. The books one day. I probably... You know what? After... I'm in the middle of a book reading, and they take me forever to get through for editing and uploads and all that. But I wouldn't be opposed to, like, trying to read like the Interview with the Vampire series on YouTube. That could be a fun one. Though I could also see myself getting hit with, copyright issues. Louis' moment of weakness was to unalive himself. Louis saw his life and concluded that his brother was dead. His mother blamed him for his death. His sister pitied him. His job was bad. His peers were racist. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it that way, I get that. I get what you're saying. He would have had to marry a woman to live a life of lies. Lestat gave him another option: live forever and honestly, become something bigger than human. Which I get, but at the same time, I think it's like being sold on being a vampire by a vampire salesman, and I don't recall Lestat really laying out all the pros and cons. I think it was mostly him being like, here's a life you could live, doesn't it seem so nice, and then Louis making a partially uninformed decision. Yes, I could see why he would do it given that his current life situation wasn't ideal, but the other side of that coin is like, yeah, but I don't think him, or frankly anybody who's going to become a vampire, I don't think anybody, maybe Madeline a little bit. I think out of all of our characters, Madeline may have had the best, like, the smoothest entry into it, right? Like, technically, I mean, like, given all the warnings, she knew what to expect. She was given a debrief. She was given a choice. She almost kind of had to fight for that choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only character I can think of who kind of knew the most about what to expect, but I don't think Louis really kind of knew what he was in for, like in its entirety anyway. We're all so well adjusted. Yeah, for real. There's certain subsections of each character's fan base that completely ruin the character's public image. What's so good about these kinds of shows are the duality in the characters. If you start acting like there's only one way to see things, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, I see what you. I mean, yeah. It's like playing devil's advocate, right? Like I have my opinions and such, and I have my takes on the characters, but simultaneously, I can hear out a character or their upbringing or their narrative, and I can have more understanding. I can have more sympathy. I can understand a point of view better. But you know, at the end of the day, everyone's still gonna have their opinions. But try to stay away from Twitter. Oh, I can imagine. What, you don't want to lurk around on there, see what's going on? Yo, it'd be so fun to hear his take on the books. I definitely, I would like to, let's go to watch the movie. Hell, I love hearing people's reactions to the shit that happens in the books. Shout out from Cape Town, South Africa. Holy shit. I would do an accent, but I don't want to like offend, because that's what like when you say like South Africa is like African, like the whole I think like Sholto Copley, right, where it's like Africa's not for sissies, that whole deal. Or am I thinking of the Raw in Africa? But I gotta catch the stream. It's 3 a.m. right now. Damn, dude. But loving all your interview with the vampire content. Looking forward to your season 3 reactions. People were just throwing around spoilers like crazy, even on episode 1. Oh, I can imagine. Once you put Daniel Malloy, once you put it out, oh my God, perfect example, Mouse. Once you put it out there, they decide what it is. There's no one way to read or watch this story. That is how perfectly put, by the way. Exactly. Once you put the story out there, you have no idea how the public's going to react to it, how the people are going to, like, that's, and once they decide, yeah. Keep in mind, Lestat had heard his thoughts for months. You don't see that, but he knew what this man wanted in life. He was genuine in his way and loved him deeply and was scared he would fear. Yeah. I mean, I get that. I see what everybody is saying, or everybody, but what people are saying. The problem is he's so deeply in love he can't be normal about it. Yeah, for real. Loved your commentary. Hope you keep watching. On a side note, I did not strain myself trying to find good people in the show. That's what we're talking about. There's obviously levels of cruelty, prejudice, and evil, but in general, everyone is not okay. To clarify, Lestat is sincere. I think it's important to note that. See, I'm coming around to it. I like Daniel Malloy. I saw the interview and I have my gut impressions because I'm interviewing one person telling one story, and so I'm taking his word as gospel. And then as time goes on, I get more context and I find out, well, Louis not so perfect. There's unreliable narrators. There's two sides to the story, and now season 3 is going to come along, and then I'll probably learn more. But in the meantime, I'm just operating based off what I know or don't know. But yeah. I think what's funnier to me, I think it's one thing to have this conversation with somebody like me after having watched the first 2 seasons and then saying, okay, MovieMan, so how do you feel now learning what you've learned? But I think where it went a little bit over the edge was when people, the big thing is when people will come at me, and they did with, people did it with Heated Rivalry too, where they'd come at me and they're like, how dare you not understand what this character's going through with you, sir, having just started this show and having absolutely no context for any of it. The big thing is context, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's just as simple as that. Like, we can have this conversation after I'm caught up where everybody else is, but I think it's grossly unfair for some people online to, like, come at people that are watching a show or a movie and say, how can you possibly, if anything, I'd be more excited to watch them go on the journey of discovery than to, like, feel a need to go in there and be like, how dare you not immediately understand this person's perspective? And clearly there's other people like me who felt the way that I felt when I first watched it, where I was like, man, that shit's predatory. That doesn't seem very genuine. And then people are like, how dare you, he loved him. Like, okay, but how? I only have the word of Louis, and then now you rando online, but what are you gonna do? I do the Leo accent from Blood Diamond for South Africa. Yeah, I just always think it's just a fun accent. It's an accent that I can't quite do. I can do a little bit of Australian here and there, but the African, is like, Africa's not for sissies. Or I love the way that like somebody from South Africa would say bitch, because there was a game by the makers of Amnesia. Oh hell, it was like Amnesia. Was it Rebirth? It wasn't Dark Descent. It wasn't Machine for Pigs. It was the one with Tulsi, Tulsi, I think. It's in the desert, and there's this one guy that's chasing her at one point, and he's like, "Oh, yo, butch." I'm just like, "What? Threw a U in there?" Like, I do unironically love the accent, like for real. Lestat is extremely sincere to his detriment. He's so very passionate, except when he's. But like again, I don't doubt the sincerity, but it's like if you're but then it's like all right, yeah, it's passionate. Good to be passionate, sure. When you're passionate to the point of like murder and when you're passionate to the point where you're like that tenor was out of key, I'm going to ridicule him. I'm going to show him what he did wrong, and then I'm going to slowly kill him for his crimes against art because I'm passionate. You can understand why I'd be a bit I'd be a bit reproachful. Like you can't take that stuff to heart. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I learned as the bigger that I get online that there's gonna be all manner of comments, and that's fine. It's all part of it. So even after you're all caught up, though, what's wrong with having your own opinion? People act like their conclusions are gospel. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, people like yeah, exactly. People can still have their own opinion. Sorry, I got a theme with work right now. That's totally fair. I love watching the journey of discovery. The writers crafted the narrative the way they did for a reason. He's smart, but he does dumb shit. Always making the worst possible choice. He knows better, which makes it worse. I mean, that's all. That's kind of like human. In how interestingly human of him, right? We aren't clarifying what Devil's Minion. Oh yeah, no. Let's not talk about Devil's Minion. Yeah, I'll get to all that eventually. This man's adapting, improvising. He's about to overcome. That's something I said. Do you know what you've started? This is the best on TV. It's definitely one of my favorite shows for sure. You're in for a ride. Keep in mind this series is based on a long book series, and they will reveal lore and all that as it goes. Next season, for instance, is a season focusing on a vampire that is older than this vampire, and they will have more knowledge about the history of vampires, so you can wait for that if you want to know concrete knowledge. The book was published in 76. That gives you any idea about how early the first book was written. See, that's the kind of comment that I like, where it's a mild allusion to what's to come, where it's like, you have your opinions now. Keep in mind, it's a long book series. There's plenty of lore to come along. The further you get into the show, the more you'll realize just how true this statement is. If you ever start watching any interviews with them, especially with Sam, you'll be blown away by how deeply they understand their characters. This series is closer to the Anne Rice novels and better than the 94 film. That seems to be a shared sentiment for sure. Have I seen the movie Queen of the Damned? I have not. I never got around to watching it. I always saw the poster for it. And then on a previous video, I asked if I should watch it, and there was a unanimous don't do it. So I'm kind of holding off because I think there might be spoilers if I were to watch it. Luckily, it's not a one-for-one adaptation, so we don't know what they... Yeah, I do like how, from what the book fans have been telling me, even though it's, you know, an adaptation of the book series, there's still plenty of surprises and respectful deviations. We've always been at war with spoilers. So far, I'm good so far. All I know is that I know what Gabriella looks like, and I know what Magnus looks like. That's all I know now. But that's what the trailers have shown, and I know what Nikki looks like, right? And I have a gist of these concepts. Yeah, less than 24 hours, and this jumped to 1.5 thousand. That was great. 1,500 views in like less than a day. Always great to find new reactions to the stellar show, and I actually appreciate the pauses to evaluate what was possibly going on, because in truth, it can be irritating when reactors talk over. Yeah, see, damned if I do, damned if I didn't. If I waited till the end to talk about everything, people would probably not watch that. But then if I talked over scenes, like it's being a reactor and finding the balance between when to talk and when to shut up and let a scene play out. It's tricky. It really is tricky. And I think people understand the struggle for the most part, and it's still a delicate dance that I'm trying to figure out even to this day. But I would rather people be pissed at me for pausing and discussing and analyzing than be pissed at me for talking over and ignoring and missing entire, sections or dialogue. And even then, I still miss some stuff too. But how does that song go? I'm only human. That's the big thing. Like, people are like, how could you do this? How are you not perfect? I'm just like, bro, my brother or sister in Christ, we are only human. Lestat, no, but Lestat is totally the type to play guitar in the hallway. Yes, indeed. For a guitar kid. I went to an arts high school. And all the fuck boys did the same thing. Grew out their hair, guitar in the hallway, the babes are around. Shake your dreads, ladies. Man, it really is nice to revisit the show, though. I could rewatch the show anytime, and you get more on every rewatch, and you appreciate the show. It's so well made. One of those shows where there's not a shitload of episodes out. It's just like 7 in the first season, 8 in the second one, and yet even with that, it's still like it's just such a high quality show. Someone said the Queen of the Damned movie is awful. It's awful. Don't watch it. Definitely don't watch Queen of the Damned. I wish they didn't change Gabrielle's name for the show. Well, they did. It's Harmony Cabell, isn't it? Yeah, she's Harmony Cabell. Simple as that. To be honest, it's one that it's so bad it's good. I take pausing and talking over the show any day. I appreciate it. I'm crazy. I love the pausing every 2 seconds. I try not to be too obnoxious with it. And what's crazy is when I watch movies with friends or I watch movies in public, I hate. It's my hypocrisy and the irony of the kind of person that I am. I get livid whenever I'm watching a movie in a movie theater and people interrupt in any way, shape, or form. I will get on my soapbox any day and preach to the high heavens and the gospel of the uninterrupted experience. And if I'm showing people shows or movies at home, I also don't like when people are on their phones or talking or distracted. But for the sake of what reaction content is supposed to be, like, you kind of have to. But I feel like with reaction content, it's kind of okay because I'm alone, I'm still absorbed, I'm enjoying, and I'm analyzing and appreciating the art. But in literally any other situation outside of reaction content, I also hate interruptions. But I'm not coming to watch a movie for the first time on somebody's YouTube channel as they react to it. That's just plain and simple. Same. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I saw, it wasn't so bad. I saw Backrooms yesterday. I thought it was actually solid movie, really, actually really good. But there were a couple people in there that kept whispering, and normally it could be even worse. So I'm not gonna say too much. But there was one person behind my friend, and I could hear them too. That every time something happened, they're like, "Oh my god, that thing just happened! Oh my god!" And it's that it wasn't like they didn't put any bass in their voice, but it's just that little whispering, and you would always hear the. And there was one gal, this bitch toward the front, she would like get on her phone and then she would like, it was on medium brightness, by the way, not low brightness. She would hold it up in front of her, but then she would like let her hand kind of lay off to the side and you could see it through the aisle. So I'm trying to lock in for this movie and then all of a sudden screen and then screen. And somebody must have snitched. A diehard Backrooms fan must have snitched because then a manager came in and was like, cut that shit out. No, I don't mean to get on a tangent, but nothing will beat opening night for Weapons in IMAX no less. Like literally, we were over halfway through the film, and this group of people come in. They're like 4 people, and they come in. They didn't have a ticket. They came in, they found some seats, and they were just like unashamedly just yapping. They were just talking, and they were on their phones. They were watching like TikTok reels. One had some light up Skechers shoes because the guy was clearly a fucking toddler, must have been. And they were like, I never go out to complain, and I hate that I had to because I missed like a minute, like 2 minutes of the film. But I went out and said something, and then my friend went out and said something, and only because of that, because it got to a boiling point where I was so mad that out loud in the theater I was like, I was like, can you knock it off? And this person, one of the people talking, like turned around, like didn't know it was me, but turned around and they were like, I know you're not talking to me right now. And I was like, are you, the gall, the nerve to like, you're the one that's offended right now? You're the one that like, and luckily this happened right as security walked in. They were escorted out. Beautiful moment. We all cheered by the end of it. But my God, it was like that stuff, dude, that stuff. I start to wonder about humanity in moments like that. But anyway, I'm sorry, I got off on a tangent. Anyway, Armand is the queen of the damned, but you literally never know it was him. I've definitely been a theater shusher. Oh, for sure, for sure. I used to literally be like, "Shut up." My new thing is if somebody like starts talking at the beginning of the movie, I will literally be like, "Are we gonna do this the whole movie? Like, are we yapping the whole movie, or just like there's just." It's sometimes if it's occasional, I can like let bygones be bygones. But if it gets egregious, I'm just like, dude, come on, like. I want to bring a laser pointer in, and if I see people with phones, I want to do the laser pointer. But then my friend was like, not a good idea given the climate of what's happened in theaters, like theater traumas past. As a nurse, I have zero faith in humanity. Oh, as a dude, dude and or dudette. As a nurse, thank you for your service, first of all. The shit you guys have to put up with. I have a friend who's a nurse, and the horror stories that I hear. Anyways, I think people are talking about Queen of the Damned. I'm not too familiar. Truly a lot to dig into in the show. A lot of it is left to the audience to digest and discover for themselves. Even the show does not comment on within itself. In this first episode, there's primarily Paul's character, particularly how they portray undiagnosed neurodivergence in the 1910s and how it's accepted into and viewed by society then. Of course, racial tensions, how it affect Louis, power imbalance relationship with Lestat later on, introduction of the character Claudia. Season 2 is absolutely filled with the unspoken, agreed, and careful reveal of characters as we have previously not come to know them. I love people nitpicking shows, happy to have your interest in this continue to be explored. So let's just start this journey on the Devil's Road. The writers of the show said subtext is for cowards. Oh, I forgot even Frank Freezy showed up. Yeah, shout out to Frank Freezy. Put me in touch with some editors that have been really killing it on my channel and really been helping me out. New subscriber, let the tale seduce you, sir, you're in for a ride. Oh yeah, that's right, this was before it hit, the show hit Netflix. My third rewatch. True, Lestat's timing was terrible. He turned Louis at a vulnerable moment, yet you find out in Lestat's backstory he was not given a... he was not given a choice or an option. He was taken and left alone, so maybe Lestat felt he was offering him the dark gift, unlike what happened to him. That's a fair kind of, from Lestat's perspective, based on what his turning was like. I can see that. Yeah, for sure. Please continue. You really get it. Incredible stuff. Good show. If you love aesthetics, the show is for you. Keep watching. So excited. Wonderful job by the actors. You're so unserious. LOL. Yeah. I mean, sometimes. YouTube did a good job. Yeah, a lot of really positive stuff. I'm waiting to see the negative stuff. I can't wait. I'm really... Don't spoil this for him. The pen click is sending me. Yeah, when I was like, well, click, go into it. Nurses deal with the most. For real. Frank's a good dude. Love Frank. Oh yeah, Frank Freezy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Big shout out to Frank Freezy. Oh, really? Dude, Frank's a better man than I, then, honestly. Not choosing to not react because of the obnoxious stands. You know what? At this point, I'm too ingrained in the soup and in the stew. Like I know what's gonna happen. And you know what? Even the good, the bad, the ugly, I love you all for it. Like it is what it is. Wasn't reacting. That's unfortunate. Frank turned me on to Fox Taco, who abandoned Black Sails after season 1, and I can't forgive him for that. Blue balled. Oh, damn. Usually I don't like when people talk too much, but your comments are actually interesting. See, I'll take that, sure. It's so funny that you get into being envious of people with faith in this video. Oh yeah, because I talked about that a little bit. Before I found this show, I found myself lost in trying out different religious thoughts, even though I don't believe in any of it. I think the amount of feelings this show brings about in me in terms of religion, love, longing, loss, and immortality, I'm good with the show, the books I'm reading now, getting very lost with my pals I made on TikTok. Maybe The God was the TV show we watched along the way. Honestly. Everybody just quick comment and let the tail seduce you. Yeah, for sure. Are we almost at the end? How many more comments are there? Well, yeah, maybe it's better if I go to the very bottom. If I just go to the bottom. I'm gonna regret it, but like how many? Because there's supposed to be. I probably can't read them all. There's only a little over 400. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Let's go to the very bottom. Sure. I liked most of. Damn, I liked most of them. Jesus. Oh, House of Sledge. I remember seeing that username on Patreon. Not the Auga. Yeah. Honestly, you know what? The comments. See, that's what I'm saying. A lot nicer and a lot more hopeful than I think it's because when I post one of these, I see through YouTube Studio, I get notifications on that in YouTube of comments as they come in. So even if it's one that's kind of buried under the positivity, oh Robert, one buried under the positivity, I'll see the negative ones as they arrive, and then I'm like, oh no. But as we can see, most of this is pretty positive. Even a little tippy tip, appreciate that. Damn, 35 ads in a 1-hour video. I mean, that's just YouTube though. Got to make a living, right? Oh yeah, see, Jesus, an ad every 5 minutes. That's just how it's programmed. 35 ad. I mean, I don't know if that's facetious or not. 35 is pretty crazy. I don't even see it anymore because I do premium, but I get how that could be annoying. Sir, did you court Nicki Minaj? I'm still Florence's biggest hater. I don't care. I think it's frustrating you don't see that clearly Paul's schizophrenic and not just religious. Maybe it's hard to see, but that's not him choosing religion. He's mentally ill. Otherwise, great video so far. Yeah, I didn't see it immediately. But I did speak on it, though, eventually. Is there going to be an episode 2? I hope he's not going to watch this show just to bleed it for views. Definitely not. I ended up falling in love with the show. Oh, see, and then people are pretty, like, civilized. Yeah, there's a book spoiler chat on Patreon right now. I gotta get a Discord online at some point, and there can be a whole spoiler thread in Discord for sure. I love being able to help connect people that are like have similar passions in a community, you know. Lestat's actions in the church were impulsive and emotional, so I wouldn't compare that moment to manipulation, grooming, or abuse. He was in a rush to make Louis see his side and become his companion because he impulsively killed Father Matthias because of his own beef with religion. Father Matthias has been Louis' priest since he was young, and here Louis confesses his sins, which include having sex with Lestat. He hates that religion has made Louis feel ashamed of who he is. He thinks Louis is 1,000% perfect, pimping, drinking, gambling, homosexuality, and all, so that pissed him off. He doesn't think Louis needs to change a thing. I don't think he calculated it. His timing was horrible, but there was really no other time to do it. Louis is literally unalivable and begging for death. Well, anyway, I don't want to get too bogged down in the comments of this one episode here. Oh, we're at the end now. So it wasn't as negative as I thought it was. There was some, like, severe comments here and there, but we can move on. Episode 2. We're going to be here forever. I got to be quicker. Like, I think the first one has the most comments for sure. And then from there, definitely changes a little bit. Because the first one had like almost 500, like a little over. Whoa. Oh, because I was surprised at the reception. It's pretty great. Wow. Oh no, just as many. Okay, well, great. Patreon is the least toxic for Interview with the Vampire. YouTube is way worse. Oh, 100%. 100%. But even then, YouTube's not terrible, but definitely is the most, let's say, opinionated, I suppose. You're so Daniel Malloy coded with your constant side eyeing of Lestat. That's what I'm saying. Daniel's like my favorite character, for sure. Another reminder, no hints or leading comments. Let him feel the way he feels. See, I love this shit. Let him feel the way he feels and experience the journey like we all got to. I think people were mostly on the same page. Everybody in the comments is like, don't answer his questions. Lestat loves Louis, but he's definitely a predator. All vampires in the show are toxic and damaged people. Just some are worse than others. Yeah, people have been talking about it even in this chat right now. Chat, does MovieMan need to know what a Fujoshi is? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, see, your take on Lestat's characterization is, in my opinion, exactly how a person watching the show with no prior knowledge of the books should be receiving it. He has his sweet and funny moments, but the show up to this point does not shed him, put him in a positive light overall, and book readers getting upset over you being critical of him, and I'm a book reader who loves Lestat, and I think that allows for a little bit more sympathy for show Lestat. Should really be looking at it from the perspective that you do not have any other context. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We can take a break from the comments though, because I don't want us to get just like only comments. Somebody said there's a new teaser, right? We can look into that real quick. Is it on the official AMC? Or somebody can link it, I suppose, if my chat allows for links. Yeah, there it is. Okay. An inside look at the vampire Lestat. Well, fingers crossed, so far, none of the Interview with the Vampire videos or content have gotten like any copyright problems or anything. Debuts June 7th. The metaphors and stuff regarding turning someone is so interesting, actually. Yeah, for sure. He won't chill his patrons, but I will. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, the Zeppel sausage is a real one. Not gonna lie. Claudia is the one single vampire who asks for consent to turn someone. Yeah, that's true. I believe. Yeah, that's true. As far as the show goes, yeah. I don't know about anything outside of the show. Yeah, what I always say about Patreon is this: like I don't um I don't lie about like the way that I advertise my Patreon is saying, hey, if you like what you see here and you want to see more of this, but uncut, uncensored, and you want to support help support the channel, Patreon's great for that because the more people that go over there, you're getting the benefit of early content, full, uncut, like unedited in its entirety. So a true unadulterated experience. And in doing that, the more people that I have sign up over there, and I've had people like having even just the roughly 230, 40-ish people that I have has made I all the money I make on Patreon, I'm pouring into the channel in one way or another, whether it's equipment, whether it's my editors, especially thanks to people like you at home supporting on Patreon, I can give my editors more and more content and have them get content out to me. I can get more content out quicker and get through more series, etc., etc. So of course it's a big help to me, and I would love it if it grew and was massive, and I was like, if there was an influx of money, and then I could just like shovel content and get more out there and get better equipment, etc., etc. That being said, I never want to be that guy because I really don't want to be that guy who's like, hey, I really could, man, I could really use the help. You got to go over there. You really got to, everybody's got to chip in their part. I'm making all this. I deserve this or something. Like, never. I never would be. If you can't do it, by no means. That's why I make sure all this is on YouTube for sure. Like, at the end of the day, I make it on a platform where you can, ads aside, you can access it easily, right? So, there's no obligation. There's incentives, but I would never want there to be any pressure on anybody to feel like they should or have to. It is a cool bonus that if you can do it, great. And the more people that do it, of course it benefits me. Of course it does. But I try to make sure that benefit is also like the wealth is redistributed in terms of entertainment and content. But all that to say, yeah, thank you to all the patrons. And if anybody does want to join, then the more the merrier, of course. And there's great chats that happen over there. I usually prioritize Patreon comments first. I get content out there because I can get it so easily out there. I can watch a show, quick edit, upload, as opposed to watch a show, send it to the editors, they edit, they bring it back to me. I go through it, add on beginning, end, schedule it, upload it, etc., etc. So it's like more efficient. But anyway, I need editors myself. Maybe I need a Patreon. If you have I'm lucky that I have an audience that is like down to clown, basically. Do we think Lestat doesn't get Louis consent, or do we think it's moot because Louis is too traumatized and steeped in grief to clearly consent? I It's a tricky question. I mean, like, I think that end of the day, I think that if Louis had been like, no, thank you, I don't think Lestat would have forced it upon him. I just think the circumstances, it was a rough night, and Lestat happened to catch him in a rough time. And you can look at that as Lestat like taking that opportunity, and no, you can look at it as a decision made in not the best headspace. Or you could look at it as Lestat caring for this man and wanting to offer him a way out that could be mutually beneficial. I think you could look at it both ways. What's the canon way to look at it? Everybody kind of has their own take on that. I can see both sides. Does your Patreon offer annual membership? I not right now. You mean like like a price? Oh, you know what? Like a price somebody could pay for an annual fee that would be cheaper than if you would pay month to month. No, but I could. I mean, I could implement that. I'm not opposed to it. I'm curious. I didn't know there was like a yearly option, but I'll look into it. I would definitely be down for an annual membership. Oh shit. I mean, yeah, I'll look into the option. If Louis denied Lestat, I think he would have. You think he would have offed himself? That's the thing. Louis's whole life is lose lose. Yeah, I mean, he was at a really bad moment. Like he fell back to the church to like seek solace and help and all. Well, I'm curious. I'm curious how the night would have transpired if Lestat hadn't intervened. Louis was at a low point, and he went to the church to seek to confess and to offload his trauma onto to talk to anybody, to find anyone he could like talk to about what he's been through. Now, what would Father Matthias have done if that was Father Matthias? What like how would that conversation have gone if Lestat hadn't ripped him out of the confessional? I don't know. Would he have been able to kind of bring him back down to earth and get him even keel? And would Louis have kept on living his usual life? Who's to say? But I think it is there very well could be a version of events where that's how it transpired, where he lets it all out. He has an emotional like breakdown, gets it all off his chest, and then Father Matthias has a conversation with him, perhaps. Or perhaps he does just kind of, take his life in that moment. I don't know. Not cheaper, but a one-time pay would be great. It's an interesting combo for sure. So you think that so interesting. So you would rather pay the monthly price in advance for a year than do the monthly? Is there like not that I'm against that notion, but I am curious what the reasoning for that is. We can honestly debate about the nuance on consent on vampires turning forever. Honestly, yeah, no, honestly, we can get really bogged down into it. By the end of season 2, though, Louis thanks Lestat for the dark gift. Oh, sure, sure. I mean, yes, he does. He comes around to it. But what? Again, we could keep talking about this forever. Honestly, annual is an option. You know what? Yeah, if people want it, I'll implement an annual option for sure. I do think the crisis Louis was having wasn't going anywhere, even if he had been talked down that specific night. It was inevitably going to come to a boiling point, in my opinion. I just like having it paid and done. I love your content. Well, I appreciate that. Again, it means so much to me. I mean, yeah, if people, I give the people what they want. If people want that option, I will 100% make that an option. Anyway, an inside look at the Vampire Lestat. So this came out literally 5 hours ago. Do I have graphics? Hang on, I want to make sure before. Is it gonna? Okay, cool. I want to make sure I had graphics acceleration on. Everybody can see it, I'm pretty sure. How loud is that? That should be loud enough. Hey y'all, hey, right back at you. Poor Lou. One and done, and don't have to monitor a monthly account. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I'll add it on. I'll add it in there for sure.
I am the vampire Lestat. I am
Oh, that's Lestat. Okay, I was wondering.
a god. Lestat's always been very involved with music. If he's gonna tell his own story, he's gonna do it in a performative way.
Speaking of which, if anybody's curious, people have recommended it in the past, and it is on my list for sure. I do want to watch the newsreader. I love Sam Reed's performance in Interview, clearly, and I'm a big fan of Anna Torv, right? Is it Anna Torv? Hang on. Anna Torv, yeah. I love her in Mindhunter, and I also really enjoyed her in Last of Us. But I people have told me that Newsreader is great. I think once Vampire Lestat is the season ends, and I'll probably watch it once. I'll probably do a rewatch with Old Dark Wave, and then I don't want to say to capitalize on the popularity, but I think to keep feeding the hole that will have been left until Sam Reed returns for the next season. I do plan on doing a reaction for the newsreader at some point. I think I just started doing the Terror first because Devil in Silver recently came out. All my favorite Patreon people here. Oh yeah, much love. I see all. I recognize all these names. It's good to have everybody here. Love you all as well. Did I miss any Twitch comments by chance? No, Twitch, it's not nearly as hopping. Love Newsreader. So excited for you to watch Newsreader. I feel like anything it gives away is out of context or just fuel to speculate. Have been holding out hope for Newsreader. No, that's the thing. Most of the shows that are recommended on YouTube that people ask me to watch, they go on a list and they are shows that I want to watch. But it's the process of like the more shows that I take on because I want to offer variety. I don't want to just be two shows at a time. I would burn through them quicker, but I want to offer variety to people that are asking for it. So that's why I'm doing Attack on Titan, as well as soon to be Vampire Lestat, as well as Mr. Robot, as well as well as The Terror, as well as I'm losing track even right now, as well as I'm forgetting literally. But that's just the thing is that like watching when you get to the point where you're watching over 3 shows at once and you're making content for all of them, it's just a matter of balancing them all out and then trying to do that on top of offering Patreon exclusive content. So there are shows on there that you can only watch on Patreon. Like when Darkwave and I watched Devil May Cry, or like the movie watches, for example, our first reaction to K-pop Demon Hunters, or me watching Blue Moon or something like that. So it's a balancing act of trying to get all that content onto YouTube and balance all those shows in conjunction with movie reviews and gameplay, book read-throughs, vlogs, as well as Patreon, and making sure that I'm not leaving any Patreon members out and giving exclusive access for them for other content that they also would be interested in seeing. Perfect show to watch during the next hiatus. That's what I was thinking of. That's my plan. So Newsreader is 100% on my list, and I will watch it most likely after the season. And The Sopranos, yes, of course, The Sopranos, which is 6 seasons, by the way. So that's gonna be a fucking all these journeys. Like it's good. There's content, and I love all these shows that I'm watching, but there are so many shows. Gifting people members is a nice thing on YouTube. Oh, like gifting membership. Like I'm trying to figure out how best I could do memberships on YouTube, but I've been contemplating it. I don't know what I can get away with. Like I'd offer the same things that Patreon has, but copyright's still an issue. Am I going to watch Spider Noir? Yes, I very much am going to watch it. Am I going to do it on Patreon? I don't know. Your Mr. Robot reactions are impeccable. I love Mr. Dude. I am so happy people recommend me shows that are as good as they are. Mr. Robot is fucking fantastic. I'm upset that I'm upset that I waited over a decade to watch it, but I'm happy that I'm able to do so in the context of a reaction series on YouTube with the audience that I have. It's technically 7 seasons. You'll love Sopranos. Every character sucks. Oh yeah, get ready for another suck sesh then. Sounds like.
Dude, what the fuck? G minor sus out. Hey, dude, that was sick.
What? That's a little severe, wasn't it, buddy? Mocking him, G minor. It's the fucking tenor all over again. At least you didn't bleed him dry.
This whole season serves as a shrink to Lestat, and it's about Lestat working out who he is.
Lestat tries to figure out how to feel about the fact that his ex has written a best-selling book about him in which he's vilified, and
That's how he signs the books for fans. Not even his name, just opens it to a random chapter. Lie. Or maybe he knows the page by heart. He probably does. Just like opens it up, lies. There you go. I'll bring you the vodka bottle later if you want. And yes, it is a vodka bottle.
he starts off by having a tantrum and forming a rock band.
Having a tantrum.
vampire Lestat.
I like how his version of a tantrum is literally like, I'm gonna start a rock band.
What are you going to do if you live forever? You want things that are going to make you feel the most that you can possibly feel.
Man, this is part of why I'd be so nervous about, like, I love the idea of acting and I would like to do more of it because I've you know, dabbled in, I've done voice work, you know, my read-throughs on my channel, and I've done like skits before my movie reviews and all that, but I've never been like, I wouldn't consider myself a professional actor. I've done more in the world in the world of voice work, but I would feel so much pressure as an actor, like all the people and time and effort that's gone into, like, you see the setup for these shots, right? Like, dude, the setup in a literal venue, no less, because they have the, well, I guess they built the bar. They could have done this on a sound studio, like a sound stage. But my point is, all the effort that goes into like just securing like a sequence or a shot or a few shots, and I be the actor who has to be up there, and I have to like nail my lines, nail the performance, do the best that I can, and by that headspace, I'd be worried that I would fuck it up. I'd be worried that I wouldn't be good enough, 100%. I would be beyond paranoid. I mean, you have to have a certain amount of confidence as an actor. And I think for me, it would be like fake it till you make it blind confidence, where it's like, I'm going to do the best I can right now. And I have to just blindly go for it. But I would be immensely insecure about not being good enough and about not being able to give the people what they want or to be able to embody the character that I'm portraying. I'd be so paranoid. All that pressure. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to like, I'm not trying to put actors on a pedestal above your normal human being and like romanticize the whole endeavor, but I do think that it's, being an actor is a lot more complex than what people usually give it credit for, especially like live theater, for example. Like, I gravitate towards film and television myself, but live theater and performances especially, like, you got to be on the ball. Even like improv comedy. Sam Reed is so self-deprecating, so I hope he learns to take compliments this season. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's how I would be. I really hope that it wouldn't go to my head. Like, I've thought about that with like YouTube as well. I'm worried that like I don't know if I'll ever be like big on YouTube or or a platform, or I don't know if I'll ever become a true influencer or a like a online personality of note that makes a career off of it. I would like that. Be awesome. That'd be super cool. It would feed some parts of my, you know, if I'm being real, it feed some parts of my soul and my heart, you know, that I'm probably trying to fill, like some certain holes in there. I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't feed my ego to an extent. I'm just worried that if I did get what I want in that regard, I mean, would it change me? Would people be like, man, I followed you at the beginning and now you're a different person? Like, would I start doing content differently? Would I become a slave to the algorithm? Would I start like caring less about putting out quality content? I like to think that I wouldn't, but dude, what do they say? Like, like money, like power corrupts, money and power does. Like, someone like Sam Reed, at least in terms of like how he faces the public, yeah, it seems to be this guy is self-deprecating and a little bit hard on himself and all that. But there's some actors out there that are the opposite, like, you know, like The Rock, like like Dwayne Johnson or some other. I hear some actors like Edward Norton are difficult to work with, but I wouldn't want to become. I also wouldn't want the other side of that, where I become so sure of myself, my ego is so inflated, and I'm so like yeah, like, ah, yes, I am the shit. I am this ethereal being, and people come and support and flock to me and want. I don't want that either. But it's like threading the needle in that balance of becoming, I don't know. I feel like some content creators, like, for some reason, Markiplier jumps into my head first. I think that he's aware of the influence that he has and the power that he has, and sometimes he flexes that muscle to get things done. But I think he does so in a overall positive way. But I do wonder. I mean, I don't know. There's some content creators out there where it's the opposite, especially in the manosphere. But I don't want to get too deep into all that. But I hope he learns to take his flowers. Live theater performance is unreal. He's always been so sweet towards the other cast members, always willing to share the spotlight. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. It's good to hear. I think he's devoted to staying normal and not let all this stuff go to his head or change him. I think it's the important thing to do. The whole cast puts the work first. We couldn't ask for better casting. Manosphere. Yeah. Oh, good documentary to watch on Netflix, though. Louis Theroux Inside the Manosphere. It's nothing unexpected, but it was a solid documentary. It was an interesting look inside of it from a guy who just went in to kind of observe and notate. Plus, when you create content from home, it's hard to feel how big you actually are because you're so isolated. Yeah, it's still crazy to me. Even after hitting the fact that I have 9,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is not a massive number, but is pretty massive compared to where I was when I first started. And the fact that it is mind boggling to me in the best of ways that I have people on here, and especially, like, or I shouldn't say especially, people on here, or even Patreon or social media in general, people that, like, are here and there's an audience and people are like, oh, we're waiting for you to do X, Y, and Z. Like, that's like crazy. I still have a 9 to 5. I will say, though, I haven't shared this yet, but I went to MomoCon in Atlanta this last weekend, and there was a very surreal moment. And I'm gonna tell this as just factually as I can, and is just like, because it was surreal for me. But I was attending a con. I was filming for, the vlog that I'm eventually going to edit and put on my channel for it. And I was just we were at a Capcom photo shoot. Specifically, it was Devil May Cry. My partner was dressed as Lady, and then another one of our friends was in it. All this, but I'm filming, and this gal starts looking at me, and I'm like, huh? And like, and I don't notice it until she starts walking up to me, and this gal walks up to me and is like looks me up and down for a moment, and I kind of like look at her. I'm like, what's up? I didn't say that, but she was like, are you on YouTube? And I was like, no fuck. I was like, no way. I was like, no fucking shot. This is happening right here, right now, like this. Because I had never had anybody like this. Had never happened to me before. And she was like, are you on YouTube? I was like, yes, I do have a channel. And then, I shit you not, she was like, she took a moment, she thought about it, and she was like, movie man. And I was like, no. Literally, I like hard skipped a beat. I was like, I could tell, like, my face flushed. I was like, I didn't know how to act, because I was like, nobody has ever, aside from like friends and people like maybe I meet at work, or through work, or like friends or whatever in my day-to-day life, but I'd never been recognized in any public forum. And for this, and it makes sense, it was at a convention, right? Like, that totally makes sense. It wasn't on the street. We were at a convention, all for the same thing. And this gal was like, yeah, you're Movie Man, right? I was like, yeah, that's me. And she's like, yeah. And sure enough, she was like, I love your Interview with the Vampire series. And I was like, well, of course it's Interview with the Vampire. But I was like, dude, that's awesome, thank you so much. And I was more, once I realized that, like, oh yeah, shit, she legitimately recognizes me and watches me, I just, the tables flip, and I was like, dude, thank you for fucking watching. That's great. This is insane. It was insane. I was like, that's so awesome. Thank you for the support. Hope you're looking forward to season 3. Thanks. And then we just parted ways. But I was like, what? Like, no, you gotta be kidding me. What? Yeah. I've never in my life, it was so cool. And I want to give him a shout out. Like, I want to give her a shout. I don't know if she has like a social media or anything like that, or like, if she's like, longtime watcher or whatever. But if you know who you are and you're seeing this, and maybe I'll make a post about it or something. But no, if you know who you are, please speak up. Yeah. It was incredibly sweet. But it was also like, so I'm not gonna let it go to my head, and I never want to be that person who's like, yeah, yeah, people know me. Like, no, never. This was a 1 in a million shot. I recognized two unrelated YouTube reactors at a con I went to last year, and they were both so surprised and delighted. Yeah, it's great. You make their day. My day was made. I mean, that it was a great day. It was a great weekend. MomoCon was super fun. It was a great time. Okay, Mr. Big Time. Yeah. No, again, 15. Might I remind everybody, 15 years. Like it's almost been. I think. Wait, no, 12. Hang on. What's math? I failed pre-calculus. 26 minus 12. Okay, I'm currently on year 14 of having a YouTube channel, period. So it's been a little over 14 years, but yeah, almost like over a decade, almost a decade and a half. But it happened, and even if it only happens that one time, that was still it was fucking cool, dude. It was a cool little moment. I was just like, oh shit, like good for you, though, honestly. No, I appreciate it. I recognized the guy from the local sandwich shop at an event, but I couldn't remember where I knew him from. I was way too enthusiastic with how I waved at him. It's cool recognizing somebody. That's dedication. Yeah, I started YouTube back in I started with my now unfortunately dead best friend, but we started doing vlogs for fun back when we were in fucking high school. And that's how I got the nickname, was because the friend that I started it with would like call me the movie man because I always watched movies, and it just kind of stuck. And then we started doing vlogs, and then I grew up watching reaction like gaming content, right? Like PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, all the usual suspects, right? So because I grew up watching that, I wanted to emulate it and I wanted to do it. And if you go back to, oh my God, if anybody wants to see some peak cringe, by the way, some like, because I have literally over 3,000 videos on YouTube. If you go back to like my first uploads, and you find the first time I started trying to do like first of all, the vlogs are hilarious if you want to see me be an awkward an awkward rambling young man. But you go back to my old stuff just to laugh. Oh, 100%. Um but yeah, the olden days were rough. It was years of trying to figure out how to use capture cards and how to edit and how to upload and record, and the desynced audio nightmares that I went through with trying to never use a Roxio Game Capture HD Pro. That was the worst fucking piece of hardware I've used in my entire life. Elgato is the way to go. It's the gold standard. But watching my content improve from being like on a headset mic and doing what I do, and then literally it wasn't until the last few years that I started doing like I used to do like movie commentary audio tracks on here, and I've been doing movie reviews for years and gaming content for literally over a decade. But it wasn't until I think the first reaction videos I made were for the first season of Last of Us, and even then it was kind of a learning curve. And then yeah, the first series that I did to actually like catch views was Succession, and then Interview with the Vampire. The rest is history. But yeah, you want to go back to like I have been making YouTube videos fairly consistently for over 14 years of literally almost half my life. And I love doing it. I love this shit. I love it. I love making content, cultivating an audience of people that we all can share and appreciate the same things. And then yeah, all of it probably feeds some like part of me that wants attention. Of course, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. But I like I like to think that I started this with good intentions, and I try to keep doing the same stuff. I did go back to your old stuff. So cute. Cute is certainly a word for it. Cute is certainly a word. You don't have to answer, but how old are you? Oh, this is a fun one. This is a fun one. All right, you know what? I don't care, because if you watch the right videos, you'll know exactly how old I am. Here's the question: how old do you think I am? How old do you think I am? Pre mustache vibes, yeah, pre mustache and beard Oh, me trying to have the patchy ass beard back in the old videos. Oh my God, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment thinking about it. All right. We got 33 going over here. We got 33 going over here. We got 30 going over here. 30 going over here. We got 25, 25, 25, 35 over here. We got 30. Baby face, yeah, for sure. Early 30s. Okay, okay. Go look at his old stuff, Melissa. Oh Lord. Can't imagine me without a mustache. That's the crazy part, right? This thing's only been around since like 2022. But I guess that is 4 years. 35, 20s, 30s, 27. Ooh, yeah, these guesses are about right. Yeah, yeah. All right, any final submissions? I'm 25 and I think you're older than me, but that's all I got. I'm so bad with guessing age. I mean, to be fair, I've always people have told me that I have like what do they call it? Like an old soul, just in the way that I carry myself and the vernacular that I use. I may have failed pre-calculus, but god damn it, am I good with English? I was an English AP for sure. I know all them fancy $5 words. I think 34. Bro, for a split second, I was like, wait, how old am I? I was like trying to remember. I'm like, all these ages. I'm like, I'm actually, wait, like, I feel like you said it once. I've definitely said it for sure at some point. Okay, we got all of our bets in. Okay, and the winner is technically it is Paddington would be proud. Orange Marmalade is the winner of that particular poll. Yeah, I as of January just turned 30. Just turned 30. So of course that meant my lower back was out. I've started I've started forgetting things. I now get, my knees creak and groan. I can't stay awake long hours anymore. I'm gonna shut down the channel pretty soon. 30, flirty and thriving. Capricorn, Aquarius, and for what that's worth. Not that I subscribe to any of that personally, but that's the part. It's funny because I'll say Aquarius, and then I'm like, not that I believe any of that. And the first person the person that asks me, well, then just they'll be like, "How very Aquarius of you." I'm just like, okay, like what do you want me to say here? I was the year of the rat, but Aquarius, yes. To be fair, I feel like you said it in a reaction somewhere. Oh, for sure. Dude, I have some like I mean I've never doxed myself online, but I made I made a I don't know if I deleted the video or not. I mean it exists, but I guess I'm drawing attention to it now. But I made like a college submission video once, and I'm pretty sure in that I got to go back and look at it because I think in that video I give my name, my age, what I'm trying to study, what I want to do with life and all that. So I mean, especially during live streams, I've definitely talked about I don't mind talking about like life and kind of like what I am. Found my first gray on my 30th birthday. Oh no. See right there it is. I fucking told you. You give Aquarius for real. I fucking knew it. Like there's always one. There's always one who's like, makes sense. Like, all right. Like, well, damn it if I do, damn it if I don't. This reminds me of when Eric was on that season 1 podcast getting existential about age. Oh lord. I actually haven't gotten existential about my age yet. January birthdays are on top. Let's go Aquarius. I find it so weird. 20s are considered so young, but as soon as you hit 30, it's like you're old. I mean, I definitely look. I am chronically online, so I try to keep up with the meme culture, and I know a young person or two, thanks to new familial connections. So they keep me up to date with the vernacular, so I kind of know the lingo. I'm hip with the kid. It's like Steve Buscemi. Hello, fellow teenagers. Like, I don't know. I still have like my young at heart tendencies, but I'm definitely an old soul. So I find it so weird. So 20s are I know where you live. Your age, I know enough. 30 is so young. That's what I'm saying. Look, I knock on wood. I'm knocking on a literal wooden desk right now. If I play my cards right, I've got at least several more decades ahead of me. Pending disaster, if we're not counting some like unforeseen disaster. But yeah, I got plenty of life ahead of me. I mean, do I feel older? A little bit sometimes. But like I don't know. Like if I go like liberal estimates, I'm about a third of the way through my life. I'm about a third of the way there. If I live to 90, fucking sweet, right? But like, I'm being realistic about it. Best case scenario. But even though I look at it that way and I say I'm a third of the way there, this last third of my life, 30 years, right? It didn't fly by. So much has happened. So much has happened. It's so condensed. So, you know, even if I only get like another 30 years, that's still 30 years, man. That's so much stuff. I Looking at life through a more positive lens has helped me because I've talked about it before in Interview with a Vampire, but my more depressive years, I still have my bad days, but I've had some serious, like really depressive years and some heavy contention with suicidal ideation and it's been some rough stuff. It's been rough going, but looking at life less like everything is pointless and what am I doing here, to like, no, we get to exist in a time where Interview with the Vampire is getting a fucking series adaptation that's good. We get to exist, I get to exist in a time where David Lynch was alive at the same time that I was. Just like, you can go down the whole list of all the really cool shit that we get to like experience and be alive for and go through. It's like when I watched dude, I remember when I watched that Disney movie Soul for the first time when I was still depressed, and like there's that sequence toward the end where for 5 minutes I didn't want to just like like it reminded you of all the little things. W air signs. Jesus, hit your 60s, you babies. What? Always some girl with a nose ring to tell you about how your sign is giving you issues. Uh-oh. I've started getting really existential about age recently. Ironically, a notable theme of Interview with the Vampire. Whenever I start thinking about it too much, I realize I just need to put myself to bed. Yeah, it's easy to go down the rabbit hole. You just can't fall into those pitfalls, right? I'm 20 this fall. Too much to think about. Honestly, it's fine. It's life. Like we're gonna get old. We're gonna grow up. That's all there is to it. Just enjoy it. Just try to enjoy it. My biggest piece of advice: work-life balance. Don't let yourself like it's important to have a good work ethic, but don't let any work entity or corporation blow your back out for their profit. Like it's just make sure to have that balance. Provide for yourself and those that matter to you, but don't shirk your own personal responsibility of enjoying life and doing things. Wait till 40, bro. It's the new 30. Of my life, January 15th, Capricorn. Wish she and I had worked out. Oof. Early 30s is low key the sweet spot to be turned into a vampire. Yeah. Hey, if there's ever a time, I still remember when people looked at my canines and on the videos and they were like, "Is he? Like, is he? You can't say that you're not." I'm just like, all right. Like, I'm in my 50s and feel my age the most when I'm online getting told us old shouldn't be mixing with the youngs. I have no issues with I for the most part I have no issues with like anybody of like the I think it's just like the same thing with the young people, right? Whether it's like elderly or the youth. I think just like don't be a piece of shit, I guess. Like just like let's all try to be good people. Because I've met some like intolerable elderly people in my life, and I've met some intolerable young people, some like little shitheads in my life. I think it goes both sides of the age aisle. Just like try to be good. But everybody's always it's so easy to get galvanized against people that are like the other, right? So that's they want to keep us divided. I just graduated this month and I'll be 19 in October and I still can't believe it. Oh, congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are having their graduations this month. No, I mean, yeah, you get your whole life ahead of you. But it's crazy, right? Like you're about to hit 20. I remember how I felt. I remember when I felt when I hit 18 and I was like, freedom. And as a kid, I was like, give me responsibilities. And now here I am and I'm like, the bills, the bills. Enjoy it while you enjoy the lack thereof while you can. I remember when I turned 21. I remember when I turned 30. 19, you're too young to be here. Hey, now, there's never, if Claudia could be turned at her age, then I think anybody can be here. Being a teacher has always kept me mentally young. It's fun to watch teachers that have TikTok or Instagram accounts that like record their teaching style, but also in the classrooms. And it's them. The fact that teachers have had to alter their curriculum to like keep up with the brain rot is I as as the kids would say, I think we're this some generations are cooked. But to be fair, I'm not going to pretend we didn't have our dumb shit because when I was growing up it was like, oh, YOLO, or it was party rockers in the house tonight and all this shit. Like it was I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that could date me. Um but I'm not going to pretend that we didn't have our own stupid sayings and parlance back in the time. It just changes as the years go on. I will admit though, the new vernacular these days is pretty like, I mean, some make sense like fire, cooked. I do say like brother a lot, or people are like holy, but like there's some that are pretty crazy where it's like, oh, she's birthday or whatever they say. I don't know. Like there's there's some where it's a little bit much. Never too young or too old to be annoying. Facts. Fucking facts. Kind of slapped me into appreciating being alive. The bills, yeah. Elderly. What do you want me to say? The elderly. I've met that being said, I've met some fucking rad people that have like, that are like 60, 70 plus that have just lived interesting lives, and they're just the like I've met some like just chill elders that are just like down to earth, they're cool, they impart their wisdom. But then you have the ones that are like, oh, fucking kids and all this. I moved out of New York because it was too liberal over there. And I'm just like, all right, dude, take it easy. Like, what? I guess, all right, you're in the South. Well, welcome on in. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you, Marjorie, for the 6.99 Canadian. That is Canadian, right? When you put out your 1-1 reaction video to the vampire, I found you so thoughtful and perceptive, and I spread the link all over the fandom. I think I remember you doing that, because then somebody shared a link with me, and like my video had been like put over in different like social media places. No, thank you so much. I appreciate that. No, it's the best thing people can do. Liking, subscribing, sharing, and like spreading the word. Because I remember I hadn't planned on watching Interview with the Vampire when people first started asking. It wasn't on my list immediately, and then I don't know what it was, but I was just getting into reaction content specifically, and then somebody like there were like 4 or 5 very passionate people. Well, I was taking polls, I was watching Succession, I was like, hey, what other show should I watch? And they were just, I don't know what it was, but the way these passionate souls like beseeched me to make it sound so dramatic, um medieval even, but there were just a few people that were like, you should watch this show, this is genuinely a well crafted piece of media, this is art, and it's going to also bring people to your channel. And I don't know what it was, but I was just like, okay, sure. And on a whim, I put out the first episode, and sure enough, yeah, people weren't lying. And yeah, I'm so grateful that I went down that path. A friend of mine said the thing young people don't know about aging is that you stay young, but your body's just getting older. Most of my friends are older than me and still doing cool shit. Oh, exactly. Age is just a number. No, I feel the same. I feel very similar, right? Like people say, "Oh, has it hit you yet?" I still feel like a kid. I feel like a kid in an adult body who, like I believe everybody else, is just trying to figure it out. I have a lot of my shit kind of figured out, sort of, but like I still feel like a kid just trying to go through life being like, what does this do? How do I do this? What should I do? And like you learn that it's just like fake it till you make it, and you just trial by fire, and you try, you fail, you figure it out, and you move forward. But 100% I echo that sentiment. I hate that incel and white supremacist language has become normal among Gen Alpha too. Oh yeah, it's disgusting. They don't even know where the words come from, which is the scary part. That's the problem, is that I was supposed to age out of um certain elements of like the worst parts of like humanity and life, and instead a lot of kids are just indoctrinated young instead, and they're raised a certain way and they learn certain things, and then it's like you have a generation that's so callous. I don't want to say that's the whole generation, but it's like, every generation, like it's based on how the kids are being raised, I suppose. I don't want to get into a whole tangent here, but it's just like a lot of people are a product of their environment and what they're exposed to and what they're like how they're taught, educated, and raised and all that. And it's just, I just find it to be a shame that people are just like casually spreading hateful rhetoric to kids, and the kids will latch onto it because they're seeing this, and they're like, that's how they learn. They're being taught. It's like, it's unfortunate, but that's just my opinion. I've noticed you and some reactors having to deal with people berating you about unreliable narrator, and it was so silly. The show gets everyone there eventually. You all responded perfectly fine. Yeah, overall, I like I always say, it's mostly positive. Your analysis is extremely interesting and entertaining. I appreciate that. Except your body will hurt more. I was watching your Succession reactions, and when you announced you were doing an interview with a vampire next to it was kind of surreal because I was obsessed, but nobody was reacting to it. It all worked out, I suppose. Did you get to react to the new video? Oh, yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. We'll get back into it.
Things that are going to make you feel the most that you can possibly feel.
Sam and the band have amazing chemistry, and it really shines on stage.
We don't have to work very hard to be mesmerized and magnetized by Sam's performance.
We've not seen Lestat in his most raw form. I think he thrives.
Well, we haven't even seen Lestat in his like form yet. Like, I keep saying this, but in 2 seasons of the show, we have seen Lestat not told, like, we've always only seen Lestat being told through story or secondhand accounts, and we get one scene unless I'm mistaken, where it's just him, and now we're finally getting to see a full season where it is him. So I'm just very curious.
Chaos.
Me in the morning for sure. Honestly, it's like me drunk on my 21st birthday right there.
I think he thrives
Right.
off chaos.
Right there. That was me on my 21st birthday. I did a Rick and Morty pub crawl that devolved into just a regular bar crawl. That devolved into me being more hungover than I ever have been in my entire life the next morning on my 21st birthday. And I had been drinking before that, but but not as I didn't go as hard in the pain as I did that night. Just think, surprisingly enough, there's a lot of overlap. I'm also a Markiplier fan, and seeing you put out Edge of Sleep when no one was watching it back then, I was like, oh, that's a fellow fan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the other part of it is I will make content that people ask for, like a majority. But at the end of the day, I'll do movie reviews for films that I want to do movie reviews for, and I try to do like even obscure ones to bring attention to them. But there'll be times where it's like nobody asked me to do Attack on Titan, but it's been on my list forever. I wanted to branch out into anime, and I was like, all right, I'm going to do Attack on Titan now. So I'll still do shows and series that I want to watch, like It, Welcome to Derry. Nobody asked me to do a reaction to It, but I was like, I want to watch this show and I want to record the reaction. So then I put that on Patreon as an exclusive, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. Oh, have a good night. Thanks for coming on, Atomic Orange. There'll be a VOD afterwards, so don't worry. I love a MovieMan Black Sails reaction. A lot of people have asked for Black Sails. Succession, Interview with the Vampire, and Black Sails are my trifecta of elevated, amazing TV. I'll get through them all eventually. Loving the Attack on Titan. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm loving Attack on Titan. It is. I have not. I'm about to post in the next few days. About to post the season 2 finale. A little sneak peek for anybody who's in here right now. I loved it, and I did not think I was gonna cry. I did not think that the season 2 finale of Attack on Titan was gonna make me cry several times. By the way, several times. It was yeah, but those last 2 episodes, crazy work, man. Great stuff. But look forward to that for sure. Yeah, I was emotionally affected. I was brought to tears. It was really good.
Louis, do you know someone called Daniel Malloy?
About that.
Where you leave Louis and
Lord.
Lestat at the end of season 2, they have not dealt with the book coming out in the real world.
Explain yourself.
It's gonna be here and gone in a minute. No one reads anymore.
Nostalgia, genre, whatever.
But Armand.
And now
That's
the
so
book is real.
mysterious.
Okay, I should.
Again, I can't stress enough how much I love the metatextual layers that are being added into this new season, that are kind of in like a very purposeful but not direct intersection of the fandom combined with the actual show itself. Also, I love how this copy of the book he has, because yeah, of course he's going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. So literally, this is like Roland Jones' copy. It's like ran through, highlighted. My dear Claudia, why? Oh, yo. And this is Lestat's copy. So he's reading through this, and he's reading through and finding out these diary entries. And literally he was emotionally affected enough where he's like even just like asking, non-existent Claudia, being like, my dear, why? Like, why? Like, I don't know if he's rewriting the quote like an article would online, or if he's saying like, Claudia, why would you do this? Why would you say such things? So curious. The books the books were very well made. Sam Reed is so talented with his facial expressions. 100%. They were all written from the vampire's perspective. They were like diaries from the vampires, so you felt like they were real and probably exist. My dear Claudia, why? Oh, my heart. That's what I'm saying, man. Glad I paused right there. Hang on, I'm making sure I haven't had dinner yet, so we need to put our order in. And Panda Express is offering free delivery right now via the app. Anybody in America who wants some panda, then there you go. My love, put in your panda order, my love. Just ordered the first 3 books. I gotta read them, honestly. I feel the same way about not The Boys, but I'm tempted to read the Invincible graphic novel series, and I do want to read Interview with the Vampire at some point. But I don't know if anybody can see, but I literally, my library is right behind. Am I off a center frame? I kind of am. Let me make an adjustment here. That's fine, I guess. My library is right behind me, and I have like a stack of books that I've been meaning to get through and read. But I have like books right here, like next to me, that are on the wall. I have a whole shelf behind me. I keep buying more, and I need to put the time aside, frankly. Lestat is so tortured by Louis and Claudia. I mean, yeah, low key. I have the first 3. I'm almost done with Interview with the Vampire, but I'm holding off on the others because I don't want to spoil myself. Yeah, right. That's the other part of it. I kind of want to wait till this is done to like compare and contrast. Yeah, let's listen to audiobooks. Hold off. Audiobooks are well made.
Should have asked you before.
Oh, I meant to read the rest of that. Oh, thank you. Let me put in my food order. Sorry, just this looks like two shakes of a lamb's tail. And this will eventually turn into a mukbang. Do I treat myself? Do I go honey walnut shrimp? There's just so many calories. Yeah, but it's not that many calories. Or do I do the steak? Now, fuck it, we'll do honey walnut. Why not? Treat ourselves tonight. You sure you want a bigger plate? Only $2 more. I think I'll be all right. Leave at door. Perfect. Tip your driver. No tip. Oh, can you imagine? This is like no tip. For sure. Cool. And put that in. Cool. That's taken care of. Crispy duck. Oh my god, don't tempt me. If I you think if I could order crispy duck from Panda Express, I love, dude, I love like roasted duck. Oh my god, I love duck. I love food. Treat yourself. Yeah, multiple people in chat. Treat yourself. All these vampires are so emotional. Did you share what you're most excited for this season? I think I kind of did in previous videos. What I'm most excited for in season 3, and I've said this time and time again, I'll say it again for sure. I don't mind at all. Um, I'm just excited to, first and foremost, to finally get Lestat's perspective, to finally get a full season where it's him, his point of view, his version of events. I want to compare and contrast. I want to see how I want to see what kind of person he is, hopefully genuinely, outside of the confines of a story being told, an interview being given, a narrative being rehearsed. All this talk of this, like the Brat Prince, I'm curious to see his side of things. I'm very anxious to see like his story. I think the thing I'm second most excited for is every conversation that Daniel and Lestat are going to have. Period. Daniel Malloy is my favorite character in the show, as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure. But watching him, any scene with Daniel, I love. I love the Dubai stuff so much, and so getting to watch Daniel Malloy and Lestat de Lianquio interact with each other is going to be like beautiful. So I think those are the 2 elements I'm most excited for. I guess I could also say the whole like the weird Lestat Armand Louis pseudo love triangle that we're probably going to see play out, and I'm curious about his mother and what all that's gonna what all that's gonna mean. Although more lore, more context, more meaning for sure, all those things. But for sure, top 2 things I'm most excited for is getting to get Lestat's perspective and see him for who he is and get more from him and his version of events and every conversation between him and Daniel. 100%. Uh-oh, Batman's crying. If you know, you know. Uh-oh, I don't know about that. Waiting on pizza. Pizza would be the move right now, too. I hope it's a lot of poetic prose, like how Louis narrates in season 1, even if it will be even more grandiose and sarcastic. I think it will be. I think the main thing that's changing is the format. I think like the interview with Daniel and Louis was tape recorders eventually being put into a book. And then I think Lestat's going to be for the modern age. And it's going to be the same thing that happened with Daniel and Louis, but now on video essentially. So it's still going to be interviews. I'm sure there's still going to be narration, most likely, because Lestat loves hearing himself talk, as do we all. So leave him a tip to watch this video so he can see you order it on video. That'd be funny. Daniel and Lestat is dumb and dumber. It is fun watching them reconnect and like old vampires trying to use FaceTime. The balloons in that one sneak peek killed me. And then watching Lestat just like basically kicking his feet as he's texting him. It's pretty great. I know the comedy is going to be good. The comedy is going to be on one this season, especially since Lestat's going to be under the influence a lot. Oh yeah, for sure. Lestat will probably just be annoyed with Daniel. I mean, maybe. I don't know. One of those last trailers we watched was like they were both sharing in. I think it'll be rough at first, but I think that Daniel and Armand and Daniel and Lestat, I think have a lot of I think Daniel and Armand have some begrudging similarities a little bit. But I think that based on what I know of Lestat, what little I truly know of Lestat, and what I do know of Daniel, I think they're more alike than either would care to admit. And so watching two, like one curmudgeonly old brat and one, technically even older brat, just kind of going back and forth at it. Daniel always keeping it real, cutting through the bullshit, which we know like Lestat technically also likes to do, is to like truthful to a fault, like very grandiose and very dramatic, but kind of keeps it real a lot of the time. So I think it's going to be some very fun, interesting exchanges.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was Lestat holding the book.
I
So Louis gets his hands on Lestat's copy of the book? Question mark? Or is this Louis's copy of the book? I wonder. Have you listened to the latest song drops? Yes, I did. I feel like the one that dropped last night is low-key a spoiler. I don't have any context for it. Somebody just told me that I listened to, so yesterday I recorded and uploaded, or 2 days ago, I guess, I did a reaction for Butterscotch Bitch, and then I listened to Your Biggest Fan, I believe is what it's called. And yeah, I like both of them. All these songs have been like some bangers so far. But regarding Your Biggest Fan, I thought it was from Lestat's point of view, and all I know so far is somebody clarified and said, actually, no, it's not. But we'll see how that transpires. I really like Lestat's Your Biggest Fan, but Butterscotch Bitch sounds too much like Imagine Dragons for me to feel immersed. Oh my god, I do love how he's just like, well, my toesies ever touch the ground. I can see what you mean with the I'm waking up the rack for now. I'm breathing in the chemicals. Daniel relates to blowing up his relationship with his wife and kids. Armand relates to being a never-ending black hole. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It is Lestat's copy. Okay, that's what I thought. Definitely Lestat's copy. Your Biggest Fan is beautiful. Yeah, I like the variety. I talked about it in the reaction for it. It's not a spoiler if you haven't read the book. Oh my god, thank you so much. Armando, how dare you? How dare you, Armand apologist. Get out of the immediate, like, the generosity followed by the Armand apologist is too good. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate that. Do you think that the unreliable narrator theme will be as evident this season? I think we have to keep it into perspective, right? I think that it's so hard to answer that question because, like I was saying before, I was talking about my opinions on the first couple of seasons, especially season 1. And people were like, as soon as I started listing my views on it, it's going to be a very long-winded response, by the way. As soon as I started listing my views and opinions on it, people said, "Oh, well, don't forget, Louis is an unreliable narrator." Well, don't forget that's like it was the come to me bit where I was like, "Well, someone's like, oh, Louis came of his own free will. He wasn't seduced." And I was like, "Do we forget about come to me?" And then immediately people in the comments were saying, "Oh, but how do we know it was for sure Lestat who said come to me? It could have been somebody else, 50-50 shot." And then immediately I'm like, well, how can I truly approach the series and analyze it adequately and give like diagnoses and like amateur opinions and parse my way through if like I said it before, what's the baseline? What's the foundation? Like this show, once people start throwing up that phrase unreliable narrator, this show can drive me certifiably insane. It really can, because then I start questioning everything that I've heard, and I have to like reel myself back in. People have to like calm me down and say, okay, most of what you've seen probably happened the way that's being told. But then there's key pivotal scenes in the recollection of Louis telling the interview and giving the story, even something as innocuous and simple as was it raining that night? And if something like that is inaccurate, then how much of what Louis has told Daniel, aka us, how much of it's inaccurate? So like with this, my gut reaction was I think there's going to be a little bit less unreliable narrator, only because I feel like that Louis and Armand have portrayed Lestat in a certain light, and I think that Lestat seems to be maybe more sincere than I initially believed when I first started the series. So it's like, I don't know. He wants to set the record straight, but we know at the same time when he was brought to the Théâtre de Vampire, like he had some moments of honesty and genuine empathy and emotion and regret, etc., etc. But I feel like he also, for the sake of the stage and the show, he played up elements of it because the Parisian coven, wanted him to play up certain elements of the plot. So it's like, how much of that was, I think, was it all rooted in fiction? We know Nikki exists, so he's talking about Nikki. That makes sense. We talk his journey as he, where he traveled, what he did when he went for his dirt nap, and all this. Like, I think there's elements mostly that are the truth, but when when Lestat's on stage and he's like, "How do you know it was not you who was calling out to me?" It's like, and then Louis find him tooth and nail on that matter, but then later he talks about the fight in the house, the domestic squabble, and on that matter, Louis says, "Perhaps we should go with Lestat's version of events and what transpired," which then tells us that, well, at the very least, in certain situations, Louis is acknowledging that Lestat is his version is more accurate. And then when we find out that Armand has literally been like rehearsing a narrative that he has been helping to perpetuate for over 70 years, right? With Louis, then you wonder how much of what Louis told us is like, he didn't even know elements of his own story. He literally broke down at the table, season 2, episode 1, with Daniel Malloy at the table at the dinner, and being like, thanks to you, I am able to, for the first time in who knows how long, I'm able to properly recall the events in my life that have transpired. Thank you. I can finally fucking actually remember the good, the bad, the ugly. I don't care. I can remember again. And then again, that further destabilizes the narrative that we've already heard. All that to say is that for this season right here, it's like I I feel like because he's wounded in such a way and he wants to set the record straight and only one story's been told, and it's a story that is already poked full of holes thanks to Rumspringa boy Malloy, our boy over here, Danny boy, fucking Anthony Bourdain. Like, holes have already been poked, it's been destabilized, new truths have come to light, San Francisco has been fully realized, etc., etc. Like, what purpose would Lestat have to lie, I suppose? I mean, he is going to make a whole show of it. He's throwing a tantrum. He's doing a rock concert. He's trying to, like, play up the way that he's being perceived in the book so far, but he also wants to do an actual documentary giving his version of events and his life story and set the record straight. So the question is, I guess, really, how much of it is going to be truly set straight? How much of it is going to be embellishments? Nobody has been rehearsing a narrative with him for over 70 years. How much of his life does he truly, genuinely recall? I don't know. But do I think the unreliable narrator theme will be as evident this season? I don't think it will be. I mean, we only know it's evident from the first 2 seasons because of the beauty of hindsight and retrospect, right? I think that I think that we might still have some unreliable narrator in there for sure. I'm curious to see how many of Louis' stories are going to be retold via Lestat, and I want to see what that intersection is. I want to see. I'm really curious to see where their version of events are going to clash. I want to see how deep we're going to get into that, and then I want to see how many times Lestat says it didn't happen like that. It's okay. Well, how did it happen? And then how believable is his version of events? Can he corroborate any of this? I guess that's what I'm looking for. So I think we might still have some of that classic unreliable narrator, but I don't think it will be as prevalent. I Something tells me that we're going to get a juicy Lestat origin story, current state of mind, character arc, how he became what he became. I think we're going to get, unfortunately, I think we're going to get the truth, but unfortunately it's going to be, from what I can tell, dark, demented, depraved, messy. It's going to be rough. We're going to get what we want, but at what cost, you know? Sorry, I got to catch up on the comments right now. Honestly, wasn't feeling the stomp clap intro for Butterscotch Bitch, but then it got stuck in my head for days, so I guess I'm eating my words. The pink highlighter's a tell for the book. Yeah, yeah. I see a fellow Armand cell. Oh my god. He's a lying gremlin. Oh, you didn't hear? Armand told the truth. I'll be honest, Armand is all about Assad's betrayal for me. Let the tale seduce you, movie man. You get to no footing or baseline. Yeah, for real. I'm flailing like everybody else. Speaking of unreliable narrator, do you have a theory on Lestat's scars? Do you think it's something Louis forgot, didn't mention, or something new? That I was very curious about. As soon as the trailers came out and he had the scars, like, how would you either A, forget about that, or how would you neglect to mention? I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. When Louis was giving his description of Lestat, especially to Daniel in the first time in San Francisco, it was very much a negative perception. He was very much in his, fuck that bitch, I'm gonna go all out on this one. But like even in modern day Dubai, like clearly the way that Lestat is being portrayed, it's like cleaner. It's more almost more pure aside from his temperament and aside from his actions and predatorial nature. But that's a very good question. I think it's probably just I don't know, man. Would that be? I mean, would you really? I mean, it's been years, right? It's been decades and decades and decades. It could be something as simple and innocuous as like, you know, once you're used to seeing somebody with scars, you don't really like when you're giving someone a description. Would you include it in the description? Or if you're telling somebody a story over 70 years after it's happened, like a whole lifetime after it's transpired, like would you just leave out certain details? I don't know if it would be on purpose. I think maybe just it didn't in the description that we end up getting through this like visual novel in Daniel's head, like maybe we just never got it. I don't know. Good point. We're not Armand defenders, we're Armand apologists. Viewers redefine unreliable narrator to mean liar. You can tell in interviews it bothers the writers and cast. Yeah, I don't think they're like I don't think they're lying. I don't think that like the characters I mean, well, I think that Armand all right. When it comes to lying, right? I think that a lot of what happens in interview is lying by omission. I think that you're still lying if you aren't disclosing very relevant and key facts of the case. Like the fact that Louis was like, "Oh, Armand, it is you who helped to save my life during the trial." And the fact that Armand just didn't correct him and was like, "Well, what happened happened. I did what I could and I'll be atoning for the rest." But he never like told him the truth. So it's literally lying by omission, and then he helped to, perpetuate the narrative for decades. So it's like I don't like do people outright lie? I mean, sometimes, but I think it's more, yeah, just I think it's definitely I think it's dangerous, I agree, to conflate unreliable narrator and liar. I don't think it can be new since Vamp's heel, but it is something you think Louis would remember when recalling Lestat. No, exactly, yeah. I think they were both calling out to each other. I think the key point is that Lestat loves Claudia and Louis so bad and feels horrible about everything he's done to them, but it'll hurt to see how he came across to the two of them. Yes, yeah, I see that. Where a lot of this might be some larger than life recollections. But yeah, it's like I know like it's probably well it's gonna feed into him feeling like a failure, right? Where no matter what he does, it's it seems to be ingrained that he's just like he just can't get anything right. And years of pain and suffering in that regard. And then he tries to do what he believes is his best in these situations. And then all these years later, the man that he was head over heels in love with is like coming at him like a jaded lover and airing their dirty laundry for all the world to see. I'd feel a certain type of way too. And then Claudia too, yeah. Like you're trying to raise a vampire who's indefinitely caught in that hell of like perpetually being an adolescent. And like you're trying to be a parent, you're trying to be a parent for a person you care about, but you never wanted this role anyway, but you're still trying to do your part, and now you're being judged and condemned for it, even like, almost 80 years later. I have a theory with no evidence whatsoever. We didn't see all of San Francisco. You might be right about that, honestly. I low key think Lestat might be more upset about what Armand said about him than what Louis said. We'll cut deeper emotionally from Louis, but in terms of correcting events, Armand might upset him more. Oh, I can see it for sure. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I wonder if it's because of the book. I think it's what's curious is that I don't know if it's like Louis going on the hunt for Killer Bruce, right? Because we know that he is. I'm curious what spurs that. I don't know if it's my gut reaction was, oh, he read the book and has more information and context and wants to go get revenge. But he's had access to Claudia's diaries for many, many years. So he knows all about Bruce. He knows all about Killa, the motherfucker. So it's like, why why is it just now, all these years later, that Louis is going to choose to go after Killa? I'm curious. Random little thought that crossed my head, but food for thought regardless. I think Louis had reasons to be unreliable. When it comes to Lestat's past outside of Louis, I think he has no reason to embellish. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like cards on the table now, right? Especially after that most recent interview and the truth of Armand and the truth of Lestat all coming out. I think that Louis is in a new character arc right now. So I think he's better off for it. I think Lestat was in a better headspace, and they were having these cute little fireside chats over the phone, and the books come out. It's going to drive a bit of a divide between them. But I do think they're both in a better headspace than they were back in the day. But if Lestat is talking about Louis, that's where he could be unreliable to hurt the other, much like Louis did to him. Maybe. I mean, Lestat is spiteful, but is Lestat a liar? Lestat is spiteful to the point where he'll put on this whole carnival act, this whole show, and make a big production of it. But I mean, but would he then stoop to being a liar too? Like I think he'd be dramatic. I think that he'll like definitely play up the drama of the things that have been said about him. But would he lie as a response? I think if anything, he'd have more reason to be truthful, because if all these things that are been put in the book are seriously that off base and didn't happen and are inaccurate, then what reason would he have to, like, if the truth is not as bad as what Louis and Armand and Claudia has made it out to be, what reason would he have to lie? If anything, he'd want to like spread the actual truth of it, to get set the record straight, maybe even make himself look a bit of a better light. I love watching this show because no matter what happens, everyone has their own perspective and reason. I will always hate some actions characters make, but the reasoning will never fail to entertain. Yeah, no, it's always great seeing. I love a flawed character. I will take a flawed character over a perfect one anytime. I don't believe anything Lestat is going to say will be total lies. Why? Well, his mother is around, Louis is around, Armand is around. They've already hinted at the producers speaking. Maybe Louis sees Lestat as perfect, unscarred, beautiful man. I mean, maybe, yeah. Like, at least now in the stories that he's telling. He can't get over him. Poor guy. Poor sap. Like, they can't get over it. They can't get past each other, man. Perhaps it is a doomed romance. It's destined to be. With everyone and what they think about what's going on. So, yeah, I don't think this unreliable narrator thing will be a big deal. Well, also, we can't tell the entire story with no baseline, and we all know who tells the bulk of the story throughout, all I'm saying. The loudest isn't necessarily the most honest. Also true. I think Louis purposefully lied to hurt Lestat 100%, especially in the original interview. Who knows how much that carried over? That is true, because we know that, like, that I was a rougher thing back then. You always have been, Louis, apparently. But yeah, in San Francisco, when he's like going off proverbially at Lestat through the conduit of Daniel Malloy, and yeah, sure, he redacted some of that in their follow up in Dubai, but he's still like the way he portrays Lestat is still not in the best light for sure. I wanted the same thing. If Louis wanted to go get Bruce, he should have done it years ago, or at least when Claudia was alive. Yeah, I'm curious why he's doing it now. I think Louis's book and the anger and attention it will get will make Bruce come out of the shadows, and that's when Louis decides to hurt him. So it was maybe he had tried to in the past. Never, I forget if there was a line of dialogue that addresses that, but maybe he tried to in the past, never got a chance because he couldn't find him, and then now he might come out of hiding. Maybe we know they end up in like a green room somewhere, like the back room somewhere. But I'm looking forward to that. I personally don't think Louis Lestat would lie about Louis. I think in a real way he thinks he's earned some lashings from his family. Like you think it's like penance then? Like you think like he might even see it as penance. I don't see Lestat as a liar. Does he keep information from Louis? Absolutely, but he's not really a liar. Well, again, it's like, yeah, he doesn't outright lie, but I don't know the way he's been portrayed so far. There's some stuff where it's like he certainly omits some information. He withholds information often, and again, I talk about the idea of lying through omission, but I see your point and I take it for sure. When Louis was with Armand, he acted like a sanitized, blander version of himself. So maybe finding Bruce is something he's wanted for a long time, but he can actually pursue because he has more of his. Oh yeah, because he's come back into his own. He's no longer being, yeah, he's no longer catering to that relationship. I see what you mean. Yeah, I am still Paul. I gotta keep it. I gotta keep rolling. Well, to be fair, guy donated some money, and I wanted to address his question immediately, and then people had other questions, and we're talking about the show. But it's a very good point.
Should have asked you before I published.
I would have said no. I think Louis does feel guilty about the book, but I think he's also pretty angry that it was released without his consent.
No, no.
And
It is a good point. I would have said no. Daniel did seem to have a little bit of regret there. Daniel did seem genuinely rueful there for a moment.
But I think he's also pretty angry.
Should have asked you before I published.
I would have said no.
But here we are. Honestly, did Daniel need to? I think did Daniel need to put the book out? No, because he was already set for life. Louis agreed to transfer $10 million to his account. He was all set. Then he got turned, and then I think for Daniel it was a matter of principle, maybe even pride. If I were Daniel in his shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. I have worked to get this story since the 70s. This is like the one that got away, and I finally have a full complete story. This is a book that I've wanted to. It's like an unfinished passion project, my magnum opus. Maybe I've wanted to write this book for so long. Like I would be hard pressed to hold back. Like if I had copies of all of this, he could smell it. He could smell that it would make a great story, a great book. And then he was right. By golly, he was right. People are eating that shit up. And if anything, maybe it's for the best, right? Like for everybody to air out this dirty laundry because Louis been talking shit for all these years. Again, I want to respect Louis' consent in this matter, and he didn't want the book put out. But maybe it's for the best that the dirty laundry is aired, and now we can we've reconnected, but now we can actually I don't know, heal or hash out all of our bullshit from years past. And now we're going to get Lestat backstory from it. So,
I think Louis does feel guilty about the book, but I think he's also pretty angry that it was released without his consent.
No, no.
And you see the fallout of these characters having to deal with themselves being turned into caricatures.
Lord.
And that's very confronting for a character like
Halloween
Lestat, who
candy.
likes to control his narrative completely.
So this whole tour is just.
See, right there. So Sam Reed's choice of verbiage right there. Lestat is a character who likes to control his narrative completely. I don't want to get too into conspiracy theory or dig too deep into extra meaning behind that, but him saying that makes me immediately think of Armand. You want to talk about a character who wants to control the narrative at all times, who's always conniving and trying to control it. I think of Armand, a guy that literally is like been trying to keep Louis on a certain track during the entire interview process. So it's like that does kind of make me like scratch my head a little bit. I'm sure Sam Reed doesn't mean it in that exact way, in that exact context, but you see where I'm coming from, right? Like just that whole idea. Yeah, it's Daniel's white whale, 100%. Lestat angrily scribbling on the book. Yeah, for sure. Danler was fighting. Daniel being a bit sad because his only friend, Louis, doesn't like him anymore. Well, he can make a new friend with Lestat. It's okay. We got new friends. Maybe even him and Armand, maybe. I don't know. The internet keeps hinting at shit. I don't know what any of it means. Daniel's pride got him there for sure, especially because of his super success as a journalist and writer. Daniel is still an investigator and is after the truth, especially being one of them now and pissed. I get both sides. I understand Louis not wanting the book out, but also Daniel did this for a book at the end of the day, and Louis shouldn't have done the interview in the first place. It's a good point. It's a good point. If Louis didn't want it out, I mean, he went through the whole rigmarole of doing the interview. But I guess the counter for that would be he gave an interview and gave a story that he didn't even fully realize had been redacted and edited and rehearsed and is now being like brought out like a pony show in like a certain way, right? Not to quote Armand, who's always been good. Daniel's want to keep working, writing, investigating is his drug. He's still an addict, workaholic at heart. Workaholic for sure. I hate how I really like talk about despicable things Armand has done. What broke me down in tears the first time that I watched it, what really I thought was despicable was how Armand was like more or less trying to coax Daniel in the 70s in San Francisco to like welcome death with open arms and like talk him into like, oh, like encourage those deep thoughts and those the call of the void within his own heart and head, and just like convince him that death was the option right there. That is one of the more fucked up things I think Armand has done. Sorry, you saying that made me think about it, but I do the workaholic bit, yeah, where that's kind of who Daniel is at his heart. It's what makes him fascinating. Hot take, I think Daniel will be more inconsequential as a vampire than he was as a human. I don't know about that. I really hope we get some interesting shit with him as a vampire. But you think he'll be more inconsequential? That certainly is a hot take, but who knows, maybe. Louis gave that interview in the context of his belief that Lestat was responsible for Claudia's death and that Armand saved his life. That is also true, yes. Lestat wants to control his narrative about him, not the narrative. I see. I think Lestat definitely has a different reason for feeling the need to stay in control of his narrative. But Louis needs the interview to break out of the mental cage he was in. It's true, it worked. Armand and Daniel being friends because no one likes them anymore. Armand's exes hate him, and Armand's exes also hate Daniel, funnily enough. Yeah, that'll be a fun dynamic. Just, is it the gremlin or the good nurse tonight? Who's to say? Louis once insulted Lestat by saying he reads only a bit of books to pass himself as cultured. The narrative now being expressed musically is easier to dismiss criticism with understanding his vision. Daniel does have a burden of responsibility to Louis. Louis spoke wisdom to him in the 70s and kept him alive. Daniel returns the favor unknowingly later by protecting Louis from Armand. The betrayal will be complicated. I mean, clearly they still have a relationship insofar as they are meeting up for dinner. They are still talking. Louis hasn't cut him off fully. Like, I mean, they're still talking. They're still hanging out. Like, they're still hanging out. There's still a relationship there. It's just going to be a complex one.
Some ironic reaction to my book.
The songs are my story. Your documentary, the liner notes.
Liner notes. I'm taking
Damn, downplays the documentary. The song is my story.
this thing to Cannes.
I'm taking this to Cannes. See, again, that intrepid young, the bright young reporter with a point of view over here, right? I'm taking this to Cannes. Let's start immediately downplaying it, like your little documentary is the little notes in the margin, basically.
The liner notes.
The
Liner notes. I'm taking this thing to Cannes.
Picture Auvergne, France, 1772.
Okay, so right there, he is doing narration. That literally sounds like Yeah, he's laying the scene out for Daniel. He's telling the story. So to that person who asked earlier, yeah, I think we're gonna get plenty of Lestat narration for sure. Daniel cut through a lot of bullshit, and these guys have to deal with being called out. That's also why I love Daniel, but it's true. That's all the more reason why I'm so excited to see Daniel and Lestat in a room together, because Daniel cut through the bullshit with Louis. Is there going to be bullshit that Daniel will find himself having to cut through with Lestat? Who knows? Or will he be like, oh, okay, that seems accurate, that tracks. It's like, because he went back and is like, oh, I noticed some inconsistencies with your story, Louis. Like, shall we address these? But for all we know, he might he might like listen to this and be like, all right, well, your story of events checks out. I mean, it conflicts with Louis, but it checks out. Like,
We learn a lot about Lestat. We go way into the past and learn about his background. Were you a stutterer as a child?
His mother's back. His mother is totally complex for him, and while he thinks that she might be a band-aid to solve a lot of his problems, she ends up being one of the worst people who he could bring back.
My maker called for his mama, and I came.
Gabriella and Lestat have...
Did he just gulp? Yes, there was some apprehension there, to say the least.
Gabriella and Lestat have known each other 300 years. They had a very complicated relationship.
I do love how clearly there. So, all right, let me rephrase this sentence. So there is incest. That's all well and good. That's sure. But I like how, to brace the audiences for this, everybody in the cast and crew keeps saying they have a complex relationship. It's like, you can just say it. Like, everybody took it in stride with Game of Thrones, right? Like fucking Jamie and Cersei Lannister. Like, everybody was like, oh, that's fucked up, that's crazy, but they didn't like stop watching the show after episode 1. They kept on going. Like, incest is a thing that happens and has happened in the past, and I'm not trying to advocate for it, but I'm just saying I've seen more fucked up shit in my life in TV and media and film. So like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, clutching my pearls over here, but I do find it funny how they keep saying complex. Like, yes, Lestat has bullshit too. I'm getting deja vu with some of these comments. I'm pretty sure Bogosian said something like Lestat may be the brat prince, but Daniel is the bigger brat. So yeah, he's gonna read him to filth. The worst frame. I'm sorry, man. This frame. I didn't even think about it. This frame. Goodness gracious. My heavens to Betsy. Gad Zooks. As someone who read the books, I cannot wait for those who have not to see childhood and adolescent Lestat. I trust they will elevate it to an even better. I'm excited, dude. I'm curious. Lestat's not even my favorite character, and I'm very excited to see the journey. It is definitely complex. Gabby and Lestat is so fascinating. All will be revealed. Yeah. No, I'm regardless of what the implications are, regardless of what the story is, I know none of it going in. I am just excited to see it. I'm curious. I'm a curious Kathy. I'm here for the ride. I'm going to he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. I'm gonna let the tale seduce me.
You start to see why Lestat is the way he is, why he
Although
does
they're showing a lot of footage, and I'm not gonna lie, they're showing a lot.
what he does.
And we were having such a good night.
And now we're not. Forget I said it.
Congrats on the happy day.
Should I keep watching, by the way? Because I feel like they're showing, like, real talk. Should I keep watching? Because I really do feel like they're showing a lot in this. I'm not spoiled on anything, but I feel like they're... Well, I guess these scenes have all been nothing outside of the trailers, and I guess this is marketing, so it's not going to be showing too much. Follow the bouncing ball. Yeah, for real. Gabrielle, babe, get off our gay husband, father, son. Can you give us your top 3 favorite characters, like compelling wise? Compelling, top 3 favorite characters. Okay, I could say favorites, and I could say compelling. Favorites, That's a tough one. I keep saying it. My favorite in terms of just personal bias is Daniel Malloy. But if I'm being real right now, if I'm being like serious, to answer the question of most compelling, top 3 favorite characters in order of most compelling. Honestly, that's a tough one. Lestat, Armand, and a two-way tie between Louis and Claudia, I think. As much as I rag on Lestat and Armand, I find them to be the most complex, layered, interesting, compelling characters. Like as much as I'm like anti Armand and I don't like the little fucking gremlin, I am utterly fascinated by like his psychology, the choices that he makes, the whole. I mean, maybe this is like my inner sub speaking right now, but that when he goes, like how he goes from being like the balance that he goes on, this balancing act of going, this it's this like code switch between conniving, malicious, like ill intent mastermind to being submissive, wanting to like follow reluctant leader, wanting to be like doesn't want to have the responsibility, he wants to just kind of be that he wants to fill that role of like it's just ingrained from his trauma and he seeks to replicate it in his life. I find I was as soon as he was introduced and trying to like get a mental hold of Armand in season 2 was a fun challenge for me. And Lestat's the obvious one, right? Because he's the one that like, Lestat, like everybody hates Lestat. But like then, should they? And that's why he's like getting a whole season devoted to him now, literally. And people are just always talking about him. He's such an intriguing, enticing character that beckons, that like literally he demands my attention for what for better or for worse. I can't stop. I can't like not be interested in the character. And then like Louis interesting, of course, for his layers and like watching him. I don't know if unravel's the best word, but 2 seasons of watching him get slowly broken down to eventually get to a more honest core. And then obviously Claudia, because there's the psychological intrigue of a vampire child's body being trapped that way for eternity, how you would grow up watching Delaney's portrayal of that. So that's honestly, I think that's my order. I think is like in terms of compelling, and we're putting like my personal favorites aside. I definitely think it's like Lestat, Armand, Louis, and Claudia at a very close tie. I can't think of. I mean, are there any other characters that like really, really intrigue me? I mean, I wanted to know more about the Talamasca until I watched the show. You know what? I take it all back. Guy Anatole. I think Guy Anatole actually is up there, number 1 up there. Talamasca's best secret agent. I want to know more about Guy. I think that we really need more Guy backstory. I think that we need. He's just so compelling. He's such a subtle character character journey, character arc. Guy, my guy. Yeah. Okay, I gotta catch up on the comments after that question. They're all so good, it's hard. My top 3 that aren't Lestat haven't been yet revealed. Ooh, interesting. I feel like Gabrielle's going to lavish Lestat at first, then go with a good old Logan Roy. I love you, but you are not serious people. Once she doesn't fuck with the rockstar shit anymore. I love you, but you're not serious people. And of course, MovieMan is Daniel Kin. Oh yeah, no, like literally, yeah. Daniel is my guy. Danny boy. Rumspringa Malloy is my. I'm pretty sure he's my favorite character. I love him. All the Dubai stuff, his character, his arcs, ongoing. Armand is fascinating. Yeah, for sure. Lestat is Captain Compelling. Ain't that the truth? He is fascinating. Is that what makes him fascinating? Daniel fan being fascinating by Armand? Well, yes. Yeah. Bro enters the room and everyone is like, damn, who that? Just woke up and immediately checked if you're still live. What is your biggest expectation or want to see in this the most in the season. I kind of answered it earlier, so I'll answer it quickly now. My biggest, what I'm most excited to see in this season is going to 100% be, I mean, what the whole season, the point of it is Lestat's perspective. I'm dying to see his perspective and hear his version of events. What's my expectation for it? My expectation, what I think is going to happen is this season is going to make me maybe switch up how I feel about Lestat. I think I've gotten a taste of backstory. I think that if this season does its job and does it well, I think it's going to maybe even make me change my mind on how I feel about Lestat overall. Maybe even other characters too, but I expect for there to be some curveballs and some lore and revelations. For someone who hasn't read the books, you have a pretty great hold of his character. He's so interesting, indeed. Armand enters the room. People are like, eh. I love the tiger on a leash metaphor with Armand. Lestat and Armand, absolutely the most compelling in my opinion, but I really found Nolan's Louis quite compelling too. Oh yeah, no, I just, if I had to rank them, gun to my head, right? Agree, Ray. Gabrielle is not really a supportive mother. I cannot see her giving a single shit about this whole music endeavor. Oh boy. Well, she's the one who keeps in the trailer. She's like failure, failure. Yeah, not Guy Anatole. Yeah, no. Like I said, I changed my mind. Guy Anatole, top cream of the crop over here. Man, let's spend a few hours talking about Talamasca, huh? Guy Anatole, our special little guy. I'm so glad I've watched it though. I'm so glad I watched the show as it came out. Like I don't regret watching it at all. Season 2, episode 5, when the real Armand is suddenly in the room. Certainly compelling then. Indeed. Indeed. We do need more Guy content for real. If you're gonna keep bringing back fucking Raglan James, you gotta bring Guy back in, man. Come on. He's a brother with his terrible outfits. Dude, Guy Anatole was Talamasca's greatest asset. He was the best secret agent. What are you talking about? Oh, good night, Sabi. I'm glad you stopped by. I hope you have a good rest of your night for sure. Thanks for coming through. Let's be nice to our loved deceased ones. What can we name our character? How about Guy? Guy Anatole. Armand used to be my favorite as an angsty teen. Bro's Panda Express dying on the porch. I don't know if it got here or not yet. Did it get delivered? It's supposed to be here any minute. 20 minutes ago, it should arrive at 10 o'clock. Okay, did it though? Yeah, my stomach is rumbling. Raglan James is compelling. I find Raglan James to be interesting for sure. Oh, good night, Melissa. NTM on Raglan? And what, NTM? What's, remind me, I'm just me not knowing the parlance. NTM meaning, oh, not to mention. Duh, my bad. Raglan mentioned. Yeah, I like Raglan. I think he's a funny, interesting guy talk about a guy who actually knows how to be a secret agent, by the way. He's on my compelling list. Raglan James got the secret sauce. He really does, though. Guy and Jasper, I wouldn't complain. Dude, I still can't get over. The one sad here, let me show you guys something. Let me tell you something. The one thing I never got to show YouTube because after episode 2, all of it's only on Patreon, but I'll show you real quick. One of my proudest moments, thumbnail-wise, for Talamasca is after that scene toward the end of the series. Oh, what was it? I love this so much. Yeah, there it is. The Puzzle Palace. Why was it called that? Who knows? I've never been more proud of a thumbnail than cut away. Ah, damn it. No. Okay, how long ago was this? November? Do I have to scroll back to show it real quick? Damn it, dude. Okay, hang on. Scroll back. The thumbnail I made for that particular episode of Talamasca. I gotta go all the way to November. I don't think I have it saved, like, readily available anywhere else right now. Come on, load. I'm so proud of this, but there's a scene between Guy Anatole and Jasper that I thought was hilarious, where it's like, you think you got the moves? I'm the one who's got the moves. Dude, it's art. Guy Anatole full episode in Vampire Lestat. Don't tempt me. Don't tease me like that. Okay, March. Man, was it really November? Fucking November? That's crazy, dude. I guess it did come out like around spoopy season, like Halloween time, didn't it? Dude, I forget. Like Talamasca is like a distant memory now, I guess, but for some reason it feels more recent, which I think is hilarious. Load. I'm so sorry it's taking so long, but we'll get there eventually. The dialogue in Talamasca was just awful, comically awful. Oh, it was hilarious. After the first episode, it became such a funny show. I was unironically quite entertained by Talamasca. I really want to watch Mayfair Witches now. Unironically, I really want to see what that's all about. People have every time that I bring up Mayfair Witches, people only warn me, and no one's ever like, "Oh, good idea, man." They always just warn me. I'm like, "Well, all right, I'm in for it." A vampire breeding facility. All right, we're almost there. All right, we're almost there. December. My God. See, this is everything you can get on Patreon right now. We're almost there. Oh, okay. There was the finale of Pluribus, right? No, of Talamasca. This the 752. This big bad that ended up like being nothing now. Are they gonna bring him back for fucking Vampire Lestat? All right, where is it? We're almost there, by the way. One of my more prouder thumbnail moments. We're almost there. Type of shit they're doing to Louis on AO3. Well, good luck on Mayfair Witches. Yeah, for sure. Here it is. Yeah, November 26th when when I reacted to the Puzzle Palace. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was a good one. I'll let that sink in for everybody. Hopefully everybody can see it. Feel free to zoom in. I got the moves. Comically awful. Did I miss any other comments? Ew, Guy and Jasper fanfic. Yeah, for real. I think they were saying not too much on Raglan. Evening Movie Man, thank you for all your awesome and in-depth introspections on the story I love for 30 years. Thank you, Kari Warrior, for coming on into the chat and dropping some comments. To be fair, Raglan James is a book character and Guy is original to the Talamasca show. Still, you think he would have gotten a bit more developed. Definitely watch Mayfair Witches. Oh, hell yeah. Mayfair Witches isn't Talamasca bad. Good to know. I was also disappointed in Talamasca, honestly. I don't know if anyone ever asked you ever, but are you planning to check out the Interview with the Vampire movie at some point? Yeah. I think that yeah, I wanna watch it and then post my reaction for it. I've never seen it, so I was told that after having seen season 2, it's a safe time to watch. Man, that thumbnail. If they made the show a bit queer, it would have been at least watchable. Yeah. Anyway, that's one of my more prouder moments for a thumbnail was just the yeah. You think you got the moves? I got the moves, and just guy being like only chan. Anyway, sorry, distractions abound all over the place.
Day. Louis has a really extraordinary journey this season.
That's kind of
This
a
is
spoiler
very
right there, isn't it?
Louis to the Louis that we knew and loved or had a complicated relationship with.
Should I think I'm gonna stop watching this. I like right. That was the scene with him and Bruce. So he burns Bruce. Okay, yeah. Spoiler. The fuck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop watching this one then. Yeah, that was a major spoiler. Like I can put two and two together based on the trailers. Like I guess if you read the book, it's not a spoiler, but like yeah, I think we're gonna cut away from that. Unfortunately, I love to watch more, but like, well, he burnt someone. Well, I mean, it's that scene from the trailer. Like it's I don't want to like get too deep into it now, but like literally, he's wearing this outfit is the one we saw when it's like in that first trailer and it showed Bruce in the chair, then it cut to him and he's doing his whole like that's what he looks like, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah. I mean, if the rest of this, I mean, anybody who's already seen this, like, tell me if there isn't a spoiler in the rest of this, then so be it, But like, otherwise, I don't know. But it does matter if he burnt someone. Personally, I don't see the issue. No, I think it's just like I guess like how else was that interaction going to end, right? Like torture and then eventually death. Like I don't think Louis was ever gonna let Killa Bruce survive. I'm just particular about I don't know. I don't think I've been spoiled too much before this season, but when you kind of like show enough of your marketing where you're kind of showing key moments that are gonna happen for somebody like me who hasn't read the books and is like what's gonna happen to everybody, I can just like I can put two and two together on that. But yeah, I'm normally I'm pretty like up in arms about spoilers, but I'm not like upset. I'm just like, oh well, okay. I mean, I guess shows us way too much right before Armand's part. I can watch Armand's part. Extended clips of what we've seen. I mean, yeah, true, true. I wouldn't watch the rest. See, that's what gives me pause for concern. I feel like they're showing a lot, and yet it's only like 0.0001%. That's true. They show more season 3 footage. I wouldn't watch it. We could have guessed that would happen, but it's more fun just to see it. Skipping Armand without knowing. Man truly hates. Hey, I told you I thought he was compelling. Movie Manitoul. Don't you dare. Don't you don't you dare. Movie Manitoul is actually crazy. Big departure from the book, so it's new to me. Armand, LOL. Armand hate lives in his blood. Oh my god. I have the I see. Lestat might have the blood of Akasha, but I have the blood of just like of just anger and hatred for the little gremlin. I guess. Man, that's Manitoul. That's our guy. Nothing ever gets. What's the bit that I also thought was funny was but like I think I've already seen. Yeah, I want to see. I want to watch it, but I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But I will say it is funny in the description for the Talamasca trailer. I love the Lord. What? There's our guy. What's the bit? Where's the description? Oh fuck no! Which one of these videos has like this like really like cheesy sounding description that I liked a lot? I think it was this one, maybe. Damn, no, it's not. No, I think it was the Amazon description. Hang on, I want to find this real quick. If you go to Amazon, like, because I do AMC Plus through my Amazon account, my Prime account. So if I do Talamasca season 2, LOL. If I go to just the show, is the show description. That's right. The show description, I'm not exaggerating when I read this. Guy Anatole is just a regular guy until he gets tapped by the spy agency of the immortal world to join its clandestine forces. We follow Guy as he navigates this new world and discovers unexpected connections to his fam. Like literally it's how it opens. Guy Anatole is just a regular guy, and I never got over it. That is hilarious to me. Talamasca season 2. Yeah, Talamasca season 2 when, huh? Honestly, I think the Bruce aspect might be one of the less spoilery things about Louis this season, so maybe they're just going kind of hard on that in the marketing. Maybe I'll watch the rest of it. Louis looks so cool in that shot though. Oh, for sure, for sure. Well, it's very like when the same kind of aesthetic and vibe when he burns down the Théâtre de Vampire. I think they're showing a lot, but didn't realize how much people can ostensibly connect the dots. That's just because I'm cursed with the ability of how to put this without having any ego. I'm cursed with the ability to I just to be observant in regard like in those regards. There's the perfect example is there is a scene in the trailer for Rango, the animated movie back before it came out, and I love Rango, great movie. But there's a scene in the trailer where it establishes the characters and the sheriff and all this other thing, but then a scene in the trailer shows the main character, the protagonist, and the other protagonist, the two main characters, more or less, the good guys, and they're clearly in a situation where they're in a like glass box filling with water. They're in peril, and then who's outside of the box but the sheriff? And you're like, well, hang on a second, it's the sheriff. He's supposed to be a good guy. And so as a kid, I watched that and I was like, wait a second, is the twist that the sheriff Tortoise is actually a villain? And then literally, like, yeah, the trailer gives away the twist if you're just a little, if you just like think about it, just like a couple extra seconds. It's crazy. I think they're showing a lot, but didn't realize. The blood of hatred for Armand is so Lestat's blood. Have I watched Obsession? Yes, I have. I loved Obsession. Love that movie. I want to go see it again. It is one of my favorites of the year so far. Believe the hype. Sometimes movies are overhyped. Obsession deserves the hype. It's unironically an excellent, very well made film. I love Obsession. They've done a lot of audio clipping in the teaser, so I'm pretty sure they're trying to mislead us as much as possible. Oh, maybe. I'll watch the rest of it then. Fuck it. I'm really excited for more Armand. He's boring and interesting at the same time. There's a lot of audio clipping. You would get in great with Jacob Anderson. He's Armand's #1 hater. Dude hates a soft beige pillow. Armand isn't boring. The person he fronted while he was with Louis was... Oh, I see. It's true, a lot of moments are clearly clipped together to mess up the context. At least Armand's part. My wife. Yeah, sometimes guessing what's going to happen in a show or movie can ruin it. I just think I love good marketing. Obsession is an introduction to the Lestat obsessed Armand we will see in the Vampire Lestat. Oh Lord. You just don't know it yet, but you love me and I love you the same. The order's been delivered. The food is here. I will be right back. Two seconds. I'll leave you with there should be enough time. I'll let this play real quick.
I am the vampire Lestat. I am a god. Lestat's always been very involved with music. If he's gonna tell his own story, he's gonna do it in a performative way.
Dude, what the fuck? G minor sus out. Hey, dude, that was sick.
This whole season serves as a shrink to Lestat, and it's about Lestat working out who he is.
Lestat tries to figure out how to feel about the fact that his ex has written a best-selling book about him in which he's vilified. And he starts off by having a tantrum and forming a rock band.
We are the vampire Lestat.
What are you gonna do if you live forever? You want things that are going to make you feel the most that you can possibly feel.
Sam and the band have amazing chemistry, and it really shines on stage.
We don't have to work very hard to be mesmerized and magnetized by Sam's performance.
We've not seen Lestat in his most raw form. I think he thrives off chaos. Louis, do you know someone called Daniel Malloy?
No.
Where you leave Louis and Lestat at the end of season 2, they have not dealt with the book coming out in the real world.
Explain yourself.
It's gonna be here and gone in a minute. No one reads anymore.
Lestat usual, whatever.
And now the book is real.
Okay, I should have asked you before I published.
I would have said no. I think Louis does feel guilty about the book, but I think he's also pretty angry that it was released without his consent.
No.
And you see the fallout of these characters having to deal with themselves being turned into caricatures. And that's very confronting for a character like Lestat, who likes to control his narrative completely.
So this whole tour is just some ironic reaction to my book.
The songs are my story. Your documentary, the liner notes.
Liner notes? I'm taking this thing to Cannes.
Did I watch my pause?
Picture Auvergne, France, 1772.
Wait, was it raining, MovieMan?
We learn a lot about Lestat. We go way into the past and learn about his background. Were you a stutterer as a child?
His mother's back. His mother is totally complex for him, and while he thinks that she might be a band-aid to solve a lot of his problems, she ends up being one of the worst people who he could bring back.
My maker called for his mama, and I came.
Gabriella and Lestat have known each other 300 years. They had a very complicated relationship.
You start to see why Lestat is the way he is, why he does what he does.
And we were having such a good night.
And now we're not.
Now we're not.
Forget I said it.
She said what?
Forget I said it.
The subtitles don't even know. Forget I said it? What did she say?
Forget I said it.
Forget I said it, I think. Forget is set. Oh, forget is said it. That's campaign so that MovieMan gets to interview the cast. Oh, that'd be. I don't know if I'm qualified for that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever conducted an interview. I mean, I could ask. I would be so. I would try to do like the. If I were to become like an actual interviewer or a journalist, I'd want to interview the same way that someone like Mythical Kitchen carries it out, or even Sean Evans. I guess I don't know. I want to. I would be so fearful of falling into the mold of the stereotypical interview of like, what was it like working with so and so? Like, hey, you've been a vampire now. What as a vampire? What are your 3 favorite snacks? I would have to like do an extensive research into the characters, the the actors. I'd want to be well read in the books. I want to be qualified and approach it so I could ask unique questions and actually try to give them something more engaging or interesting than the run of the mill press junkets. You know.
Congrats on the happy day.
Louis has a really extraordinary journey this season.
This is a very different Louis to the Louis that we knew and loved or had a complicated relationship with in the first 2 seasons.
You got the wrong ad.
This is definitely Louis in unhinged mode.
You are courting
Clearly.
great danger with Lestat, Daniel.
I mean, good,
Armand
good
is
for her.
deeply, deeply traumatized vampire.
I love you, Lestat.
Christ.
This is a version of Armand who's a bit more desperate, maybe, a bit more bitter, a bit less in control.
Be who you are, but be it
So
on the other
ready
side of the
for it.
moon. Or kill yourself.
Oh
Can
my
you
god.
go in there?
Hey,
His mother
yo,
is
yo.
totally complex for him.
What? I didn't mishear that. Was that audio clip? That's crazy work. Crazy work. You kidding me?
And
Deeply, deeply traumatized vampire.
I love you, Lestat.
Christ.
This is a version of Armand who's a bit more desperate, maybe, a bit more bitter, a bit less in control.
be who you are, but be it on the other side of the moon. Or kill yourself.
Can you go in there and tell me if it's her?
The Vampire Lestat is an amazing book, and I'm very privileged to be involved in the
I love Lestat hate for Armand.
making of it in a way.
Oh shit.
The Tooth Team, the Fang.
Yeah, they are showing quite. All right, you know what? I'm cutting back right now. They are showing quite a lot. Are there any interviews? Are there any interviews that be a good time to watch? Oh, I love that video. The birds for some reason. I can't play it because it's like copyrighted music. But if you haven't seen that bird animation, it's amazing. Let's see. They went on Autumn Brown channel. You guys have a similar channel size. The Gremlin is out. Uh-oh. Love Autumn Brown's content and agree. The Vampire whole season, dude. There's small interview clips they've been dropping on Insta. Yeah, I watched most of those. I think I've already reacted to most of those. Lestat's line to Armand, be who you are, but be on the other side of the moon. Being the opposite of his vows to Louis. Be all the beautiful things you are, and then without apology for eternity. Lestat always waxing poetic about Lestat and then being like, oh, but he sucks, I hate him. Oh, the season 2 blooper reel? I don't think I saw that. I don't think have I watched this full thing yet?
Bonjour, mon amour.
Oh no.
Okay. I'll try to be scary.
Still rolling.
That's it. Sorry. Sorry.
Hey, Markin. Oh, this is on me. Okay, here we go. Okay.
What?
Shit.
leave here tonight seeing the world. I pre-release. I need to be a bit back a bit further.
Oh, no.
Laugh it off.
It's crazy because it's almost like uncharacteristic to see all of them laughing and in such joy, given the like how they normally carry themselves in most of the show overall. Brother.
Sorry.
Raglan.
Background action.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at you, babe. That's why we Hollywood people talk. You didn't know that?
Three, 4 days with folks before he's... I'm sorry, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
But same. By the way, my head canon is that I like to think that during the interviews, Daniel would just say some out of pocket shit. And I like the idea that Daniel just makes Armand crack up during the interviews, like super serious gremlin boy, and yet he still can't help himself.
That's why we Hollywood people talk. You didn't know that?
3, 4 days with folks before he's... I'm sorry, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm done. I'm going.
Love it. Pretty great. Pretty great. All right. I gotta eat the rest later. I'll be here forever if I keep going. I got a little bit of grub in the belly. Was there one for season 1? Did I ever watch it? Interview bloopers? I mean, sure. How is this one, though?
Hi.
20 minutes is kind of a lot.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Hello. How's it going?
Hey everyone.
Hi.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
Oh, whoa. Hello. Oh, wait, this is the one that was being mentioned. This is Autumn Brown. I just realized someone just mentioned Autumn Brown. That's hilarious. You watch Autumn Brown? I do not, but I can come around for sure. Can you watch the solo interviews from Autumn? I like how I didn't. I shit you not. I didn't read the comments till just now, and I just so happened to click on an Autumn Brown video, and now I go back through, and all the comments are talking about this Autumn Brown person. Did I finally watch the last 3 seconds of the final trailer I posted earlier? I have not. I've been told to maybe avoid it, but I have not seen it. Love Autumn Brown. She's great. Recommend the Newsreader. Yeah, I'm definitely... Newsreader's on my list for sure. I will at some point in the future be watching the Newsreader. I will say Autumn Brown's interviews are like over an hour long each, but the videos are amazing. I might get around to that then, honestly. Make some good like content to listen to while I'm working. Daniel making Daniel crack up is real to me. Funny enough, in the show, you can see when Armand's trying to suppress a smile when hearing Daniel's comments. That's pretty good. I like it. I love it when it's like character when an actor almost breaks character. Favorites: Daniel, Lestat, Santiago. Very regretfully have to leave, but depending on how long you're streaming, maybe I'll be back. I don't know how long I'll be going. I mean, I'm still going. I don't know how long it's been, but what's it been? Only 3.5 hours. It feels like it's been longer. I mean, I'll be on for a little while. I can't be up too terribly late, but maybe till at least like midnight my time. There was a really good interview with Asab, but it was literally so random and obscure. Love her vids. Autumn did interviews after each episode of season 2. Back in 1, there was a podcast, and now for season 3, we'll get After Dark episodes. The Autumn Brown interviews can be kind of spoilery. I figure so I'll stick to the bloopers, goops, and outtakes real quick. Eventually, I'll get back to reading comments, maybe. Oh, this is kind of fun. This is like multimedia format. I got to find a balance between all of this.
No one would be able to see me. It's a podcast, right?
It's a video.
Is it?
Okay.
So you could see, like, so I should pick a different part of my house first of all than this, like, spare room.
That's
fine. No.
One more sec. I'll put on like the smallest amount of makeup. I'm gonna make it happen.
Oh
One sec.
no.
Literally just now, the lawn people are here.
How's my internet? Is my internet all right?
Oh, uh-oh. Okay, I'm
is it?
so sorry. All of a sudden, you've disappeared. Oh, can you hear it, or is it, I don't hear it. Okay, well,
Let me just try and swap it over to my phone.
Do you want me to call you back so you're not stuck looking at a wall in my house?
honestly, this is like my first time using Zoom, so I don't even
Damn.
really like
Know how to get back on.
know
Okay.
how to get back on. So I'll just stare at your wall. I'll look at the stuff love.
I mean, this does give me hope that I could do this kind of shit. Like, I do get because I'm in my local critics guild and all this. I do get emails that say, "Oh, here's some movies that are coming out. These people are available for interviews and for one-on-ones or contents, questionnaires, and all this." And if I made the time to do it, I mean, I could whip up an interview with somebody, maybe. But especially, like, I mean, another creator that's not like enormous, but more subscribers than me for sure. But like, if she can do it, I mean, I imagine I probably could as well. That'd be a fun thing to do.
Do you want us to log out, log back in?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, let me log out.
Oh, at 6 a.m. where you were. Oh yeah, get some sleep, please, please, please. But thank you for coming by. Like I said, the VOD will be available afterwards, so by all means, Hannah, our angel writer. You need to watch it. No real giveaway. Oh, so the end of the trailer. I can watch it then. Yeah, sure. It's not the AMC inside the episode that gives away too much. It's the trailer you watched posted earlier. Yeah, I did hear about that. I know some people were nervous. People are kind of more nervous than I am about watching some of this stuff. I feel like I remember these bloopers have spoilers for the book. Oh, they do? Ooh, well, in that case. Man, how easily I'm scared off. Well, what else then? Sam answers fan questions. Is that a dangerous one? That's 2 years ago. What do you think about that one? Maybe.
Hi, I'm Sam Reed. They have given me a computer with your questions, and I am going to answer them. Okay, so this one's from Kla. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Kla? Would you accept the dark gift? No, Kla, I would not. Al, you had a friend. It's a nice name. If you had to interview one of the vampires on the show, which would it be? And how well or poorly do you think that interview would go? I'd like Claudia to have an interview, but I would not want to sit in a room with her. Sam. I'd be dead. Grace, what would you want the audience to understand the most
dangerous.
about Lestat? What did he enjoy most about working on season 2? These questions are complex, guys. I don't think I want the audience to understand anything about Lestat. I think it's good to have no idea what the hell's going on half the time.
Thanks. Appreciate it. That's great. That's great. Yeah. So then I had no idea during my time, and then I got rigged over the coals for it. I just love talking to people who actually love the show. I mean, I do love the show. I'd be worried my questions wouldn't be good enough. I'd be worried I'd just be like, "Hi, I just want to say you did a great job. Okay, thanks, bye." It's like, getting Roland Jones would be an awesome get, or imagine Sam Reed or... Well, I'm sure, especially with the season right now and all the marketing, they got to be in like massive demand, right? Katie O'Shaughnessy has some great interviews with the creatives too. She's too amazing. Genuinely, don't be afraid. Sam does not spoil things. He may speak to book readers at times, but if you didn't read it, I mean, you're fine in my opinion. I don't know if someone has asked me before, but what is my favorite Lestat song? My favorite Lestat song so far? Honestly, I don't know if I have a favorite so far, but I do have these like vocal stems that I'm getting from his songs. Like obviously the very first one that came out, which was like the whole ooh 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 ooh, like that was fun. And I keep catching myself as I'm like walking through my daily life. I'm just like, I'll just be doing a task and I'm like, will my toesies ever touch the ground? Like, just like the fucking toesies bit. Favorite song so far though? Maybe that first one. Just the down, 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 down. I think that first one maybe. Although I do love that acoustic one that was just put out though. Shows the variety there. Felt like I felt much more emotion and passion in that one. The other ones also have, you know, intensity to them, but there was just something about that new one that was like it felt very it felt a bit more raw for sure. I think you would do get after the season to do a good introspective interview. I mean, possibly. Like, I can try, no promises, but like, yeah. Welcome to the first first interview for the Movie Man channel. So, what was it like? just, I somehow bag Roland Jones, where it's like, welcome to the show, Roland. How's that copy of your book holding up these days? I'm just curious. I'll never forget the feeling of that first Rockstar demo clip. I keep saying "trapo" around my friends. The Bane Bane song was fun. It's sad it's too short.
Let him stay mercurial. Lara SP. Lara, I'm a lot. I appreciate that name. Okay, what is his favorite line of Lestat dialogue from the books and the show? Only you under a rising moon can strike like the hand of God. Arya, if you could establish your own vampire law, what would it be? No laws for vampires, let them run free. Xander,
No
what
laws.
are some songs that remind you of Lestat? So many songs remind me of Lestat. Recently it's St. Vincent, and I would say something from the Mass Education album. I'll get back to you on that. Liz Slow. Fun names that you guys come up with. I enjoy it. So what are you most looking forward to seeing in season 2? Well,
He's
I've
adorable.
seen all of it. So I'm not looking forward to seeing anything, but I am looking forward to you seeing The Revenant. This might be a spoiler, but it's in episode 1, so it's fine. Who makes you laugh
Oh, I
the
see.
most?
Well, good
That's
thing we've already
from
seen
Maya.
this.
1, 2, 4. Who makes me laugh the most? Jacob. Freddie, steady, go. Milk or Milo in the glass first? Milo. Always Milo in the glass and a tiny little bit of milk, and then you fill it up with...
What's Milo? This is an Australian thing? All right, mate. Give me two seconds. I gotta find out what Milo is. Oh, it's a beverage. Oh, I see. So it's like chocolate milk. I see it. Funny, it's still Nestle. So in Australia, it's Milo, but in the States, it's what would you call that? Like I almost said Ovaltine. No, it'd be it's Nesquik in the States. Yeah, that's what I had growing up was Nesquik. Yeah, this just makes me think of that. Dude, I drank the shit out of Nesquik when I was a child. My God, that was an exciting day in the household.
the rest of the milk. You gotta make the Milo into like a paste, and then you fill the rest. And then if you want, you get a little sprinkle of Milo on top of it. Only one way to make Milo, in my opinion.
I assume that's what he's referring to, unless it's something else. I just typed in Milo in Australia, and that was it. Because the question was milk or Milo in the glass first. So he says Milo first, then get a little bit of milk for a paste, then add the rest. An important Australian debate.
Glass first. Milo. Always Milo in the glass and a tiny little bit of milk.
Yeah,
and then
Nesquik
you
was my
fill it up
childhood for
with
sure.
The rest of the milk. You gotta make the Milo into like a paste.
Sometimes
and then you
tang,
fill
but that's
the
more
rest.
like
And then if you want, you
zesty
get a
orange
little sprinkle
behavior.
of
But yeah,
Milo on top of
Nesquik.
it.
Oh my
Only one
God.
way to make Milo, in my opinion. So Brenna Hernandez says, what's your go-to karaoke song? Pearl Jam.
Tequila.
Probably sit there and sing the entirety of 10. So
The Has-Been Hotel
XX
soundtrack.
Kira Littlewood, XX4. Favorite
Actually, no.
film?
Go-to karaoke in the right crowd would be Bo Burnham. I have like 95% of Bo Burnham's entire discography just like locked away up here, and it ain't going anywhere. I could literally do the entirety of Rant. Like that's, if that's any indication of like, and when am I gonna get a chance in my life where it's like, all right, nerdy karaoke, here we go. Who knows Bo Burnham? And I just like I just stand up like the Manchurian Candidate. I'm like, boy, I got something for you. All the seats at the Sunday masses filled with the massive ass. Like, just get into the whole thing.
Growing up, my favorite film. I love The Labyrinth. I really love that movie.
Oh,
And then
Labyrinth.
When I got older, I
Labyrinth
liked
is
The
great.
Shining. I really like that movie.
Oh,
No
hey,
context.
right there with
Lestat.
you.
Hello. No context. Lestat. How are you? If you could describe Lestat's character arc in one word this season, what would it be?
My childhood. I would so tune in for MovieMan interviews with cast, crew, or even other content creators. Here's the funny thing. I have I'm not gonna name any names. I don't want to drag anybody. I just find it ironic. It's multiple times now I have been approached by other content creators. There's one individual who likes horror movies, and I shit you not, for the better part of 3 years, we have gone back and forth with like, I want you on my podcast. I love to do the podcast. Let's set a date. Cool. And then the date will come up, and then they'll have to cancel. And then a date will come up, and then I'll have to cancel. But 9 out of 10 times we'll set a date, and hours before we're supposed to record, they'll cancel. But then they'll still hit me up and they'll be like, "Hey, still want to do the podcast?" And I'm like, "Okay, sure." At this point, I'm just like, I want to see. I don't expect we're ever going to do it, but I want to see how many years we can drag this back and forth out. And then another individual, they also have a podcast, and I just met them at a bar, funny enough, but they're also in the content creation space. And they're like, "Yeah, we got you on the short list. Love to have you in sometime just to kind of talk about movies and all that." But again, I don't know if I'm actually on the list. I don't know if it's actually going to be a recording, but it's what's that Doofenshmirtz bit where it's like this is 2 times it's happened, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Like it's crazy. Like literally two different occasions now I've been invited to be a guest on a podcast and like have like a speaking bit and a conversation, and then nothing bubkiss has come from it. I like to do Savior by Rise Against. The tragic thing is, I like, as much as I know about music, about movies and TV, I'm an idiot when it comes to like music and music trivia, like popular music. Like I am not the guy to know about music. Oh, Strawberry Nesquik, for real, for real. Bo Burnham is such a jarring memory for me. Bo Burnham was one of my inspirations growing up, and still is. I've been lucky enough to see him. I think I only got to see him once live during his Make Happy tour, but I love Bo Burnham so much. He got me through some hard times for sure. And watching him evolve as an artist when I also evolved from who I was to who I am now. Those struggles sound so real. It's just people being flaky. I've learned about most people you meet in life, like most people that talk, like most people are full of shit. Most people talk, the ones that talk the most game and that are like, "I got all this going on. I got these business ventures. I got these projects and all this. Would love to get this off the ground." I knew a guy who literally like worked like with Netflix and other production companies. Like he's more or less a producer, and I met him just like well, I don't want to say how I met him, but I met him, and he would be like, "Oh yeah, well, I like what you're doing. I like what you got going on with the channel. We can get those numbers up. Love to get you some work." And nothing has. I think I ended up getting 2 freelance writing gigs. Like I was working on writing I was working on the pilot of a kids TV show, like just some ideas and some episodes, and I was hoping to be along for the long haul, but they never were able to get it off the ground. So I worked on it. I did a little bit of like writing out plot and ideas for some episodes and some characters, but nothing ever came of it. And then aside from that, he never really came through on anything else. So most people just bub kiss indeed. Most people just say shit. The quote though, I love it. Yeah, it's a good one. I've also reached out about doing and eventually doing a collaboration. Oh, for sure, for sure. Some people I have come through. I don't want to paint like the wrong picture of like nothing's ever happened. Like I'm always down for it, and I would like to. I mean, yeah, collaboration's fun. You can cross promote channels. You can work together on projects. It can be a lot of fun. Wasn't there a video about the lies in the show that you wanted to wait? Wasn't there a video about the lies in the show you wanted to watch? I hope you know what I'm talking about. A video about the lies in the show I wanted to watch. Wasn't there a video about the lies in the show that I wanted to watch? The lies in the show. It's not jogging a memory at the moment. Maybe it'll come back to me.
That's a tricky question. Listen to how you're going to edit this, like Awakening. And Jacob Anderson, who's that? Why is Jacob Anderson your favorite person to work with? He is very talented, and he does some extraordinary work.
Yes, sir.
This season. I feel very lucky to work with him.
Pretty sure my introduction to Jacob Anderson was what a lot of people's was Grey Worm in Game of Thrones. And then I saw the next thing I saw him involved with, funny enough, was his guest spot on Game Grumps when they played what was it, like Wheel of Fortune or something. That was hilarious, by the way. If you haven't seen Jacob Anderson on Game Grumps, my god, it is so good. And then I saw him in, I think, this. I don't think I've seen much of his other filmography, but it's really good stuff. Yeah, he's a DJ too. All of Armand's Lies or something like that. I don't know. I actually like some of Raleigh Ritchie's music. Yeah. Seems to be a talented DJ. Wasn't it a super book spoiler heavy video though, and that's why he never watched it? Wasn't there a video about the lies in the show that you wanted to watch? Oh, wait. Was there, are you talking about oh, hang on. There was a, wasn't there a video? Sam, I don't want to cut your thing short. Wasn't there it was like a video essay, interview with the vampire, all the, I don't know if it's all the lies or all the inconsistencies. That's right. There was a video right here, every truth discrepancy in Interview with the Vampire. Armand's biggest lies so far, 4 months ago. Yeah, I think this was the one. Granted, it is 30 minutes. So I don't want to override this and have a whole, because knowing me, I'll watch a 30-minute video and turn it into 2 hours of content. Daniel Malloy humbling the vampire Armand for almost 8 minutes straight. Lestat lies, and here's why. Yeah, you can tell there's definitely some opinionated people on here. Oh, the movie. I can't wait to watch the movie and compare and contrast, dude. That's going to be great. Because of that's iconic. Jacob's background on gaming is so fun. Remembering when he played against the Rizzler. Yes, that goes into book stuff, so not that big of a thing. Oh, what this the top video does? The truth and lies here. Every truth discrepancy. Plus, if I recall, I started watching it, and I don't think I was a huge fan. Was I a huge fan of the narration? I forget.
We should get every detail right.
Detail.
In total agreement.
Welcome back, my beautiful creatures of the night. If you're new here, I'm Maria, and I deep dive into the juicy, immortal drama of AMC's...
That's fine. It must have been a different video I was thinking of. Did I watch this? I hope I didn't watch this. I think I clicked on this and then I stopped. Oh, that's right. So you'll be happy to know. So before anybody freaks out, I clicked on this because I was like, "What's Devil's Minion?" And then a minute in, I was like, "I shouldn't be watching this," and I clicked away. So, but she also did a video on. Yeah, we're getting into some dangerous territory right now, though. You should watch the Daniel humbling Armand. It's so funny. I think I started it according to my YouTube history.
Not quite.
Don't get mad at Daniel. Armand deserves it. There's my boy. There we go.
You went west.
Claudia was entirely broken. She had left a part of herself in Romania. I knew I had to steer her far away from it. I chose the city that called to us on the radio.
I'm also worried this is going to actually trigger copyright rule. I just realized if this is straight up clips, I mean, are we going to cut away? Do I need to pause or anything?
To the mother of New Orleans.
Members of my coven had sensed...
We'll get to you.
The war had turned off the lights.
I'm only scrolling away just to not trigger anything.
Miss Jackson. Miss Jackson.
And I'd say we're multimillionaires. Not quite a billion. I preserve your happiness even when you don't or can't. I had a hunch. Daniel might prove fruitful in later times.
Lord. Get out of here, stop.
Where's the sleep of an infant? Tabula.
There with the arm over the chair, the shirt unbuttoned down past the, get out of town with this nonsense.
Rasa.
De Gaulle's Paris had
I'm
me...
sorry, one more time with that one.
Tabula rasa.
De Gaulle's Paris had me etherized.
Ah. The whitest of lies, turning 77 this year. Do not leave Dubai until you've made him retract it.
Uh-huh. Once again, that's the voice of the vampire Armand, but continue.
Super spoilers friendly heavy? Oh, the panel. I see what you mean. Assad is an impressive actor considering his limited experience. Armand with his perm and the amount of times Armand looks at Daniel like dinner. No, it's great. I love it.
To disregard it as he remains.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, Malloy?
You're at the table.
I'm in our dining room.
You're not dining.
I mean, let me ask the audience.
Get out of here. Stop.
Its way towards Mother Russia.
Some would say a poorly timed European holiday.
Disregard. He said no.
I said I would not do it.
Maître in the bedroom, maître only when it's hot or convenient.
That's how I took it.
I had reasoning.
Yes, Daniel, period. Yeah, exactly. The fucking leg cross and everything, too.
Maître only when it's...
Brother, they're too good at this. Are you kidding me?
Hot or convenient.
What happened to Devil's Advocate movie, man? Devil's Advocate for what? For which part? And what part am I supposed to be Devil's Advocating right now? But was Gabrielle actually there in that theater box while they were making out? And did she join? I don't know, man. Because like when he told the story, he didn't include Mommy Dearest, and when Lestat tells it in the trailer, she's right there. Again, Odyssey recollection or the truth finally coming into play. I don't know.
That's how I took it.
I had reasoning.
That's how I took it.
I'm pretty good at my job. A bright young reporter with a point of view. Interviewed a fallen Catholic.
See, it's those moments, man. I love those moments where even just like, I pointed this out in my second watch through, but Armand bemused by this line of dialogue that Daniel hasn't even fully realized like what it truly means or its inception point, right?
Like Archbishop, 4 and
that fucking smirk over there.
on vice presidents. And if they've got something to hide, they always start with some kind of disguise. Not literally, not some dumb Halloween costume, gloves, contact lenses. They tell jokes. They're charming. And then at some crisis point, when I get close, it drops away.
Why did I accept this job? Talamasca needs their inside man. Dude, let's be real. Rashid is 100 times this, if I'm being no sarcasm, like all sarcasm aside, Rashid is like 100 times a better secret agent than Guy Anatole ever could have dreamed of being. That being said, I would love to see an alternate episode, like history of like either whether it's Talamasca or Interview. I would like to see Guy Anatole have to infiltrate the Dubai penthouse or try to be like low key during an omakase lunch break and just be like, "You're Daniel, right?" It's just like so.
I see a flash of the truth.
Armand didn't want me to do the interview, Daniel.
Still don't.
But he wanted to be close to it, right, real Rashid? I mean, hey, whatever it is they're trying to hide, I'm probably not going to crack it, which is, who cares? Happens all the time. But I want to ask you, as a member of the inferior species, why say, hey, vampires are real? Here's almost all the...
Bro is so Anthony Bourdain coded, and I love it.
Thank you, Rashid.
Oh, Lord. I'm sorry to be annoying. I keep scrolling away for fear. Like, this is the only thing I'd be worried about genuinely getting, like, copyright on. I know it's an edited video, so most of it I can watch. But typically, if anything's playing for more than, like, 5, 8 seconds or more, that's when YouTube is going to be like, and, like, crack down on that shit. Not like the stream's going to be taken down or anything like that. But afterwards, I'm sure the VOD is going to have some trouble. But there will be an uncensored version online, for sure. Imagine Rashid babysitting Guy for Spy 101. I would love that. Dude, I honestly, as much as I rag on the show and him, I do, just for the entertainment value alone, I would love to have more Guy Anatole in the Immortal universe. Almost said Dark universe. That's funny. I was hoping we'd get real Rashid on Talamasca. Oh, they wouldn't dare be so bold. I want more of what was that? What was Jason Schwartzman's character, the absolute queen, not Bruce. It was like oh, he was in one scene and I forget, but he was great. And it was like I like how they front loaded the show with him and Daniel Malloy, and then neither of them ever came up again to get everybody to come to try to lure people into the show. Bert, yeah, Bert. He was great. Loved Bert. Guy trying to infiltrate Dubai or something would be hilarious as fuck. I would love that. You kidding me? We need a video of someone doing Rashid's inner monologue. But that shit's hilarious. Amon and Louis smiling at Daniel's comments because that's their boy. A very annoying one, but their boy nonetheless. Honestly, yeah, there's a reason.
That's why I'm coming after you, real Rashid. You I can fucking break.
If you'll excuse me.
Love it. Love it.
So, your new boyfriend sold you out to your old boyfriend.
Okay, all right. I sold him out.
And then he put you on a show trial.
Yes.
In front of a live human audience.
That's right.
Let me guess. The
Why is he agreeing so much? I can't.
star witness's testimony was scrupulously impartial.
It was wrong of Louis to enter your memories yesterday. You were invited here as a guest.
Cell phones.
You were rude, but he crossed the line.
Artificial intelligence crunching improbable data.
I offer.
How do you hide from the cloud?
Sorry, what did he say?
Artificial intelligence crunching improbable data.
Would you let me talk? I something is so satisfying to me about Daniel interrupting Armand when he's like trying to get into big monologues and he starts pontificating about the state of society and the human race and how the narrative is and how Louis like everything. It's just so again, it's why I love Daniel. He's just like, yeah, I'd probably be doing the exact same thing. Talamasca was so disappointing. That character was great, completely made up as far as I know. Love to see all of the real Rashid love here. Yeah, great character. I don't even think I realized in the season 1 finale after Rashid took off, like, or even when he dropped off the paper, I don't think it clicked for me immediately that he was well, I forget. I'll have to go back and watch my initial watch of the show. I don't remember when I figured out that Rashid was Talamasca, but I remember it like low key blew my mind, which shows that he was good at his job because I never even thought like it was already the subterfuge of Armand and Rashid. I never even like put it together, although I'm sure that like the book fans did. Guy would be one of the young fellas Armand hunts for food. Yeah. He made it as far as the Burj Khalifa. I still think it's so funny that Daniel is so disappointed he didn't get to shag Lou. It was wrong for Louis to enter your mind. Armand, you're one. Oh yeah, pot calling the kettle black for sure. Do we think Armand would find Guy fascinating? No, definitely not. There's no shot. I mean, maybe morbidly so, but no. Armand would not find Guy fascinating.
I offer.
How do you hide from the cloud?
Yes, you most certainly did.
No, I didn't, dingbat. Listen, I said, Brooke, is your mother speaking
your
for
finger
you? Do you
out
want to be...
Should have seen that coming. Did not see that one coming. Big red flag, huh? The biggest.
It's like a telenovela.
Oh, I understand.
In a community as small as ours, such crossings of the mortal paths expect perhaps more common than you would think.
And Juan looked up at the painting and saw that Teresa's dead husband was Roberto. He had eloped with his enemy's widow. It's a telenovela. Ever read Moby Dick, real Rashid?
Love it. Love it so
I'm
much.
here to serve.
Ah, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. This is so weird. Where did they send you when Shah Rukh Khan over here was playing you?
Not supposed it was improv, was it? Whatever you do, don't laugh. Again, I love the canon idea, which is just Armand genuinely finds Daniel to be pretty funny overall, but he's like, he has to lock in every time. He has to be like, if I laugh at this man, I give him so much ammunition, and I can't do that. I can't give him the credit. He said, "Don't laugh, don't laugh." Where's Shah Rukh Khan over here? Real Rashid is, so far as we know, a TV original character. Oh, interesting. The Rashid in the book is from like centuries before Armand was born even. Interesting. Talamasca wishes they had Daniel as an agent from the begging, by the way. Honestly, yeah. Dude, the fact that Raglan James himself like went to Dubai, was like, well, we've had Rashid planted here for a while, but basically acknowledging we've gotten nowhere with him. So shows up in the middle of Omakase trying to play it cool and just be like, well, you're working on this. We can give you some resources and all that. We want you to finish this book. And then whether he's blowing smoke up his ass or not, the fact that he's like, oh, I envy you, Mr. Malloy. I say if I were even half the man you were, I'd be running this operation by now. I dare say. Daniel making fun of the telenovela as if he doesn't have the amnesia plot line for himself. Honestly, got amnesia. I mean, you've got almost pure poetry in the dialogue in Interview of Times, and Talamasca's dialogue was something. It really was something else. I love how in episode 2 we had a 5-minute trailing mission that was just different shots of watching Guy Anatole walk down dark alleyways. That was pretty sick. There is a Rashid in the Vampire Chronicles, different character. Book Rashid is such a random extra / background character. Most people probably don't remember there even is a character with that name at all. I certainly don't know.
Is there a panic room behind the stolen Rembrandt?
My love ran a theater company for 150 years, Daniel.
Your love was in a box pondering a premeditated neck wound, according to
Red for filth.
Claudia. She wrote it. Let's choose.
Oh my god, I can't. This is fucking no. My lunch, my nuggies, and my milkies. No.
To believe it.
I followed Lestat's gaze.
I also love the it's never too much. I love how in the dialogue in the show, especially between the interviews and the stories and all that, I love how both Daniel and Louis they'll pontificate a monologue or say something. And I love how then narratively a situation can come back around where Daniel will catch Louis in, I don't want to say a lie necessarily, but in an inconsistency, and then he'll use whatever piece of poetic prose Louis might have just used even earlier that day, and they just throw back their own quotes at each other to help make their point. Art in motion.
And saw Armand in one of the boxes.
Oh no, poor thing. Who put him there?
It stopped my heart until I saw the vampire Sam standing next to him, blocking his exit. He was as much of a captive as we were.
Is that right?
Right.
You were forced to watch.
A painfully close view of the stage.
Or what?
Wow, that's a great question.
Or they'd kill.
Interesting. Immediately, Daniel clocks it too. He's like, "You're forced to watch, but you're a powerful vampire, centuries old. So, or what? Who was stopping you, man? Daniel's good, man.
Me.
It was a part of his punishment.
Not perfect, but he's good."
The clarification for the readers, to save your own life, Armand, you screwed over Louis, Claudia, and Madeline, and then you sat in the best seat in the house watching the consequences of you screwing them over.
He had a lot to account for, but he spent the whole performance.
I can't believe Louis still buys this. Oh no. Dude, I love that whoever made this is very clearly and obviously they're just Armand and just reading him for filth this entire fucking video is great. Vampire Sam catching strays, yeah, for real. Armand's fake sad face, yeah. About the way Daniel brings stuff back up with inconsistencies and such, I mean. Oh, yeah. You see, you completely agree. Yeah. Hoping we get an Armand Daniel interview one day. I think the fact that even in the trailer they clearly meet up at least one time. I think there's gonna be. I mean, it's Maker and Fledgling, right? And I feel like Armand. I would love to hear Armand explain, or I want to know why he did it, and we can speculate that it was done out of spite, or it was as the actor says. I think he said it's the most disgusting thing he could think of that he would never want to do. So he did it to Daniel because it's the worst thing he could think of doing to him, is giving him this almost curse of sorts, perhaps. But I don't know. I would love to. I genuinely think there's a part of Armand that sees like himself in Daniel, and there's like maybe even a begrudge. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I get vibes of like begrudging respect. I don't know. I'm really curious to see how their scenes play out. I want more scenes with like now vampire Daniel. I want to see like Daniel and Armand interact more and have conversations. I would like, I mean, we've had Armand tell some stories that, you know, again, the accuracy is questionable at best, but I do still want more. I would again, he is, even though I don't love him, he is a compelling, interesting character, and I want to like crack open that hood, like, you know, the boys crowbar style, and like get in there, scoop out some brain matter, you know what I'm saying? My favorite Eric Bogosian moment as Daniel is probably the San Francisco episode. The feet in the rocks thing is this feet in the rocks thing is bullshit. When he reads from the book and realizes it was Louis, such a great scene. Yeah. Me too, movie man. More. Eager black hole. Armand totally projects relates to Daniel. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's calculating a way to save me.
He didn't witness the play. He directed the play.
The fuck? I can't with the vine
Claudia's
booms.
Immortal beloved.
They also spliced in Santiago saying, "What say you?"
Didn't witness the play. He directed the play.
What say you?
Spliced in Santiago, what say you?
Claudia's immortal beloved. Not yet immortal.
Note to self, everything related to Claudia from this point forward is without written corroboration.
Just our memories of her.
Little frowny face right there.
However porous they come.
I love emboldened Daniel mid-interview, back on the right side of things, with with martini, the drink in hand, just emboldened, just being like, the memories, yes, oh yeah, he's like so over the bullshit. He's seen the like, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, you ain't gonna fool me again, like, just, and they're still giving him these emotional spiels, and he's over here like, yeah, sure, your memories, however porous they may come, we've been down this road before, just tell me your story.
A little more vermouth next time, Rashid?
I can make another.
No, it's good.
My favorite line.
It's just his were better.
Peak. It's peak. Can you imagine the amount of restraint? Dude, I'm telling you, if Armand had his way, I'm sure he would have, at many points during the interview, he would have, like, just leapt over that table and ripped Daniel asunder, or he, like, wanted to. But if not, you know, if not for Louis, just kind of, like, holding him back and just trying to keep the peace.
Where does the bullshit start, Armand?
Amadeo, Arun.
You were supposed to die with Claudia. He
didn't save you. Lestat did. OMG, brief Lestat appearance. Hi, my love. Okay, I see what side of the bread that Guadi's toast is buttered on here.
He just took credit for it when the opportunity presented itself, and you.
He's over here. Oh, I haven't seen this. Is that Euphoria? What is that?
No, I don't even know why she would say that.
Wait.
I haven't seen Euphoria yet. But I think I've seen that clip. That's pretty accurate, I think.
And you.
No, I don't even know why she would say that.
Oh my god. His were better. Oh, I love it's the writing, right? It's because you could have such an obvious diss in that scene with the martini, right? But it just the layers behind, like the subterfuge of the fake Rashid, real Rashid, the sassiness of Malloy, the implication of the subservient role, and him being like, oh no, it's the most backhanded fucking compliment, the most backhanded, like thing you could possibly say in that moment, where he's just like, "Oh no, but he made the drinks better." It's like it works so well. I love that line so much. Unironically, I disliked Armand throughout the entire book series. Assad makes him more redeemable. Yeah, I don't know about the word redeemable, but I see what you mean. Like, and I'm tempted to agree. Thinking about Armand makes me sick. It's so funny to watch the different the different sides of the fandom talk about the characters. I feel like Armand is definitely scared of the possibility of Daniel getting him, the real him, so he keeps his distance. As a book reader, I'm biting my tongue on the eager black hole strays so bad. Especially because Armand loves to serve. Oh, yeah. Also funny how the Martini and Armand bit goes back to Daniel's notes on fake Rashid from season 1. Was that season 1 White Lotus? I thought it was the passive aggressiveness. I thought that's from is that from White Lotus? I thought it was Euphoria. Wait. Oh no, you're right. It is White Lotus. Yes, yes. That is White Lotus. When I forget that Sydney Sweeney is in the first season of that show. Yeah, because then her friend's trying to call her out, right? Or something like that.
I don't even know why she would say that.
Wasted everyone
I
who
thought it
could
was
have told you
Euphoria.
differently. 77 years based on a seismic lie.
I also like how even in this moment right here, God, these episodes are so good. These moments are so impactful and powerful because literally you have oh, it is Euphoria season 2. Okay, I gotcha. That was my thought. I haven't seen Euphoria, but it felt Euphoria coded. But yeah, I love that this is an intense moment, not just for obviously Louis and Armand, but dude, Daniel is like I mean, obviously he's mad because Armand got in both their heads and has been like tinkering and fumbling around in there. But like, I mean, this is it. This is like the trump card. This is the make it or break it. But the level, like the emotional investment that Daniel has in this too, you feel like he shares the frustration. He feels the outrage, even the betrayal in some ways. But that emotion you hear from Daniel in this scene.
It's based on a seismic lie.
It's a forgery, Louis.
It's from the Talamask. Sam was their guy in Paris. He gave it to them. They gave it to me here.
28 stab wounds. Sorry.
Louis.
That's what we end on. The vine boom. Straighten up the glasses. Whoops. I'm so gonna turn you after this. Great stuff. Dude, love it, love it. This is a comeuppance. This is what we call a rape what you sow. It is E4 season 2. Why are you gaslighting MovieMan chat? I wasn't gaslighting. MovieMan gaslighting the chat about Euphoria Armand style. Yeah. I don't know. Was it Euphoria? Was it raining, chat? Was it raining that night? I cannot with people who say there is no nuance or subtlety or depth or layers in this TV series. That's what I'm saying, man. There's so much to it. I don't know why, but you were supposed to die with Claudia from Daniel is so intense. No, really, where he's like, you were like, that's, yeah, he's in it, man. He like cracked the case wide open. He's like, you were supposed to die. He didn't save you. Lestat did. Like, it's crazy how like this, like he hasn't even met Lestat and his character that he's heard of this whole time and has mixed opinions on. But being able to figure out the truth and all that, he's like, no, this is the truth. Like Lestat was the one who saved you. Like this is, well, because I think they're both also coming to terms with like a lot of their trauma and all that. Yeah, so give Guadi's channel a look see. I watch a lot of movies and TV shows and make videos about them when I can. Made one for Heated Rivalry, making me feel alive again for 6 minutes straight. Yeah, that was a really good video. I'd love to watch the rest of it. It's you and me and you and me. Looks like he did Interview, Arcane, or they did. I gotta watch The Pit at some point too. All right, close down the Milo. Interview. Okay. We can skip ahead a little bit. So what? Episode 2, episode 3. Hello. Hi, that's me. Oh my god, I had like a beard. I don't do the beard as much anymore. That's crazy. I always feel weird about how I look back in the day. Daniel's excitement about breaking apart Armand's life. That's his drug. Yeah. I don't know why. I figured it out as soon as I saw the red link in the documents Rashid brought Daniel. I was yelling. My girlfriend was like, "What? What?" I was like, "I knew it. This son of a bitch." Beard Man 101. Yeah, for real. Let's start telling Louis, of course, you can see other people while shaking his head no. So this is episode 3 then. It is my very nature that of the devil. You've been super patient with all the input. I think you're experiencing the show precisely as you're supposed to. Oh, it's Claudia time. You thought it was chaotic before. I think Lestat likes to parade Antoinette around Louis because he wants him to kill her and maybe drain her. So having that plan backfire and Louis running into an old flame is so hilarious. I could hear your hearts dancing. Man, it's a shame. Yeah, there's Frank Freezy over there again. 51K views, episode 1. I'm obsessed with the show. It's such a shame the fans scared him away. I wonder if he did a video to address it, or if he just like put it on Twitter or something like that. Let's be honest, Lestat is charismatic even if he is a walking red flag. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. In fact, being too charismatic can be a red flag. Kind of. Some people defended serial killers because they were charismatic. Oh yeah, fucking Ted Bundy and all that. Period. I can't help but love him. Louis is gay. Lestat's bisexual. I think you might be the first time watcher of this. See, funny that this person comes in and says this. I think you might be the first time watcher of the show who empathized with Lestat even a little bit, and you caught your own hypocrisy and acknowledged it. That's admirable. What can I say? You play devil's advocate. That the amount of times that I do that sometimes, where it's like I'll make a point, I'll make a counterpoint later, and then I'm like, oh shit, I just like contradicted myself, didn't I? But way she goes, right? Way she goes. Gotta go for now. Start my day. Yeah, well, I'm glad you started it with us and me in the chat. That's really nice. Thanks for coming by, Lady of Hearts. You have a good rest of your day. Maybe check out the VOD later if you want, but otherwise there'll be much more content for sure. Too charismatic is a red flag. Damn. Ellen Trouble. Armand being Ken from Barbie. He wanted Louis to be his long-term, long distance, low commitment, casual boyfriend. All Armand wanted was for Louis to join him in his Mojo Dojo Casa house, and it all would have worked out just fine, honestly. I didn't know Frank wasn't going to be reacting to season 3, and I'm a patron of his. Yeah, that'd be a bummer. Like, can you imagine if after all of this, by the way, can you imagine if after all my reactions to the trailers and the lead ups and talking about it, if all of a sudden, like 2 days before, I was like, you know what, guys, I'm not doing it. You know what? I'm gonna watch this on my own. Not gonna happen. Sorry, but can't do it. I think Lestat also realized in the exact moment when you did that Louis saw this as a relationship, hence the happy laugh, which Louis obviously interpreted negatively because who wouldn't? In the books, Lestat has a habit of laughing at unfortunate times, and when he feels vulnerable, this was what the show was going for, but who knows, honestly. He could also just be a dick. Thank you for the housekeeping at the beginning. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll always address comments, like, one way or another. My new thing nowadays is I will respond to comments, and even if they are, I want to say combative, even if they are disagreeing with me, I will have the conversation, even if they're a bit abrasive. But where I draw the line is when comments are just rude or mean. I'll either not address it, or I'll like keep it for a collage later, just a funny collage. Or I've just started honestly shadow banning, not because I don't want dissenting opinion to be present in the conversation in the chat, but it's the negativity, man. If you're going to come to the table and not bring anything like actually, I don't know, like uh informed or instructive, or like at least like what's what I'm looking for here? Like constructive criticism. Like I'll take constructive criticism all day, but if you're just gonna come in and like be mean and start taking like picking fights and taking pot shots, I don't need that kind of energy. So I'll just like shadow ban at this point. I rarely have to, but there's sometimes. I love that they show events as Louis describes them, and then the show alternative ways they might have happened via Daniel casting doubt after the audience has sort of accepted Louis' original version. Oh yeah, believe me, I've been through that time and time again. I love how vampire Morality is presented as essentially a coping mechanism. You start from the conclusion, I'm a vampire, I'm going to eat people, and work backwards from there. How can I make this thing I've already decided to do good or moral? There's no real answer. The arguments are all flawed. Seems like Louis is trying for a harm minimization approach. I don't know if we have a good read on Lestat yet. He's obviously thought about it, but it's not clear if he's got a coherent philosophy. Maybe something like we are a different, superior predatory thing and it's natural for us to kill. I note that you didn't deny being a vampire, sir. I caught that too. He just laughed it off without giving a definitive answer. All he mentioned were his fangs, but nothing about his alabaster skin or church window eyes. Oh, I fucking can't. Oh man, I love you all. I swear to God, I love this shit. This is amazing. I talked about it before on Patreon. Somebody put me in a meme, um, about going to the Beacon Theater and like broadcasting live the journey, and it's and the me is just literally a fucking picture of Freddie Mercury. I can pull it up real quick. I'm going to avoid the spoiler chat. I'm not going to look at it. I gotta find it real quick. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Like please, like unlike Homelander, I love the memes, so please keep them up. There's nothing brings me more pride and honor than getting to a point where people are like putting me in a meme or something. It's great. Yeah, here it was. MovieMan. It is June 2nd, and MovieMan is broadcasting live from the Beacon Theater, and this motherfucker put Freddie Mercury in the corner. Oh my God. Not to mention, put Freddie Mercury, Woody Harrelson's character from 2012, and just a smattering of other randos here. And like, I think Lestat's back there somewhere. I don't know, but it's a great image. It's pretty great. This fandom's way too much sometimes. No meanies. Yeah, no meanies for real. That's totally fair. There's a difference between dissenting opinion and just like stirring the pot or such. Yeah, people. I don't know. It's like again, it's specifically the YouTube comment section, and it's always gonna be like that. I've seen it on other people's content too, but it's just like I don't know. It's just kind of like it's one thing to come in and be like, hey, I think that you're not looking at this perhaps the right way. I mean, there have even been some people that have been constructive and a little bit aggressive, and I can deal with that. But when people come in, they're like, oh my God, you fucking idiot, you stupid. How could you not see? I'm just like, okay, dude. Like, all right. Really had to say something, I guess. Like the one person in the heated rivalry comment section, that's a sensitive topic to get into. I don't want I think I know who you're talking about. They are very they reached out to me, by the way, and they were like, "Hey, I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I just want to like." They were like bringing dissenting opinion in, but they also and like on other videos, they're just a very forward person. So I don't know. I don't like shutting down free speech, but I will admit that in the comments, things did get a little bit heated. And at one point, I was like, maybe I did reach back out. I was like, maybe on this particular video, we kind of pull back a little bit. Like, I understood. I don't know. I'm not trying to excuse. It's sensitive to get into. It's one of those situations. It's kind of like I don't know, man. There's worse out there, and I think that things got heated, but I know that nobody in their heart of hearts, nobody involved in that situation had truly ill intentions. There were just some very, 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 very strong opinions coming out in the discourse, and I'll leave it at that. And some people were not a fan of that, and it got to a point where I was like, let's maybe tone it back a bit. Louis being a vampire vegan, LOL, was a fun thing the show explored. How it mixes with vampire morality, but also with identity and acceptance, and how it correlates with him being gay. Indeed. I'm sad I came in so late, damn time difference. Well, luckily we're still going. We are still going, and the VOD will be available for sure on Patreon and YouTube as well. I think it's totally understandable to delete or silence comments of people who are being just mean or offensive in the comment section. Yeah, that's my philosophy now. That's just how I approach it at this point. Is like I'll have the conversations, we can go back and forth, even if it's a little bit little bit aggro. But if it gets to the point where it's just literally like rude or mean, no need. What else have we got here? Louis doesn't want to kill humans, but he is happy to exploit others for his own monetary gain. A bit of a difference there, though, isn't there, between murder and exploitation like against people that have already been exploiting you and your people for like many years, a capitalist through and through. His confession in the confessional shows how he is not a good person. We overlook that he takes girls without homes and whores them. I think people love Louis overlook this info. There is no true one villain or hero. We have flawed characters driven by powerful. Yeah, well, we've talked about this. There's a reason why that nickname sticks. So Louis the Pimp, right? He lived a comfortable life off the suffering of others who are less than him, whether he consciously recognized it or not. But isn't that kind of the life he not to reason it away or anything, but didn't he wasn't he making the best life he could make from a already being born into an era where he was at an extreme disadvantage? Like, I mean, I guess he's kind of becoming a not great individual in doing so, but I mean, kind of that's how he was able to survive, right? Take hold of his father's business and try to make something of it, and then provide for his and his own. But then I guess the cost of that is a part of his humanity. There's also something. Oh, I've seen you comment, Archangel. I think I've seen Archangel comment recently. There's also something they only have touched on lightly so far, that most vampires do not survive a long time, which is why there's only about 100 in present day. They've been around for centuries, even millennia, so if they are immortal, there should be a lot more than 100 by now. But for many reasons, usually their own frailties or inability to adapt, barely any of the vampires who are created live for any significant amount after being turned. An older vampire like Lestat would know that, would have witnessed it. Lestat is rightfully worried that Louis will not adapt and survive. Don't forget, Lestat picked Louis after watching him live his life, which was full of morally gray stuff, and he could hear his mortal thoughts. Lestat probably imagined Louis would love being a vampire, and together they could happily cull their victims from the pool of racist jerks who hated on Louis and dissed Louis. Lestat had pretty good reason to think Louis would thrive as a vampire. We're still going, Atomic Orange. Welcome back in. Don't skip my message. Oh shit, what message is it? It's gone now? What message was it? Change the last message on Patreon spoiler chat to avoid me. Oh, I did see that. Avoid me. I saw that. I didn't read it, but I saw it pop up. What the, oh, MovieMan. Oh, no, get out of here. No. How dare you? How dare you? You stop. MovieMan Atoll. MovieMan Atoll was just a regular man. Like, get out of here. How dare you? How dare you? I think some people really don't think about how the way they word things can read to other minds and personalities. No, I know, exactly. I think, I don't mean this in terms of intelligence. I think people are, especially when you are, it's already one thing when you're commenting online, and especially with no emoticons or anything, when you type something out, people can read it, and while you may not mean for it to come across in an aggressive way, it very easily can, and that happens all the time. So 100%. And then what's funny is, like, I don't know, 4 out of 5 times that I reach out to a comment that's a little bit aggressive and I kind of come back with a reasonable response, they kind of simmer down a little bit because I guess they're almost surprised that they're getting a response. And then we end up having a fairly civil conversation. Other times, not so much, but you'd be surprised. Sometimes if you just call somebody out who comes in a little bit hot and heavy, and I'm like, hey, yo, I didn't know this, but I see your opinion. Here's mine. They'll be like, ah, man, yeah, that was a little bit aggro of me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean for it to come off that way. So MovieMan's line is racism, and that's a good line to have. Yeah. This show does an excellent job showing how racism impacts Louis on a macro and micro level. Not even vampirism can save Louis from the consequences of being black in America. Amen. Love the know your enemy line Lestat says before playing. Oh, there's Atomic Orange right there from a year ago. That's crazy. Love the know your enemy line Lestat says before playing the Bach piece. You're going to Europe to fight the Germans, so here's some German art. That's what you'll be destroying. Oh, yeah. Also, there's maybe the implication that Lestat is their enemy as well. You get the strong impression that he does not like soldiers. Good writing. Not the Shiv comparison. It tracks though. Shiv from Succession only brought up the idea of an open marriage when it suited her, but when Tom acted on it, yeah, That is funny how I had watched this just after watching Succession, so I drew comparisons directly. What I particularly love about the writing on this show is the great use of backdrops for the setting, specifically the background time setting. Louis is at war with everything around him in this episode. Himself, his nature, Lestat, his familial attachments, the city council. Meanwhile, all the turmoil is being reflected in the World War I events around him. Black soldiers gaining the right to legitimately fight for their country, a fight as well as for some respect as equal Americans, and all American soldiers leaving home behind to face uncertain futures in foreign and vicious lands. The time setting... Oh, hang on. The time setting and background events are definitely things to pay attention to in future episodes. I like this comment right here. Louis is gay. Yes. Thanks. I appreciate the clarification. Lestat truly saw a companion in Louis. I think he got to meet his true self. As he said, he genuinely saw the potential he had as a person and how he could flourish that potential as a vampire. In this episode, the birth of the iconic dabble in the fuckery. Love the Succession interview with the vampire parallels. I could talk about it for hours. Oh, for real. I still get so mad about book purists not giving this show a chance because they made Louis black. Is Louis oh. I learned, well, I guess I should have, I guess the movie kind of tells you that, doesn't it? That's kind of like a little bit problematic though, isn't it? To draw the line there, like, oh, you're a fan of the books, but you're not okay with the like, ethnicity swap. They did a good job making it relevant to the story. Perfect change for television. Jacob and Sam have so much chemistry, for sure, for sure. As a polyamorous person, let me say that it's very possible to have healthy polyamorous relationships that are based on love, mutual respect, and comprehension instead of jealousy. Full stop. That said, Lestat suggesting an open relationship after already having had sex with someone else, decidedly unhealthy and doomed to fail. I love the way you caught yourself egging Louis on. It's hard not to get into it when the narrative is punishing racists. Can't wait for you to meet Claudia. Yeah. It's all coming back to me now. Was it raining, Louis? Indeed. Alright, well, I kind of get the idea here. That this show not only delivers on everything that's important when it comes to great entertainment, but provokes an avalanche of discussion and theorizing as well, is why it's one of the best shows out there, past or present. Dubai Louis' narration is so easy on the ears, Lestat's outrageous behavior is so entertaining on the eyes, and every last detail of the dialogue and direction are to die for. Having your insightful commentary in each episode is a wonderful bonus I look forward to. And yes, Louis' red suit in particular is beautiful. I gotta thank it. Like, the people are so nice. Like, when people are nice and complimentary, it's yeah, it means the world to me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy watching this show, but I've also been watching movies and television for all my life. So I just it's been there for me, and I'm there for it. I just greatly appreciate it. And I don't know. I've seen so much that I just am. I almost hate saying I'm so observant, because it just sounds I miss plenty. I miss plenty. I must recommend you listen to Bloodsport by Raleigh Ritchie. Yeah, chat was talking about his prowess as a DJ. My old comment, yeah. They're still mad. Oh, your old comment, Atomic Orange? Hang on, wait, were they responding to you a lot? I didn't even look at the responses yet. Yeah, people are still upsetty spaghetti. I think I've already lost it, probably. Oh no, it was pretty civil right here. People were liking it, though. I prefer all the show characters to the book, and I've been a reader for decades. The show is truer to the spirit of the books than the movie. I still see people years later complaining that Armand isn't a good representation because he's not a white redhead. Is that what he's like in the books? Crazy. In the Succession talk, I actually see a lot of Logan Roy on Lestat. LOL, evil funny guys. I'm in the middle of turning a fucking tanker. All I wanted when reading the books were for them to be more gay. Oh, no, man, about casting. I see what you mean. We can jump ahead a little bit. So, all right, you know what? It's not as I think the meaner comments might be from Heated Rivalry, maybe. I'm not finding all the super negative stuff in these episodes, but I assume it's eventually coming. I think it happened more in the turbulent episode 6, maybe. But as always, thank you for the love and support. Oh no, you hush now. The ruthless pursuit of blood with all the child's demanding. I'm excited for the next one. I still have that vocal stim occasionally of Roland Jones being a vile hunger for your hammering heart. We talked about the coffins, the details in the show. She was 14 when Lestat transformed her, so 5 years passed at the end of the episode. She's 19 by the end. It's interesting how so many people agonize over Lestat and Louis killing people, the moral dilemma of it all, but nobody seems faced by Claudia's complete lack of concern for human life. Me included. I'm guilty of this myself. I know people give her huge latitude because she's 14, again, me included, but really, a normal 14-year-old should have an ethical dilemma when it comes to bloody murder. She doesn't care at all. Well, I think people write it off because she's not old enough to know any better? Question mark? I think. Like, I don't know. She's still a kid, right? So it's like, she doesn't have that fully formulated moral compass. Although maybe she should by that point. I didn't even realize that Claudia's killing might be a problem, because I genuinely don't care that vampires kill humans because humans kill animals for food. Oh, like a food chain thing. Sure, vampires can live on animals and humans can live on plants, plant-based food. I just see humans from their view the way we see the animals we eat. I think it's probably a side effect of the show. Well, really, this speaks to a larger thing that people have talked about in video games and movies. I think it's called ludonarrative dissonance, where it's the... Like, you play Uncharted as an example, right? There's a little trophy you get in Uncharted 4 called ludonarrative dissonance, and you get that trophy by killing your 200th or 300th person. And it's the idea where it's like you're the hero of the story, like Nathan Drake in Uncharted, or any action hero, but the amount of people you kill to, like, I mean, great, it's self-defense, but the amount of people that you're given action hero, especially in a video game kill, to get to the end of the story is massive. And then we all kind of have that dissonance with it, where we're like, oh, well, it's okay because he's the good guy. It's okay because he or she's the main character. Well, it was self-defense, or well, they were all bad guys anyway, so you had to kill. But then you think about it, it's like, wow, if you really like sit back and think, how many people has Nathan Drake killed in Uncharted in just like in a given game? It's hundreds, if not thousands. Like it's like genocidal levels of killing. But again, you know, it's like war, right? So. But that kind of dips into the whole Claudia interview with the vampire situation, where it's just like the commenter was saying, like you get to a point where killing for a vampire, it's so natural, we accept that we're just kind of in for the ride. But then it gets problematic because then we start doling out judgment and criticism, and then people are saying, oh, well, you're going to hold this person accountable, but not that person accountable. And then you have, you know, the dilemma, as it were. The meaner comments maybe in episode 5. Can't wait. Armand is an auburn-haired 17-year-old boy from Kiev, runs in the book. In the books. But Assad absolutely nails the character's personality. Nice, nice. Episode 5 was rough for anyone who watched it. Assad may not be the exact description from the book, but Armand has been described as a Botticelli painting. And to be honest, that's what Assad manages to look like to me. I remember the episode 5 Twitter meltdown. Oh, I can imagine. Getting the right actors is what matters, and Assad kills the role as Armand. I kind of get it. There was a lot of, this is your guy, the abusive monster, you like him. That was me. That was me with having no further context. People had been defending him tooth and nail, and then I'm given this story, this interview with no other context, and like the shit that he's doing as far as I knew. And I was, yeah, I had the exact same reaction. I was like, this is your guy? This your homeboy right here? This animal right here? Throwing him across the house and dropping him from, like, I was fuming. I was so, and I still have a little bit of that in my blood to this day, like just like boiling a little bit thinking about it. Just the nerve of people to expect me to like know this guy and then know what's coming, and then I react to it, and I'm like, are you out of your mind? Like, Lestat fans are fighting for their lives. You know what? There's some Lestans that could probably use a little bit of confrontation, not gonna lie. don't like hurt them or anything, but some I've dealt with some like diehard Lestans, and some have been they've been kind of mean. Okay, so I'm a little bit biased. I wasn't phased at episode 5. He was restraining himself, obviously. Oh, obviously. Someone in the comments, Rashid is such a good employee. Born to serve. Ooh. See, this is great. All the comments that I don't understand that are cropping up in here and that like have all this double meaning. Such a good employee, born to serve. How ironic that Sam said his coffin was actually super comfy, but Jacob says his was super stiff and uncomfortable. Very true to their characters, eh? The diaries aren't taken directly from the book, but are inspired by the prose of the book. In the book, Claudia was turned at age 5. Yeah, that'd be wild. Turned at age 5. I mean, how much? You could barely even communicate. Well, I guess you could communicate some. The diaries are not verbatim from the book. We are living for domestic Lestat. I love how you picked up on Claudia's accent. I feel like paying attention to the accents, especially Louis, is really interesting throughout the series. Great subtle acting. Claudia, my beloved. You have a moderator for comments? Oh, I should have reached back out. Damn. Honestly, if there's people that are still willing to... I've had some people suggesting moderation in the past, and I've never had a moderator, but honestly, with the new season coming up, I think I'm actually going to be... I think I might actually look into having a moderator. Like, I've never... I should have had one for Heated Rivalry. I really should have, but for Interview with the Vampire in this new season coming up, I think the safest thing I can do is have a moderator, honestly. Rashid is so kind. Yo, Chocobo. What's up, Chocobo? What's up, Stream? There were more wild things about Claudia's character in the book than in the show, for sure. And even in the movie. Oh, damn. I don't know. Rashid is an opinionated young man. Don't read the comments. All right, well, you heard it here first, folks. Okay. A vile hunger for your hammering
Hello,
hearts.
travelers.
All right, episode 4. I almost kind of want to skip to episode 5 and see. Or was it Vile Hunger for Your Hammering Heart? Was that the one with the? I think this is the one. Oh yeah, it's episode 5. Okay, so comments. Here we go. I'm ready. We kind of need to talk about the pedophilia in Anne Rice's writing. Uh-oh. Is this like a Stephen King It kind of situation? There's so much. Oh no. Like in a problematic way or just in an uncomfortable way? I understand it's complex, but it definitely is a bit off-putting. Well, according to the new season coming out, she has pedophilia and incest, so, you know, go crazy. Lestat's ability to say the worst possible thing is unparalleled. This episode was like 200 hydrogen bombs for the fandom when it's dropped. God, it's a lot. Again, I'm not beating the allegations. You, vampires aren't real. Me, watching a vampire react to a vampire show. Damn it. I'm never beating the allegations. All this time later. Rashid is such an interesting character to me, LOL. I feel like you've got to be all kinds of weird to take a job like this. Aw, #1 real freak Rashid. The way his eyes roll back when he's getting drank from. Louis hired a freak. I wonder how you even get a job like this. Is it on LinkedIn? What's the role description? How would this guy, Rashid, what an interesting character. How would he even get a job like this? It's hard to explain. It's a mess, particularly in Mayfair Witches. Book Claudia was straight up horror, no humanity at all, but she didn't really live long enough to become a good human. Damn, dude. Rashid's, I wouldn't let you drink from me even if you were a vampire to Daniel. Funny considering, well, what comes later. I much prefer Lestat and his mum to Louis and Claudia. Oh, interesting. I am so curious, and someday I'll read the books. The domestic violence trigger warning was something that was added like a couple days after the episode aired. When it first aired, it did not have a trigger warning at the beginning, and people were upset. Oh my god. So glad they added one. I definitely would have appreciated it on my first watch. That's crazy. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot for a lot of people. I've never been a victim of physical domestic abuse. I've definitely been in situations where I was being verbally abused. I was spit on once. I remember that, but not in a good way. But no, I've been like in verbally abusive domestic situations a few times, several times. But in terms of luckily I've never been at the hands of physical. But I can only imagine, man. They didn't put the warning because when they wrote that and shot that scene, they didn't intend it to be seen that way. It's pretty clear if you read season 1 interviews. I think they thought the viewers would see that scene as two vampire monsters fighting and understood the genre, and didn't anticipate some of the fandom made that scene completely about domestic violence and race. It's a dark gothic show for, well, yeah, but like you got to understand. I mean, yeah, like even if you contextualize it, it's still going to be rough stuff. Episode was super divisive. Lestat and Louis marked. No, sorry. If anyone argues against how you're feeling about Lestat right now, then I think they got the wrong thing from this episode when they first watched it. This is coming from someone who loves Lestat as a character. What he did was absolutely fucked up. Enjoyed the episodes you watched. I'm excited to see more. Okay, again, pretty supportive. I hope no one's excusing Lestat's domestic. I mean, you'd be surprised. I don't know about excusing, but there's definitely some people that are like, you don't have the context. Actually, the incest, emotional incest, was already pretty present in season 1, gothic horror to its fullest. Hey everyone, I watched the premiere episode yesterday. Let me just say, y'all are not ready. Oh, you lucky ducky. Somebody else came in chat early on in the stream was talking about that. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to it. A story can still have heavy themes, even as a gothic horror. Claudia was ruthless in the books, truly his father's daughter, and maybe because of that, she was seen as a bigger threat to Armand. Maybe. I'm looking forward to it. One day I'll read the books. One day, I think, I don't know how long the show will go on for, but maybe when the show ends. Maybe when the show ends, I'll go back and I'll read through the books. You're not wrong. It's okay to love the character and not excuse him. The show isn't even asking you to excuse his actions. You have to let the tale seduce you, as they say. Once you finish, you should listen to Sam and Jacob discuss it. It's very insightful. First rule of Vampire Club, you didn't even talk about Vampire Club. Oh, there's not much you can say to excuse this. Vampires be monsters, and rapid healing makes it slightly less of a blatant murder attempt. Lestat's temper entirely losing control, though this being shown from Claudia's POV does not do him any favors. See, I like the comments that are like, with context they make sense, but if I hadn't seen anything else, of the show, they're vague enough where they don't spoil anything. God, I love this reaction. Thank you for the rant about Lestat. I agree with you. Stay away from spoilers, book or otherwise, and I repeat, you don't need to listen to anyone but yourself as far as I've seen. You are great at nuance and picking up what you need to. Your anger is justified. The show wants you angry. Nothing excuses his actions here against Louis and Claudia. The theme of the show is amazing at is showing you the good, the bad, and the downright horrendous and give each person nuance. And you get to make your mind up. Busts in your mouth. Goodbye, sir. I like how Daniel put Rashid out of the room with the coffee refill excuse, then put an end in a very invasive and uncomfortable conversation for both Daniel and Rashid. What you are feeling about Lestat? Oh, that's yeah. Well, I'm trying to see. Lestat would take extreme issue with you calling him human. LOL. LOL, I needed to hear that takedown of Lestat defenders. I was like, go off. Because I love Lestat, but that does not mean explaining away what he does. Gaslighty hand waves. No. Man, it's nice to see all the support there at least. Like I said, the like to dislike ratio is overwhelmingly positive, but was not expecting the Handsome Jack Lestat discussion, but as a Handsome Jack fan and a Lestat, I'm here for it. Handsome Jack. One of, if not possibly, my favorite fictional characters of all time. How did everyone see it? Wasn't there a thing in Austin? Or not Austin, but wasn't there a showing in Texas somewhere, I thought they said? Yeah, there's a screening in Austin. Yeah, there's the comment. I just had to look down. I'd love for you to have a chat about the book someday. I could see myself doing a like a casual live stream where I read the books maybe. Because normally for my book read-throughs, I'll do the readings, I'll edit them so they're like high quality and I'll upload them. But with interview, that could be something where I just kind of like read through and talk about it as I go maybe. I don't know. I don't like the idea of writing in books, but maybe for interview it's apropos to do so. Dude, 50% alcohol. Was I drinking Rittenhouse? Like what? What was I drinking in that episode? Man, am I crazy? Because I'm not finding are the negative ones lower down here? I don't know why I have. I guess it goes to show you that the negative memories, even if they are few and far between, the negative comments rather, they stick in your mind even more so. I love your excitement. Oh, well, here was a disagreement, I suppose. I disagree 100% about Daniel needing to know what happened to Claudia. That was her trauma, and it wasn't Louis to talk about. He was protecting his sister. Daniel was being an asshole because he knew what happened with without those pages. But screw Louis. I won't have her exploited. He didn't have the right to allow this man or Rashid to read through Claudia's personal thoughts and feelings. I see. Okay, so a bit of a disagreement there, but a civil one nonetheless. Yeah, I like the one off topic, but your teeth are mesmerizing. Is it because of the canines, or you just like my teeth? Every now and then I'll get a comment. They're nice comments, but what was the one earlier that said someone was talking about me and they said alabaster skin and church window eyes, and I was just like, oh my, oh, thank you, sir and or madam. My brother in Christ, I think you think there's more negativity than there is. I mean, I hope that's the case. Again, I think it's because the negative stuff just sticks with you so much. A live stream would be fun. Oh, yeah, for sure. Anne Rice was a very deceptive writer. The language in the Vampire Armand was very florid. Yeah, unfortunately, negativity does make an impact. Not to go back to the Logan stuff, but Lestat's abuse towards his children and his explanation about his turning in childhood reminds me of Logan's abuse on the Roys, in the past his abusive uncle. Yeah, no, exactly. It's a very good point. It's like Logan Roy is one mighty bastard and kind of like monstrous in his actions by the time that we get to him in succession, like where we are, and then you hear about his childhood, which he does not like going into, and then you learn about like the abuse he suffered and the trauma he went through with his brother and like the family and past wives and relationships. And yeah, there's like a certain layer of, I don't know, you can get a little bit of sympathy for him, a little bit. Like, again, it doesn't excuse the person he's become now, but it sure as hell explains how he got from point A to point B. The Vampire Armand is so good and so upsetting. Felt like reading Lolita, to be honest. You know, I haven't read Lolita, but funny you say that, because I just watched an episode of Mr. Robot that I haven't uploaded to Patreon yet, and there was a copy of Lolita on a table in a room that Angela was in, and I was like, oh, haven't heard of that book yet. In my opinion, Armand is way more likable in the show than the books. I can't stand him. Hated book Armand. I find all the characters are worse in the books than the show. I guess you gotta make it more palatable for a wider audience, right? Armand's book being Vampire Lolita, yes, but also yikes. She could have 4 pages of describing the lobby of a hotel. Oh, Lord. There's an author, a classic author, I always forget his name, but he's very much like that, where he'll take like 2-3 pages to describe a tree in a forest that we're never going to see again. I know what you are, movie man. Slam subscribe button. LOL. Curiouser and curiouser. I'm genuinely curious now. Am I like, is my Odyssey of Recollection, like, am I like, was it raining, Louis? Were there negative comments, movie man? Surely if I go to the... Maybe it was more that I was upset by the comments that were in season, like episode 1, that were like the Lestans coming to the defense. And then I brought all that back up in this one. That's more of a personal opinion. I get it. And people agreed with it. Not a gamer. See, that's a little bit rude. That time-sucking anecdote took me out of the story completely, which is funny to say that because, like, the anecdote was like it was related. Like I tied in the idea of a character who becomes monstrous due to his own, like, you don't have, all right, Lestat 13. You don't have to be I don't want to be aggressive. You don't have to be a fucking gamer to like get the anecdote that I'm laying down. But to say it's a time, I mean, at least they put the hearts on here, which is nice. But to say time-sucking anecdote when I'm trying to like relate one like fictional property to another one. Like, all right, come on, that's a little bit much. But I mean, I yap a lot. You're not wrong, but you're making an assumption that Louis telling the whole truth. What else am I supposed to do? The story's being told from Louis' POV. That's all I'll say in regards to Lestat. Yeah, I like how everybody would like have these thinly veiled comments. I've never met a perfect person. Have you? I mean, no. Unreliable narrators on all sides. Anger and pain distorting the storytelling of the memory. Yeah, people are... See, now as we get deeper and deeper. I do not like you imitating and mocking Claudia. I wasn't mocking her. I stim with accents. Unreliable narrator. Yeah, people keep saying unreliable narrator over and over again. Which I think is like... yeah, it's a theme in the show, but like... Anyway. I mean, that's fair enough. I don't like imitating and mocking Claudia. I mean, it's funny because I made it very clear that I liked Claudia's character, but I guess just people didn't like me just doing her voice, so that's fair. But we're at the end. Man, I guess... Alright, well, that's... Alright. You know what? Better than I remember. That's nice. Honestly, probably should take a break from this. Hello, travelers. Also, I can't be up too terribly much later. How long have we been going? 5 hours? Okay, now it's flown by. All right, before I get to a point where I start wrapping it up, because I thought I was going to read comments from, like, all the different... No shot. To be fair, we talked a lot about Vampire Lestat. We've talked a lot about Interview with the Vampire. It's been a very chill, funny, casual stream. Let me catch up on books real quick. Armand is just a little guy? Sure. You're thinking of Tolstoy? Oh, me? Am I? With that said, she knows when to pick up the paces. Oh, Tolstoy is the author you're talking about. The one who took like 3 pages to describe a tree. That sounds about right. That was like 25 pages of Tolkien describing the Shire. The descriptive stuff is generally reserved for setting dialogue scenes. She knew when it was action time to pick up the pace of her writing. Anne Rice's writing can be a lot, but then you'll get an insanely good quote all of a sudden and you kind of forget about everything else. What's funny is I reread the whole series this year and was getting so tired of the writing. I took a break halfway through with another series written recently and was like, fuck, I miss her writing. I think I remember getting a little annoyed by some comments. I moved to Patreon. Understandable, honestly. Again, there's nothing wrong with being a Lestan. It's just understanding your perspective without having the context a reader would have. She randomly drops bomb-ass lines that stick with you the rest of your life. Have you have you thought about unreliable narrator? You know what? I can't say that I have. I think I'm glad somebody finally said something about it. I don't get the comments on long commentaries if they couldn't just skip those parts. Which, not to mention, like, you saw the length of the video, and it's a. I get most reactors don't quite do it like I do, which isn't to say that I do it better. I just do it differently. I just yap a lot, and I'll never. It's always going to be an eternal back and forth. But like, yeah, it's a conversation we're having right now while enjoying art. That's just the gist of it, and I 100% understand why people aren't going to like that. I won't even hold it against you. I get it. This isn't for everybody. It's not even for some of my friends get tired of me. Like I'm sure of it. It's just talk a lot. It's time we acknowledge that Anne didn't really know what to do with Louis as a character because he represents her grief. It makes writing for the show harder and more complex. Now you're sorting comments by top or by newest? I guess they're in here by top comments, yeah. Could do it by newest, I suppose. If you do both seasons, I'm sure it'll be around 12 hours. Yeah. If you keep reading comments, we'll be here until the season 3 premiere. Read the Patreon comments from the last 3 drops that were filmed all together. Oh yeah, I didn't get those I could do that. That's a fair one. That is more than fair. We'll end on this then. We'll end on the comments from the last 2 things I put on Patreon for sure. And I could go to YouTube as well. When Lestat says, I'm immortal, more or less, light of the sun, the sustained heat of an intense fire, these things might destroy me, but then again, they might not. This is a famous Lestat opening dialogue from the book, so it is very special for book fans to finally see it set on screen for the first time in 50 years of book's existence. But here in this show dialogue, he also added Jefferson's starship and garrote-wielding coven members as a dig, so that is what Daniel's laughing at. Oh, I guess there was some spoiler type of stuff. I don't know. I gotta be careful. I want to be careful with reading what I read because some people are kind of spoiling some stuff from what I hear. Listening to some of your commentary, you really have some internalized trauma from being harassed by Lestat super fans. I hope people chill out a little this year, not spoil things, and just let you enjoy seasons in peace. And I say this as someone who loved Lestat for like 25 years, but yeah, the show fandom can get crazy. Signing up for Patreon now. Appreciate that. For a show that tells you the right way to let the tale seduce you, some of the fandom doesn't let it do any seducing. The white shirt with the red blood splotches is so you. I love that shirt, dude. I'm not gonna drop 2K on it, but I love that shirt. If anybody wants to have me as their little pet and dress me up and whatnot, wants to be a sugar mama and or papa, little daddy or mommy, then by all means, yeah, dress me up as your little boy toy in that and that button-up shirt with the red and the, yeah, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Anne Rice even admitted in a late interview she wished she had done more with him. I like the way you do reactions, but I also don't watch most typical reaction videos. Well, I feel honored. I don't know. Like, thank you. Appreciate it. People are not ready for cinema enjoyers and show enjoyers who are yappers. And again, it's tricky because it's just funny. Like, because if I were to go out and watch anything in a theater, I'm normally very much like, shut up, don't talk, uninterrupted experience. I want nothing but what's in front of me just to play through all the way. But then I come home and I watch a show from my reaction channel and I'm like, pause, 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 pause. Anyway, I watch the show so many times that I like to watch reactors who do pause the content. That's the idea of a reaction, right? It's like you're re-experiencing it through their eyes, but you're also getting their opinion on it. Oh, you left a comment for Darkwave? Very nice. Sorting by top, I think, filters out the more negative stuff, because... Oh, is that the case? Hang on. Out of curiosity... I'm not going to spend all night here, but I just want to go back to episode 1 real quick. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that's the Yeah, I remember that was a problematic bit. I remember that's a fair call out. I stopped watching here because I used the yeah, I remember that. I wasn't trying to refer to him as such. I was referring to how somebody else had referred to him. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Sorry, I'm just like I'm just seeing if there's any big difference on here between what I saw before. Yeah, one guy was frustrated with me, that's fine. It's probably just probably more or less the same comments, honestly. Oh yeah, see they stood up for me. That's nice. Anyway, I shouldn't. You know what? I really shouldn't go down the rabbit hole. It's fine. I really shouldn't get too deep into it. Where'd you go? I think the copies of the book are burning in another preview or somewhere. The guy at the podium's holding a copy of the book. Maybe a book. A book talk type thing. Oh, maybe. The AI generates Goldie Greenwald was a pioneering American bowler, set a world record while bowling in a men's league. Oh, what the Google response said. I see. He missed the end of the trailer. Your biggest fan, the mouse singing to itself from the cat's heart. Interesting. Is the background music too loud? I don't know if it feels like it's a little bit loud. Sorry, I'm starting to run out of gas right now. I've been going for 5 hours. I definitely want to wrap up with some more comments though, real quick. Last 3 episodes with with Darkwave. That's what you mean. I see. I mean, if they're comments for Darkwave, I can read them, but I think she went to bed. I think she went to bed already. She's the responsible one out of the two of us, honestly. I stay up way too late most nights. I'll be coming back to Patreon to watch and comment. I worry about book fans this round because the Vampire Lestat is the most beloved. Yeah, Patreon will be the safest bet, honestly. If anybody, not to say that's the only way to watch me watch it, but Patreon is like a very safe space for this community that we have. Facebook interview with the vampire, so chill, just a bunch of hormonal older women thirsting over the cast, as it should be. Not you putting my theory to the test. I was just giving it a go. Facebook was Anne Rice's platform. Reddit seems cool too. This is moderated. Reddit's not too bad. Well, I'm going to sleep now. Oh, well, yeah. Have a good night, Ray. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's close to... No, exactly. It's 12:07 right now where I am, so Yeah, yes, we didn't get those comments. I can look at them real quick. I've seen Reddit be very good. I've seen it be bad. Older women are always so easygoing. Well. Chat freaking out. Nobody answered my question about Devil's Minion. Definitely call it season 3. Yeah, that was the question I had, was that when I do I'm always very particular about my numbering for episodes, and I was like, do I call it, interview with I'm going to call it Vampire Lestat, but do I call it like season 1, episode 1, or do I call it season 3, episode 1? And people are just saying it's season 3, basically. By the way, for anybody who missed it, if you like the music, can kind of bought the rights to play this for the episode, but this is from Alien Worlds, the ambient soundscapes, which they do for multiple properties and all that. If you want, you can support them on Ko-Fi. Alien Worlds here. So I just kind of made a donation and then been playing the music the whole time, or most of the whole time. So hopefully I won't have any issues once this is uploaded. I sincerely hope not, otherwise that'll be a big issue. I'm getting lost in my tabs right now. I think the problem with Lestat, yeah, people are just talking about Lestat fans and Lestans and all that. I'm not going to read too much into Devil's Minion, though. I still don't know what it is, so it's part of why I'm scared to read the comments. But you know what? Supple's been asking nicely. I gotta go to the. You said it was the last 3 episodes in the rewatch. Is that it? There we go. Wait, last 3 episodes. Is it on YouTube or is it on That's the most recent one, or is it like a oh, there we go. Uh-oh, love you guys, but that pause is unforgivable. On Armand, the more I rewatch the series thus far, the more my hate for Armand softens. He was in a difficult situation, and more than any of them, I think. He's super codependent and unsure of himself. He really does live to serve, the worthy, and I do understand choosing the coven. The lie after was unforgivable, though. I do think he told other lies as well when talking about some of his story with Lestat, but we won't know that for sure until the story progresses. As the adaptation is different from the books, I can't say definitively. To your question at the end, I suspect that Armand was waiting for an opportune time to free Louis, but that he also felt some guilt in choosing the coven and was likely punishing himself, forcing himself to listen to Louis' cries. He had in the past been known to punish himself for sin, i.e. the old ways, and it would fit in narratively to his personality. As for Akasha, you'll just have to wait and see. Rubs hands together evilly. Something to ponder, though, is Armand was also there with fire in his hand to go after Lestat. Armand is ancient and powerful. You'll never be able to kill him. Just something for you to ponder on, considering what you've seen thus far. Yeah, if Armand is ancient and powerful, more so than Lestat. Because Lestat's like, you can't burn me unless I want to be. I have the blood of Akasha through me. But if Armand is ancient and powerful, wouldn't that mean that technically Armand would be able to? Which means that maybe Armand didn't want to? Vegeta crushes Scanner. It's over 9,000. Lestat for the win. Prepare for the Lestat era, baby. Lestans unite. But yes, this is one of the best and well-made series I've seen. The first 2 seasons, anyway. It's already in my GOAT shows list at only 2 seasons in. So well written. Roland Jones deserves so much credit, along with the actors and the casting director. Phenomenal jobs across the board, really. All I had to say, phenomenal job to you fine people, too. Except for the damn pause. Which pause was it again? Oh, yeah. Oh, right, because that's right. Because Darkwave kept pausing, and I did get a little bit pissed for a second, where I was just like, can you fucking let it ride? Like, that was the one and only time you'll ever see me in a reaction video. All the other times I pause, but I think it's, again, knowing what is coming. I remember that moment. Yeah, I remember the moment too, where I was just like, she paused it at just the wrong time, and I was like, let it ride. Just let the scene go. It's like, I was with you on that one. Of course, she didn't know it was the climax of the episode. Exactly. Shakes fist jokingly. P.S. Might I suggest some kind of audio limiter for the volume? Some of the groans and hamster noises damn near blew my eardrums out of my headphones. I think OBS. So yeah, it's it would be fine if I had a Scarlett, if I had a audio input device that could handle 2 things, and if I had enough to get 2 of these microphones, it'd be no problem. But whenever I do a dual audio recording, it's very tricky because I have all the filters and equalizers going with this one microphone here, but when I have both of us in the room, to get the best audio quality I can, I have to just use the same microphone and then turn up the volume so it'll get both of our voices from far away. But that also means that the balance is a lot wonkier. But I'll look into I do have some lapel mics laying around somewhere, so maybe that's the move. What comments did I miss? We didn't get those comments. Yeah, people have been alluding to what Devil's Minion is, but I'm definitely kind of avoiding reading anything about it. I love to watch you react to Anne Rice interviews. If I have time during the 3rd season, I'll watch some interviews. Like that's it's easy for me to sit down and watch and like because I don't even think I've ever heard her talk before. So I'd love to I love to proverbially post-mortem pick her brain. There has been at least one quote of dialogue in Vampire Lestat teasers that is pulled directly from that. Ooh. Armand also grew on me. That was hilarious. I was watching you get frustrated. Yeah. I feel the pain of the anti-pausers. There is a Vampire Lestat dialogue in I'm Your Biggest Fan. Love that new track. The comment specifically I wanted you to read was the episode where Darkwave told a story about her trauma. Oh, was feeling insecure. An episode or two before that. Yeah. Let me see. Don't know if it was I Could Not Prevent It or maybe the other one. Maybe it was one more further back. MovieMan calls Lestat sweetheart. Lestans, come to me, MovieMan. Maybe it was the previous one then. Yeah, because she kind of like was talking about some personal stories with somebody that she thought was a friend, but ended up not really being that way. Like the light by which God made the world before he made light? Is that it? Oh, here we go, yeah. Darkwave, your written thoughts at the beginning were great. You're doing an excellent job. Whoever hurts you can eat a big bag of dicks. Seriously, good for you for trying. It looks like you're succeeding and growing. I often find I express myself better on paper after reflecting, and tends to feel that's very much how she is as well. There's I'm very good at like I've taken years of practice on YouTube, and I took public speaking classes in high school. You'll never believe this, but I was on the debate team in high school. Never would have guessed, right? So in terms of public speaking and being able to have free, I've just yapped for 5 hours. Like I've just been going and going and going, and my mind keeps on like. But Darkwave sometimes can struggle with that, understandably so. But then she's very good at getting like pen to paper and getting her thoughts out that way. I often find I express myself better on paper after reflecting. It tends to feel more like my true self. You're lucky to have a partner. Oh, thank you. Who communicates so well and has their own past struggles to relate to. It's kind of connection matters. For real, the connection I feel with her is, I'm very lucky. It took a long time to get there. I was single for over a decade before I ended up like reconnecting with Darkwave, and then now we're fucking living together. And she's like, I'm going to marry you, and I'm like, when? And she's like, you'll find out someday. Well, like, shit, is that a threat? This is my favorite reaction from you. You're making great commentary. Keep it up. I'll show her this for sure. I'm really looking forward to seeing both of you in the final 2 episodes. Vampire brains are definitely enhanced. We see that in their ability to multitask while using their powers. But is memory enhanced in this version of the universe? It doesn't seem as strong as their multitasking or critical thinking at first glance, but I do think it's improved as well. I read the entire Vampire Chronicles many times. In the books, their minds are portrayed like this. Supernatural intelligence and memory. Vampires have almost vault-like memories, which is funny, given the odyssey of recollection and the unreliable narrator motifs. Moving on. Able to recall every detail of their lives with perfect clarity. Perfect clarity, you say? They can learn languages, techniques, and arts with inhuman speed and ease. The mind gift. This includes abilities that develop over time, such as telepathy, projecting images into others' minds, and even telekinesis. Mental speed and instinctive knowledge. Vampires react incredibly fast and often have an instinctive understanding of new technology or concepts. The spell gift. They can confuse, bewitch, and control humans, and sometimes other vampires, often through eye contact. Permanent state of consciousness. Their minds do not age or degrade, so they never suffer from dementia, though they may grow detached from humanity over time. Even with enhanced memory, perspective still shapes the narrative. It leans more toward bias than misremembering. The books are written like memoirs or diaries from individual vampires. Book 1 is from Louis' perspective, Book 2 from Lestat's, and more perspectives follow. I won't spoil anything in case those get adapted. These books and Anne Rice mean a lot to me. She was incredibly kind to her community. We actually exchanged emails for several years, mostly about writing and life. She always made time to respond, often with pages of thoughtful replies. She felt like a pen pal and a friend. I was devastated when she passed. She was a bright light and a powerful example of what someone can achieve through hardship and growth. Yeah, we've talked about that briefly. It's really cool that you guys were pen pals for as long as you were. That being said, let's see. Yes to Anne interviews. I watched some recently. Anne was an awesome woman. I was lucky enough to talk to her on Facebook back in the day regarding many subjects. It's so sick that she took the time out of her life to like respond to the fans and have genuine conversations. I love that most Armand stans enjoy reading him for filth. Yes, a bit of diversion of the books. It's funny, but even in the books, vampires' memories can be unreliable. The perfect recall and stuff is very dependent on various factors. I think she has seen that, but just in case, rest assured, I'll definitely pass it all along for her. Okay, well, before we officially call it a night, because we are now over 5 hours, and I have to be at work in less than 9, I'll open it up for a few minutes one more time. If anybody has any last questions, comments, concerns, I don't know. If anybody has any last little things they want to get off their chest or anything they want to ask me, whether about Vampire Lestat, the channel in general, future plan, and really, frankly, anything. Like, I'll try to be an open book. So, if anybody has any last minute questions, requests, little notes, anything like that, then please let me know. But this is always fun to do. Like, I love doing the one with I love these live streams talking about a specific show or series or artistic work. Like, I loved I watched Succession, and then I did a live stream for like an entire series retrospective. And then before Severance season 3 came out, we did we did like a kind of a prep for it by talking about no, it was before season 2 came out. We talked about season 1, and now this talking about seasons 1 and 2 before season 3 comes out. This was cool. I think with the book fandom, at least, you can tell who someone's favorites are by who they bully most. Yeah. By that logic, I love Armand. By that logic, I must love Armand. Can't wait to watch your reactions. I can't wait to watch the show. We're all gonna, for the first time, we'll be experiencing this show week by week together, right? So even though I haven't read the books, it's like the first 2 seasons, you all knew what was coming. Now none of us do. Just looking forward to the new season. I'm hoping they don't screw the pooch with the tonality shift. It could very easily happen, but I trust in Roland Jones. I am blanking on any possible thoughts, ideas, questions right now. What? I got here? What, you just got here? Oh, yeah. Final little, I can whore myself out really quickly just for the sake of it. So, if anybody who doesn't know, obviously, I have a Patreon, patreon.com/MovieMan101. If you, I'm very ADHD. My mind was perfectly content listening to your thoughts. I appreciate that. Sometimes my thoughts can kind of veer into that territory of like, there were plenty of times in this stream where I started watching something and then I had a thought, talked about it, then I got distracted and talked about that thing, and then before you know it, we're talking about life for like 20 minutes. Speaking of the devil, I just got sidetracked. Patreon. If anybody would like to, I'm gonna make a note. Somebody asked if I could add in an annual feature, like an annual subscription feature. I will make a note. Patreon annual. I'll add that in tomorrow at some point, or I guess later today. Yeesh. So yes, Patreon annual. I'll add that on. So when Interview with the Vampire season 3 comes out, I will do my best to be as quick as I can. The episodes, I'll watch them when they come out, and then they will make it to Patreon first. They will be on Patreon, full, uncut, uncensored. It's a very positive community over there if you're interested, but that'll be the quickest and easiest way to watch them. Otherwise, as long as it takes me to get to my editor, get it back, pick through it with a fine-tooth comb, add any other little references or content I want to add in, then upload it. That'll be the other side of the coin, is I will upload them as soon as I can. I do also plan on watching all the Vampire Lestat After Darks, which means that on Patreon, I'll upload the episode reaction, followed very shortly by After Dark. On YouTube to follow, Vampire Lestat reaction, Patreon, the Vampire Lestat After Dark. It'll all be over to YouTube as well. If you can't do Patreon, don't feel like no obligation, please. You being here on YouTube, dude, we just hit 9,000 subscribers. You guys helping me get to this point, and it's still climbing up. So you guys helping me get there this is more than enough. I just like the video. Comment down below for the algorithm as always. It does genuinely help. Keep watching past the first episode. YouTube tracks retention and all that jazz. More is there to say on that regard. But yeah, Patreon's a cool thing to do. Otherwise, rest assured, all the content will make its way to YouTube, and it'll be available to watch for free on here as well. Do you play for the Dolphin? Oh, different person. Camp is such a hard tone to get right, but I'm hopeful. I'm excited to see what you feel regarding Lestat after this season. It will be a fun ride for all of us. Congrats on 9K. Thank you. 10K. I firmly believe between Vampire Lestat and hell, what else would there be? I don't know. Either ongoing shows or... Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you very much, VV Reno, for the 20. Holy shit. This was fun. Thanks for spending so much time with us. Thank you for being here. Dude, anybody that can put up with this for 5 hours plus on a stream, thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate that. Very much appreciate it. I just have the gift of gab. But yeah, I firmly believe, or I hope, but I gotta have that, you gotta manifest it. But I think we'll get to 10K by the end of the year. I can see it happening. What do you mean 9? This channel feels so much bigger. Only because, like, when the community's engaged like this, it's awesome. Like, at one point, I think we peaked on YouTube. I had almost 80 people watching the stream, which is more than I think I've, well, aside from the Oscars. It's more than, I think it's almost, maybe it's more than I've ever had watching a stream. So, I mean, that's just cool. Yeah, it feels big. I mean, sometimes it just feels like it doesn't really hit me how many thousands of people are watching the stuff that I make. And then other times it does hit me where I'm like, oh, geez, like there's so many people. I do. And then I feel the pressure. And then I gotta relax and calm myself. I'm not gonna lie. I feel good about it right now. Maybe it's the whiskey talking, but like, I'm not gonna lie. I get nervous recording some of this content. Heated Rivalry, I started getting anxious watching those episodes. Like, it was a great show. It really is. But like, I felt like I had a duty, like a responsibility and obligation. Thank you. Thank you, Kari Warrior, for the 10. Thank you for all of yours and your partner's introspections. Looking forward to your musings on season 3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Genuinely, I do. Thank you. That's going to go right toward my editor. People on the internet aren't real. Yeah, it's just, you can't help, because part of me, like, I make content for, like, I make the content I want to make, and I make it for an audience as well, but, like, part of me, there's that, like, people pleaser part of me, where I want to give a good product. I want to adequately receive and enjoy and give. I want to give the art its, like, due, like all of its dues, right? Its flowers. And if I miss stuff, I don't know. I get this thing, this like psychological thing where I think I've talked about it before on stream, where it's like, I talked about it during the Vampire Lestat thing, because it's less about the failure narrative in my head, but it's more, I have this narrative sometimes and I don't perpetuate it as much anymore. But I used to have a really strong narrative in my head where it's like, you're not good enough. No matter what you do, it won't be good enough. Like, no matter how hard you work, you'll always miss something. You'll always miss this. You'll always forget to do that or something like that. So I've gotten better about it in recent years, but I can't help, because then, like, when people are like, oh, you missed this, or this, what about this, or this thing over here, or you didn't notice that, then I'm like, fuck. Like, I know it'll be fine. I know it'll be a good time. I can't wait. I have an overwhelmingly positive community, but I'd be remiss if I said that I wasn't also low-key anxious about the new season and getting into the nitty-gritty of it. But I'm looking forward to it. So I watched for the yapping. Thank you so much. The hype is hyping. The gift of yapping. The gift of gab. Look at all the love. If you build it, they will come. Come. Yeah, promise. Love me some yappers, best community. Will I watch season 3 with Darkwave or alone? I'm gonna watch it. So I'm going to watch it alone first, just because like my experience of the first 2 seasons was alone. So I feel it's fitting to watch the 3rd season solo, and then I'm going to do a rewatch to see what I catch. I'll do a rewatch, and I'm gonna have her be part of the rewatch. So that way, same thing we did before, where she can enjoy the show as a first-time watcher, but then I can also go through and I have an excuse to rewatch and then see what I pick up on a second viewing. That's my plan. So after season 1, Sam Reed stopped going on socials reading comments. That's the tricky part, right? Is that like part of me thinks, oh, just make the content and don't engage, but then part of me is like, no, I had this is it's a community that we have here. Like it's a tricky thing to navigate, because in order to be involved in the community and to talk to you fine guys and gals about all this and to have that dialogue open up, I have to engage. I have to like get in the water, right? So it is what it is. It doesn't affect me as much as it used to. Like when I was younger and had like fewer viewers, negative comments, I'd be like, oh, like I remember one, I almost deleted a video over a negative comment once, and I was like, fuck them. And nowadays I expect negative comments, and if anything, I am entertained by them. But still, that little twinge of like ow, like whenever a negative one does come through, still hurts a little bit. Still hurts, not gonna lie. Just join the stream later. Yeah, appreciate the likes and all that. Yeah, the likes, I appreciate the likes, the donations, sticking around. If you're watching this, by the way, as a VOD afterwards, I know some of you like to listen to these on your walks or kind of treat this as kind of a almost ASMR podcast kind of thing, because just you like hearing me yap. Then appreciate you come and check out the VOD later. That also helps out with like obviously like ad revenue and like YouTube and such. Good plan, yeah, for sure. Yeah, pros and cons. When someone dislikes my video or stream, I get upset. I know the feeling, the pressure to get the content out. Yeah, it's if anything, I'm almost impressed, because like there'll be some series that I do, and there'll be like maybe just one dislike per video in the series, and I'm just thinking like, I like to think there's like one hate watcher who's just a dedicated watcher that comes in just to dislike it, and I almost have to be like, I salute you, sir, and or madam, like you've stuck with me the whole time. I'll never get over that one person who watched my Penny Dreadful reaction, and like I think it was 4 episodes in, they were like, I knew this would be the breaking point here. I tried to follow you for the last few episodes, but I just couldn't do it. The accent is so grating, and you're so annoying, and you're so callous with your reaction. But I was just over here like, you watched the first episode, didn't like me, and then thought, you know what? I'll give him 3 more hours to try to turn things around. It's just funny to me, people's logic sometimes. You hold the power. Oh, you hold the power. Okay, Skeletor. Dude, that new He-Man trailer where it's like, you may have the power, but you're too scared to use it. Just the way that fucking Jared Leto says, to use it, just amuses me so much. Will fall in my shadow. You're too scared to use it. Maybe watching same time as everyone will help, or maybe it will make some things worse. Who's to say, man? Who's to say? The hate watchers, hey, they're watching. Even if it is negative engagement, you know what? It's still engagement. I'm ready to have my life being consumed by season 3. Hey, we get 7 weeks of action. We get 7 weeks of the episodes premiering every week, followed immediately by like an accompanying podcast. Basically, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. People are weird. Yeah, watches 4 episodes to hate comment. Honestly, it's admirable. Didn't like your opinion, but still respected you enough to give you the dislike. Yeah. I used to hate watch. Have I ever hate watched creators? And there's some creators that I like fell off of watching because I just really couldn't stand them anymore. I remember when like I used to watch Angry Joe do video game reviews. And then he started branching out into cinema, and his takes on cinema were just, in my opinion, ass. Like, we had polar opposite views on cinema, and he just bummed me out so much, so I stopped watching his content. But that's just one example. Angry Joe, I guess, is a pretty big channel, but I don't know. There's been some like YouTubers every now and then. Like I I used to watch some content from certain people, and then I'd just be like, eh. All right, final questions. And that's the last chance. Your boy's Eepy. He's gonna. You don't even understand. I'm gonna reheat this panda. I'm gonna. What's left of this Panda Express over here? I'm gonna smash that shit. And then it's gonna be off to Betty Byland for show. But yeah, I don't think we ever dropped below like 28 or 30 people watching on YouTube anyway. Twitch has been. We had some people early on, but not for. I mean, that's fine. It's to be expected. But yeah, it was a great turnout. Honestly, I shared that I was gonna do this live stream on Instagram, and people were like reposting and were like commenting, people were excited for it. I was like, oh shit, like all right, word. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Do I have any? I spoke on this briefly earlier, I think. Do I have any expectations on what will happen in season 3? My main expectation is obviously that we're gonna get. I guess my expectation was what I thought the season was gonna do to me. I think the season is gonna have me come around more so on Lestat's character than I ever have before. I think that I'm gonna receive, if the show does its job, I'm gonna get a boatload of proper context, and I'm going to come around on Lestat's character in a big way. I feel. Aside from that, I think that we're gonna get some great scenes between him and Daniel. I expect great scenes, and there's going to be a very interesting relationship between Daniel and Armand. I'm just stating the obvious across the board, really, but that's what I'm thinking in terms of expectations. Who's your least favorite character of the main 5? Daniel, Armand, Louis, Lestat, and Claudia. My least favorite, just in terms of my who I like the least, Armand. I find him to be the most compelling. I find him to be very entertaining, an interesting character. But if I had to put like on a scale of likability out of all of them, that monstrous little gremlin, yeah, Armand's gonna be the bottom of the list. Like I'm good. I'm good, fam. Fell in love with Pookie Bear. I very well might. Do I think the show will blow up in popularity after this season? I think this season is certainly going to help. I think there's been a massive amount of marketing. I think that this is going to be this rock star vampire Lestat. From what I understand, it's also one of the most popular books in the series, and people feel so strongly about Lestat. I definitely think that this season will. Something tells me this season will perform the best. It's up there in terms of one of the top shows. Like, you go to AMC Plus's YouTube channel, by the way, anything with Vampire Lestat compared to all their other content, the disparity in views, like the ratio is always it's always Vampire Lestat. It's always Interview with the Vampire. And I think that the popularity just keeps growing and growing. I literally have friends in my friend group who, like, when I started watching this show, they had barely even heard about it, and now they're all converted. So I think that as more and more time goes on, more and more people are watching it. As word spreads about the new season on AMC, I think between the marketing and word of mouth and the new season looking so interesting and people wanting to know what the hell's going on and get into it, vampires, I think, are nowadays they can hit. People like the subject matter. It's a well-produced show. I definitely think that season 3 will, if I had to guess, I think it'll perform the best. And if we're lucky, we're looking at some awards and maybe even Emmy nominations. But I definitely think it will be. I'm hoping. So far they're 2 for 2 in terms of quality, but I definitely think that season 3 will, if it retains the quality, it might be the best, or at the very least the most watched or popular season yet, for sure. That was an easy one. That's fair. Armand's likability is not much on display right now. Yeah, the question I answered earlier was because in terms of likability is an easy one, but in terms of who's most compelling, honestly, Armand was up there for me. I do find him to be a compelling, interesting character. I definitely think word of mouth is one of the most helpful mediums for a show like this. There's almost a decade-long gap between publication of Book 1 and Book 2, and the Vampire Lestat was the one that exploded in popularity. Many people know Book 2 and not Book 1. Emmy for Sam Reed. That'd be fucking sick, dude. What's the craziest theory you think might actually happen next season? Ooh. What's the craziest theory that I think might actually happen? You know what? A crazy theory? Some weird, fucked up romance between, dude, if Daniel, Malloy, and Armand get in bed together, like literally, like I don't know why, but there's a tickle in the back of my fucking head. That scene where they're just like looking at each other and talking, and these little glances they steal at each other, and the fact that we know that Daniel to an extent in his past has been bisexual. Like he's confessed to it enough in in San Francisco. Like he talked about where it's like, this is I'm fulfilling my end of the social contract. Like I'm saying, craziest fan theory, if Daniel and Armand are like, like, I'm telling you, you want to talk about my fucked up fan fiction? Not that I fantasized about it or anything, but you asked, crazy fan theory. I'm telling you. Don't say a fucking word, by the way. But come on, I don't know what Devil's Minion is, but the fact that it's them in the thumbnail, and I'm like, either Daniel becomes Armand's errand boy for some reason, or carries out his bidding for something, or there's some type of weird fucking sexual angle to it. I don't know, man. This show loves to have weird romance, and I'm here for it. So that's my crazy theory right there. Other crazy theory: Claudia is actually alive. She perished, but she was brought back. Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Wild LMFAO. Anne Rice loved Lestat. She talked about him like he was a real person. She said he was always with her wherever she went. Do you think we see Lestat's considerable... I'm sorry, what? Do you think we see Lestat's considerables this season? I don't know how to answer that. I was about to say I hope not, then I was like, do I hope so? Like I don't know. Full frontal male nudity in an AMC original series TV. They love showing, like, there's one thing that I will say, one thing that Hollywood and media does not show enough of, and not that I prefer it this way. Well, I shouldn't say that. One thing that Hollywood does not show enough of is full frontal male nudity. I think there's discrimination there. It's females, women, they'll show them all the time in movies and TV, but I don't think it's very fair. I'm like, where's all the full frontal for the fellas? All we get is like scenes in horror movies, or like maybe like one sex scene in a different movie, or like a romance or something, maybe, or a comedy, like an American Pie kind of thing. Bro, you're cracking me up. I'm sorry. That's fine by me. I'm just saying. The question was posed. I told you. That's an absurd theory and would never happen. You saying it like that gives me pause for concern. I don't think AMC would do it. I'm a straight man, but you know Lestat's packing. I'm a straight man, and I would let most of the cast in this... You know what's funny? Out of all the characters in this show who I actually would kind of low-key be in bed with is, even though I'm not the dominant type. Even though I'm Armand coded, I'm like, man, Armand is really handsome though. I'm over here, like, his shirt was open and he had the whole arm draped over the chair and all that. I was just like, it's like, sir. I let a lot of those people do things to me, probably. Yeah, he's an evil motherfucker, but god damn it, is he good looking. And then Lestat, that waistline though, like, oh, those suits. I respect, and I like a man who takes care of himself. I've been often referred to as a metrosexual, and a lot of people just assume that I'm gay because I take care of myself in terms of appearance. I care about my hair, grooming, cologne, like dress, even like casual outfits, leaving the house. I color coordinate, etc., etc. But because I carry myself in that certain way, people oftentimes have been like, oh, he's obviously gay. It's like, no, it's more like the metrosexual lifestyle of just so insofar as that, I can get behind a fella who like also likes to will take care of himself and cares about how they present and how they accessorize, or to what degree they hold fashion in. If you roll up to me in like basketball shorts and a tank top and you're like, let's go out for a date, I'd be like, What are we doing here? Like, what? Like, huh? Come on. Assad is gorgeous. He really is. At least I think that's him in the shower. LOL, Yas, get it, Armand. You are way too Daniel Malloy coded. It's a telenovela. Assad is beautiful. Yeah, bro, Samri doesn't eat carbs. Yeah, I'd imagine not. Man, every time if you ever want to feel bad about yourself, I'm just like this fucking Adonis over here. But then again, people in Hollywood, to have that physique, they literally have to systematically dehydrate their body. That can't be good for you. Armand in that white shirt is unreal. You're telling me, man. Armand can do unspeakable things to me. And you know what? Given half the chance, he fucking would. And that's the problem. That's the problem. He would. But I also do empathize with him. Like the whole, like, not that I want, like, a master. Not that I want, like, a matra or anything like that. But I definitely, like, you know, I've made no small thing of talking about it in the channel in the past. Like, you know, between sub and dom, I'm just saying, I much prefer it when a woman takes control. Simple as that. Give her the agency. What else do we have here? No Panda Express for Sam Reed, just protein. He lathers his abs up with seaweed and leather. That pink silk suit jumpsuit Lestat wears in the trailers is the best. I like to save this moment for the end of Season 3 because I'm rolling on the floor laughing. I'm sorry. OMG, you ship Armand and Daniel. Nah, yeah, I mean, sure. Glad I caught the stream. Yeah, you made it in the tail end of the stream. If you have any questions, ask them now. We're literally minutes away, allegedly, from ending it as I approach 6 hours. It's almost 1 a.m. where I am. My favorite Armand look at the end of Season 2, Episode 5 with dead Crypto Bro sunglasses in that coat. Yeah, that's a good one. Those fucking shades. Ridiculous. Seaweed and we writing fan fiction now. Seaweed and leather is the name. Oh no. 100%. Oh, seaweed and leather. Gonna find that one right on AO3 or Literotica even, maybe. Shit. The name. I'm also head over heels for Assad and Jacob and Sam and Delaney. Yeah. Oh, the cast. Yes. I don't know. Feels a bit German. My theory is Louis planned the whole interview to pawn Assad off on Daniel. It was all a ruse. Yeah, Louis knew the whole time he was just trying to get that boy out of the house. Chat, this is not getting him to sleep. No, I'm stimulated right now. I'm a tired young man, but I'm stimulated. Lestat cologne, vermouth, seaweed, and leather. I mean, why would that also work low-key? Honestly, I'd wear it. You kidding me? All right. But yeah, for real. All right. Last minute Q&A. I'm right in the high. The high is dying down. To anybody who's just now coming into the stream, like I said, this will be not only available to watch in the live section on YouTube, but I will go ahead and take this and try to upload it as an actual full VOD later today for anybody to enjoy that did not get to see the whole thing. This was a fun, like we were saying, this is a fun, super fun time. It's cool just like chatting and talking and seeing the memes. And have you seen the memes about me? It should be illegal. Yeah, reading the comments, talking to you guys and gals, just sharing excitement for the show, talking about the first 2 seasons, going over comments, looking at some behind the scenes. We yapped for almost 6 hours, man. These things always run longer than I think they will. It's crazy work. Halo 3 thoughts intensified. Oh yeah, vermouth and annihilation. Vermouth, seaweed, leather, and annihilation. Lestat's new fragrance. Alright, well. Alright, someone's got to end it. Thank you guys and gals so much for watching. I've already, you know the links, you know where to go for all the things. Oh yeah, Instagram, I guess there's that. If you really want to help, would be super cool is I'm super close to 600 followers on the gram. I think I am 10 away. So honestly, I update Instagram, like I'm on there a lot. So stories, movie reviews, posts, it'd be a big help. but at MovieMan101 Pro, same name as the YouTube channel. So if it behooves anybody, I'll probably do a giveaway for Vampire Lestat as well and give away a copy of season 3 once it comes to a close with like an Instagram giveaway. But yeah, if you want to follow me on there, be a big help. But otherwise, thanks for being here. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching the stream. I ship Harmony Cabell and anyone she's not related to. That'd be a good idea. Cool. You have 6 hours to watch. Yes, sir. And or madam. Yes, sir. Really enjoy your videos analysis. Wish I could watch more daily, but life has been rough. Hey, you know what? It's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. But thank you all for being here. I got to stop myself. Love you all. Have a good day. Have a good night. And I'll see you guys in season 3. I'll see you guys in the first episode of Vampire Lestat. Goodbye. Goodbye. Little travelers. Goodbye. Goodbye now. And I love you for it. I heard your hearts dancing. And they were roommates.